Shalom, 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 whatever dialect of Hebrew you speak to, happy Sabbath, Shabbat Shalom, right? I want to first and foremost give all honor, glory, and praises to the Most High, and we do so by Sham HaMashiach Yahushai, not by Shem, but by Sham HaMashiach Yahushai. So we're back here again, another Sabbath day. This will be an online class. The brothers should be joining shortly, right? So we're going to be talking about kind of various topics today, right? I got a few that I have listed. Not sure what the brother's going to have, but we're going to go into when schools keep secrets, right? The controversy over trans athletes in women's sports and the rise and fall of DEI, right? Those are some of the topics that I have. Athletes in women's sports and the rise and fall of DEI, right? You got feedback, echo. You got feedback, echo. You got feedback, echo. All right, yeah, you have an echo on your end, Elder Priest Awam. Yeah, so we can speak on various different topics today. So, as always, let's open up with the book of Colossians, chapter 3 and verse 17. And whatsoever you do in word or deed, do all by Sham HaMashiach Yahushai, giving thanks to the Most High and the Father by Sham HaMashiach Yahushai. Right, so we're living in another year. We made it to another year, another Gregorian calendar year, Esau's calendar. It says 2026, supposedly, right? And with this new year being brought in, there's new Supreme Court laws and regulations that they are implementing, right? And so that's got kind of some of the topics that I have presented today, right? So I'm going to pull up a video. And this is going to that we'll kind of be reviewing, right? If you're just coming in, please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Okay, let me pull up this first video.
Do this weird at-home hack before bed to eliminate the parasite that causes type 2 diabetes.
All right. So fair use, fair use. This is our thoughts and our views. I'll make sure I do plenty of stops, right? So they don't try to stop the video, right? So this first one is going to be from Dr. Phil, right? And it's talking about when schools keep secrets. When schools keep secrets. Let's see. Let me see what's going on here. So let me close it and reopen it again. Bear with me, y'all. Okay, here we go. Let me do it again. Okay, here we go. At the stage. Here we go.
Transitioned at school, and she was just kept in the dark.
Right, and this is an important video right here.
Mother who says she was blindsided when she.
This is something important that we go over, because a lot of people got children out there. You got to really be knowing what's going on, with the schools and what the schools are showing your children, right? So let's go to play.
She learned her child was living as a different gender at school.
A school counselor, she said that policies did not allow them to let the parents know what was going on.
Children had a privacy right.
You can't give aspirin without having express permission from the parents.
Why would we be turning this process over to someone that's not trained for it and doesn't have a good history with the child? Imagine learning not from your child, not from a teacher, not from the school, but from a piece of art on a classroom wall, a bulletin board, or even a stranger, that your child has changed pronouns.
Now that's crazy right there, right? Just that statement in itself. Imagine you learning from a piece of paper, a bulletin board, that your child has changed pronouns. You were totally unaware of this happening. You know, your child is at school. You think your child is at school getting a somewhat decent education, and then you stumble across some type of literature, and it shows that your child has changed his gender, right? This is something that's major going on in 2026, especially this month. The Supreme Court is going to take the case of trans athletes, and that's going to be the next topic of discussion that I have up. They're going to be taking the case on trans athletes, so this is the perfect segue into that.
And is socially transitioning at school. But you were never told. Sound shocking? Well, right now, as of this year, more than 21,000 schools across 33 states have policies that allow, and in one state requires, educators to keep this kind of information from parents and guardians.
Let's get the scriptures, right? So Dr. Phil says, you know, he's reporting that it requires that this type of information is withheld from the parents, right? I'm going to go to the book of Isaiah, chapter 29 and verse 15. And it reads, "Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from the Most High." So when we look at that section, right? Because remember, you know, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, right? It says, "Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from the Most High." Well, in a home, you have an order, right? That order is the Most High, Hamashiach Yahawashai, man, woman, and then child. That's the order. Let's get it real quick. This is the book of 1 Corinthians. Let me get that real quick. 1 Corinthians chapter 11. And I'm going to start at verse 3. But it says, "But I will have you know that the head of every man is Hamashiach Yahawashai, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Hamashiach Yahawashai is the Most High." So this is the order, right? Just so we can establish that. I'm going back to Isaiah again, chapter 29 and verse 15. "Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from the Most High." So in a man's home, right, he comes in the authority of that home because he comes under the authority of Hamashiach Yahawashai, who comes under the authority of the Most High. So that's the authority. That man is head and king over his home. He is the power over his own home, right? So it says, "Woe unto them that seek deep to hide their counsel from the Most High." So you're hiding what you're doing from the parents, who are the authority of the household. It says, "And their works are in the dark," because, you know, it's being reported that parents don't know this, that their children are changing genders. "And their works are in the dark, and they say, who seeth us?" Because the parents, they're kind of oblivious to this right here. It says, "Who seeth us, and who knoweth us?" The parents don't know what we're doing. You know, the parents don't know that we have put into place a change of gender to their own children. It says, "Surely your turning of things upside down shall be esteemed as the potter's clay," because this is turning things upside down, right? When you switch you switch roles, you switch genders, that's things being turned upside down. "Esteemed as the potter's clay, for shall the work say of him that made it," the work. We are the work. We are the clay, right? How are we going to say I was born in the wrong body, right? Who are we to say something like that? You should have made me a man, or you should have made me a woman. Who are we to say, you know, that the Most High has some type of imperfection? It says, "He made me not." He didn't make me what I wanted, what I feel like I am, a little girl. He didn't make me what I feel like I am, a little boy. It says, "Or shall the thing framed say of him that framed it, he had no understanding. So this is pretty much what they're saying, that the Most High didn't have no understanding when he created me, right? Let's play on. And other priests I want to jump into, you know, if you pull some precepts.
That's 12.36 million students operating under those policies. And if you're wondering, is that even legal? Well, courts across America are divided, leaving parents and teachers caught in the crossfire. Should schools have the right to keep parents in the dark? Tonight, a mother who says she was blindsided when she learned her child was living as a different gender at school, and the teachers and staff never gave her a clue, never said a word.
Let me pause it right there because I got to make sure I pause a lot on here, you know, so this video can continue, you know. But I remember back in the day, you know, because I kind of went to school in the 90s and everything, you know, middle and high school in the 90s. Kind of show my age there, but I remember, you know, you'll have Eve, right? Young Eve would go to school, you know, she would leave home, you know, dressed all modest, but when she gets to school, she changes over into that mini skirt. Now imagine that your child, he leaves home as a little boy, right? But then when he gets to school, he goes inside of the gender neutral bathroom and he transforms into a little girl. He changes into a little girl. He puts on his purse, puts on his nail polish. He does all that. Imagine that. So this video right here is showing parents that maybe you should start doing some surprise visits to your school, right? To see if little Sam has now become Samantha, right? And then when he comes home, he's little Sam again.
Not a peep. They did not tell her. Aurora, welcome. I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Well, tell me, how did you first learn that your daughter was living as a boy at school?
The world's first titanium nonstick pan. It's going to blow your hair back. I'm Mike Pagale.
And he's ass boy. Bear with me. Bear with us. This is a much needed topic of discussion that we got to talk about. You know, if you're just joining, please go ahead and you know, like, share, subscribe, you know, put a comment in there, you know, tell your thoughts with how you feel about this whole thing right here. You know, if you have had experience with anything like this, you know, at your children's schools, you know, please share. Please share. Let me see. Let me pull this, take it down and pull it back up again. You know, because it's important that we circulate this information, right? It's so important that we circulate this information because people got, you know, nieces, nephews, grandchildren, sons, daughters, you know, that are still.
My daughter went ahead and told my mother, which my mother immediately told me. So that's how I learned. And when that happened, I reached out to the school and asked them what was going on there.
And what was the explanation you got? Were they open with you then, or were they still evasive? How did they respond?
Well, I got a phone call from the school counselor immediately, and she said that their policy is that they cannot tell me unless the student, which was my daughter, says it's okay for them to tell me. So that their policies did not allow them to let the parents know what was going on.
Okay. At that point, did they talk with you about it openly, or did they still stonewall you? What happened when you did talk to the counselor?
I just told her that wasn't sufficient for me, that why would they ever do something like that? They don't know my daughter.
Let me get a verse. This is the book of Psalms. This is the book of Psalms, chapter 94. In verse 20, to the point that she just made. Psalms chapter 94 and verse 20. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee? Well, iniquity is sin. It says, shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by a law? You know, so if I just run it back just a little bit, right? If I run it back just a little bit, what she said.
Immediately, and she said that their policy is that they cannot tell me unless the student, which was my daughter.
You see that? She said the policy says that the student, which is her daughter, that they're pretty much not required to share this information, right? This is what this woman said. This is what, I guess the woman's name is Aurora. She said this. She said that it's not their policy to share that information.
Says it's okay for them to tell me. So that their policies did not allow them to let the parents know what was going on.
Okay. At that point, did they talk with you about it openly, or did they still stonewall you? What happened when you did talk to the counselor?
I just told her that wasn't sufficient for me, that why would they ever do something like that? They don't know my daughter. She has never struggled throughout her life with her gender or sexuality. She had been going through a really hard time. Our family that earlier that year had quite a bit of trauma. My dad passed away unexpectedly, and then 6 months later.
Because a question out there to the audience: how many genders did the Most High create? Because this woman said that my daughter never struggled with her gender. So they pretty much what they did is create a problem, right? They created a situation because the woman said that her daughter never struggled with her gender at all. How many genders did the Most High create? Does anybody know? I'll give you a second. Does anybody know how many genders? Somebody put it inside the chat. How many genders did the Most High create? Did he create one gender? Did he create 72 genders? How many did he create? Because she said that my daughter never struggled with her gender before, right? This is the book of St. Matthew, chapter 19 and verse 4. And he answered and said unto them, have ye not read? When it says, have ye not read, that means the Old Testament, right? Because this is what Hamashiach Yahushua came when he walked the earth. He had the Old Testament. So it says, have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? So he created just two genders, male and female. He didn't create all these other types of genders out here, right?
I was fighting, I got diagnosed with breast cancer. And then she was also in the 5th grade only when this happened and was going through puberty at a very young age. So I think it was accumulation of a lot of different things going on in her mind at a very young age. And it was just a really hard time for her and our family. And she got this idea that she might be a boy because of, maybe some of this confusion over her sexuality, and wasn't really ready at that time to let me know what was going on, and confided in a school counselor. And so it was very alarming to me that she would.
Let me get a scripture, because she said that it was some type of confusion, right? Her daughter has some type of confusion on her gender. And remember, before, she never struggled with it until these thoughts were put inside of her mind, right? This is 1 Corinthians chapter 14 and verse 33. For the Most High is not the author of confusion. So the Most High didn't create this confusion right here. The school board created it through its policies, right? For the Most High is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all churches of the saints, right? So we understand that the Most High is not the author of this confusion.
Take the initiative to transition her without even consulting the family and letting us know what was going on at school with her.
But when you did talk to the counselor and you said, look, I know about this now. I've learned about this. I'm not in the dark about it. I've been told about it. So I do know. Did the counselor confirm what you had learned, or did she still say, I can't talk to you about it?
She did confirm that she is going by boy pronouns at school.
Start doing this with your dog. This 2-minute dog food trick is helping dogs live fuller, happier lives.
Yeah, see, these commercials keep on jamming up the signal on here, man. Bear with me. Y'all let us know your thoughts. What are your thoughts about this? What are y'all thoughts inside of the chat? Let us know your thoughts so far of the things that you're hearing right now in the chat. Right? Do you agree or do you disagree with this right here? Is this of the Most High, right? Is this the Most High showing love to everyone, allowing you to be what you want to be? Or is this against the Most High, right? The Bible teaches that this is against the Most High, right? Just trying to get this thing loaded back up. These commercials keep on throwing it off. Let me try to close it. Okay, here we go. Let me share my screen again. Here we go. Here we go.
She did confirm that she is going by boy pronouns at school. I went ahead and let her know that I didn't feel that that was acceptable, and I was going to reach out to the principal and also her school teacher to figure out why they would ever take that initiative to do something like that with a child that was so young without, consulting the family or even just giving it a little bit more time. Everything happened really fast. The teacher would not speak to me without the principal present. So I did get a phone call with the teacher and the principal, and I was told.
And what that's what I'm saying. We read Isaiah 29, right? How the parents are the authority of the household. They're the power of the household. Who are these principals, right, and teachers to come in between a conversation between a parent and their child right here? This right here, it really infuriates me, right? Because I'm a parent. Who is this principal? Who is these teachers? Who are these counselors to come in between a child and their parent, right?
Very rudely that this is their policy and there's nothing I can do about it.
Okay. And now, there was something about an arts and crafts course or program that you signed your daughter up for. And tell me about that. That actually constituted more than you thought it did.
It did. It was, like I said, my daughter and her family had been going through a really hard time, and she is absolutely beautiful. She loved to do art. She paints quite often. And so she reached out and said that there was a girls group that was going to be at school during lunch. And it was just a group of girls to, make friends and whatnot, and wanted me to sign, some sort of waiver so she could meet with this group of girls during lunchtime and do arts and crafts, which, knowing the trauma that our family had recently gone through, I thought that that would be absolutely wonderful. So I went ahead and did that. And during that time, it was led by the school counselor. And my daughter had, really kind of felt a connection with her, which I think is great because our family had been going through a lot, which I thought was great. But
and see, that's another thing. They caught her, like, the daughter at a real vulnerable state, and this is what Satan does. Satan will catch you when you're vulnerable, right? You lose a loved one, right? Family members. This is when you're at your weakest. You get a serious breakup. This is when Satan uses that to his advantage to win you over. This is when he seeks to shift you out when Satan catches you in your vulnerable position, your vulnerable state of mind.
That arts and crafts meeting during lunchtime ended up in one-on-one meetings with my daughter that I did not know about, and nobody reached out.
So you didn't know you were giving permission for her to go one-on-one with a school counselor?
No, not at all.
Okay. And if you had known that, would you have done that, or would you have talked about it with your daughter?
I would have looked into it and investigated a little bit further, like who this person was that was leading the meetings. And I never thought in a million years that the arts and crafts meeting during lunch would evolve into one-on-one meetings with my daughter without my knowledge. just because she was just so young. And I think that just opens a door for a lot of other problems if you don't know who that person is.
Yeah, you'd want to know something about the counselor, their orientation, their training.
That's right. Let me go to the book of Job, chapter 24, and verse 13. It reads, "They are of those that rebel against the light." You know, that's what the society does. This society rebels against the light. You know, the light is the truth, right? The truth is the laws, the statutes, the commandments, right? They rebel against the commandments. They rebel against the law. It says they are those that rebel against the light. They know not the ways thereof, nor abide in the paths thereof. Meaning they create their own agenda that's opposite, that's contrary to the Most High. Their own laws that are contrary against the Most High. You know, we read in the book of Psalms how they frameth iniquity by a law. So they create their own laws. Verse 14, "The murderer rising with the light killeth the poor and needy." So the murderer, right, will be these teachers, these counselors, this society right there, because this not just talking about in a physical sense, right, of unaliving you, but spiritually, right? Because this is a spiritual thing. They spiritually kill your potential and who you could be, right? You know, they spiritually kill your motivation. They make you feel like, you know, you're something that you're not. It says, "The murderer rising with the light killeth the poor and needy, and in the night is as a thief." Verse 15, "The eye also of the adulterer waiteth for the twilight, saying, No eye shall see me, and disguiseth his face." Verse 16, "In the dark they dig through houses." You see that? In the dark they dig through houses, because you send your child off to school, right? And now your child, you know, the most important thing that a parent can have, the most valuable thing a parent can have is their child. It's not their car, right? It's not their home. It's your children, right? When you have children, you come to understand that. That should be your most valuable thing that you have is your child, because your children are the future. Your children is the children, you know, when you read inside of the Old Testament, right, about who made it to the promised land, it was the young generation that made it, right? So your children are the most valuable thing that you can possess. So you have to teach your children the right way. Train up your child in the way that they should go, right? And shalom for those that are just coming in. It says, "In the dark they dig through houses which they had marked for themselves in the daytime. They know not the light." And each and every one of those that are listening to this live, who may watch the playback, best believe your house is already marked, right? Yes, we are currently live right now. We are currently live. Yeah, we are currently live right now. Yeah, you can share it. You can share it if you want to. That's fine. All praise to the Most High. It says, "In the dark they dig through houses which they had marked for themselves in the daytime. They know not the light." These counselors, these teachers, these pastors, they don't know the law, statutes, and commandments, because that's the light right there. "For the morning is to them even as the shadow of death. If one know them, they are in the terrors of the shadow of death," right? And that's what we're living in right now, the terrors of the shadow of death, because this is the deaf society right here, a deaf society.
Gaining their competencies, that sort of thing.
The worst state to live in right now is California, and
Yeah,
nobody's talking about it.
Y'all hear that? That's in the spirit right there, that commercial. The worst state to live in is California. That's in the spirit right there. And that's where we are at right now in California. You know, it's a rainy day right now in Hollywood, so, you know, we're online right now. We're online. But yeah, we would definitely like to hear y'all comments in the chat. You know, we got other topics that we're gonna be talking about today. We play on.
Correct.
Okay, and what about the teacher? Did this start with the teacher or did it start with the counselor?
It started with the counselor. And then to my knowledge, he reached out to the teacher, told the teacher, this is how we're going to handle it. This is really what the policy was or is currently now. And so, at the time I was, extremely frustrated with the counselor, but looking back, and now it's been a couple years since this happened. This happened in 2022, 2021-22 school year. This is a lot bigger than what happened with my daughter and the counselor. These schools are being told this is how to handle situations like this. And they're probably even were told at that time that it was law, because that's what was told to me by several administrators, that this is the law and this is how we're supposed to, treat these situations.
Yeah. Let me get a precept right. This is St. John chapter 3 and verse 20. And please like, share, and subscribe. We got 115 people viewing right now. Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel so we can get this information out. St. John chapter 3 and verse 20. For everyone that doeth evil hateth the light, meaning they hate the law, they hate the statutes, they hate the commandments. It says, neither cometh to the light, lest his deeds should be reproved, meaning corrected, lest he shall be corrected. Nobody wants to be corrected. Why? Because this is a proud, prideful society, right?
Now, Aurora says her daughter lived as a boy for 8 weeks before she found out. And we're going to hear more about that right after the break. Hey, Dr. Phil here. Your savings are at risk. With the economy on shaky ground, the dollar...
These commercials.
As an educator, it's my responsibility to be observant of my students. When a student changes their pronouns and changes their names, there is a possibility of something going on. We need to take note of that and not keep secrets, because it feels like we're keeping secrets from parents.
Aurora thought she signed a permission slip to allow her daughter to make friends and do arts and crafts. Instead, she alleges a school counselor encouraged and helped her daughter to live a double life. Obviously not something she was comfortable with, which is why we're talking tonight. This has been how long since this took place, Aurora? You say about 2 years?
Yeah, we filed the lawsuit in January of 2023, but she was transitioned in 2022 when she was just 11 years old in 5th grade.
And how is she living now? What is her gender identity now?
She refers to as a female, and it was a really hard time for her.
All praises to the Most High. The sister she refers to herself, well, I'm not sure if she's a sister, but the young lady refers to herself as a female, because this school literally tried to brain pollute this young child, right? Into thinking something that she's not. The mother said that my daughter never had a problem with her gender at all, right? Until this stuff was implanted. This is the book of Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 8. My son, hear the instruction of thy father and forsake not the law of thy mother. What the parents say is what goes. The instructions of the parents is what goes, because those parents, they played the authority figure of the Most High inside of their home right there. Not the teachers, not your guidance counselors, right? It's the parents.
Her, and she was very confused. And looking back at it, it's just, it's devastating that these policies are in place that would allow any sort of individual at our schools to just hide something as important as sexualities from families, because we're the biggest support system for them. And it was a really hard time for her. It didn't make things better, didn't make her feel better once she did it. It actually made things worse. She was isolated not only from her family, but even more so from, friends at school, because they didn't understand what was going on. So she was eating lunch by herself in, the library. And it was just hard, very hard.
Have you been apprised of the arguments that those who support keeping this from parents make? did they tell you why they support keeping this from parents? And what did they say?
So the argument is that kids have privacy rights, that they have a right to privacy.
To a certain degree, right? To a certain extent. You know, this is why they're minor. They're considered minors, right? Because they can't make choices and decisions on their own, right? This is why they're considered minors. A child has a privacy right to a certain extent, but best believe inside of my home, my children are not going to have no locked doors and some the secrets that they're withholding, right? This is the book of Galatians chapter 4 and verse 1, and it reads, "Now I say that the heir, as long as he is a child, differeth nothing from a servant, though he be power of all, but is under tutors and governors." In this context right here, dealing with this video, the tutors and governors will be who? The teachers and the principals, until the time appointed of the father. Meaning they're under the authority of the teachers, the principals, till the time appointed, meaning while they're at school, right? But when they come home, they are under the authority of their parents, right? The parents are supposed to train up that child in the way that they should go. So when they go off to the school, they can say, hey, you know what? That's not the right thing to do. I should not be wanting to change my gender, right? I should not be wanting to change my pronoun, right? There's 72 different pronouns. That is crazy to me, right? 72 different pronouns. You got cisgender, agender, gender fluid, which sounds disgusting to me. Gender fluid, that sounds something like a bad case of something, right? You got all these different genders right here. When we read in the scripture that there was only 2 genders that was created, male and female. That's it, right? So to the time appointed, meaning when they come home, right, your child is supposed to tell you, hey, this happened at school today, Dad. This happened at school today, Mom. But how can they, when the child has been instructed and pretty much coerced to keep secrets from their parents, right? When your child comes home from school, they say, you know what? Today at school, I learned this, I learned that. And we have to get back to that, right? Back to how it used to be when you sit at the dinner table, with your family, and you ask how was your day and stuff like that. We have gotten too much involved in devices and everything. Click here, swipe here, scroll up and down, when we don't even know who each other is anymore. We all live in the same household, but you don't know who each other is anymore. You don't know who your wife is anymore, right? You don't know who your children are anymore. Y'all just live under the same roof. Y'all dwell under the same roof, right? We have to get back to values, right? Morals, right? Because none of this stuff is going to be inside of the kingdom of heaven at all. None of it's going to be there. You have something you want to add, Priest Othawan?
Qam Yasharahla, everyone. All praises to the Most High, Qam Yasharahla. I have a lot of information pertaining to this to look at where we at now, and it goes all the way back to the early 2000s. As far as their agenda, what they presented. But I'm gonna read Colossians 3 and 5. It says, "Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth, fornication, uncleanness, inordinate affection." That's what this is. Evil concupiscences. That's what this is. And covetousness, which is idolatry. And everything is set up with America and all these worlds trying to be as America, which is Babylon the Great. They're set up against the Most High. And what the Most High said we're supposed to be doing, and everybody's going to have to do it eventually, follow his law, statutes, commandments. Everything's against him. That's what you're looking at, with the devil ruling in the kingdoms of men. And he's setting up everything that will be against the Most High. And when you understand that, you can see all these movements, everything that they're dealing with is always against the Most High's laws. Because Leviticus 20 and 13 says what? We got to go to what he said to see whether or not you compare it to what the Most High has said to what they're doing. and then you get understanding. But see, they're taught that they're not under the law. So remember, we went into the Negro slave Bible for us, and the laws were taken out. Wasn't no laws hardly in it. You would never notice. So therefore, when we bring it out, then what's the synopsis? They're not gonna like it because of the fact of they're not taught the laws, and they want to have their agenda. Like this is you can't really say certain things, I guess, on social media now, but I'm gonna say HS. And that's how we're gonna deal with that urban legend. That's what this says. It said for decades, HS activists have claimed that their same-sex attractions are inborn, genetic, and unchangeable. Now, transgender activists and their HS allies are beginning to claim that sexual orientation is fluid. So which is it? You see? A strange thing is occurring within the HS movement. In the early years of HS activism, HS cis referred to their same-sex desires as sexual preferences, but soon rejected this term because it indicated that choice might be involved in their deviant sexual behaviors. The preferred term for decades has been sexual orientation because it conveys the impression that being a HS is morally neutral, inborn, and unchangeable. In 1979, you see, we're going all the way back to 1979, several HS groups worked with federal legislators on passage of a pro-HS bill in Congress. They insisted that the old term affectual or sexual preference has been changed to affectional or sexual orientation. The reason for this is that it was felt orientation best expresses the nature of human sexuality, while preference raises the possibility that we believe that sexuality is a matter of choice. Ruda and Scorch, Gays, AIDS, and Youth. The Devon Adair Company, Old Greenwich, Connecticut, 1987, pages 70 to 71. The HS movement has gained immense political power by claiming that HSs are born gay and that it is harmful to try to change them. The University of Washington's HS lobbying group, Gay by Les Trans Commission, for example, makes this claim on its website. HST is not a choice anymore than being left-handed or having blue eyes or being heterosexual is a choice. It is an orientation, part of who you are. The choice is in deciding how to live your life. The National Education Association and the American Psychological Association have helped perpetuate the born gay myth through its pamphlet, Just the Facts, which was sent to every school superintendent in the country. Just the Facts claims that sexual orientation is one component of a person's identity, which is made up of many other components, such as culture, ethnicity, gender, and personal traits. The author of this NEA/APA pamphlet then goes on to promote homosexuality, HS, as normal and attacks any attempts by ministers or ministries or psychological groups like the National Association for Research and Therapy of HS, is NARTH, from helping individuals become free of free of same-sex attractions. So there's a lot to read as we go through this information. But Leviticus 20:13 says, if a man also lie with mankind, as he lied with a woman, meaning two men lying down together, both of them have committed an abomination. It's a sin. It's a filthy, wicked act. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood should be upon them. So that's what the Most High ordained for us as the Israelites to follow, because the other nations were doing these things. And here we are now in 2025. This goes all the way back to 1987.
2026.
Excuse me, 2026. Yeah, okay. Esau's worlds. I'm still waiting till ours to come. That's why I said 25, because ours is in the spring. But nevertheless, you see, for a man and a man to lie together is wrong. And also, women and women. And these are the things that I remember when this law was passed in California about same-sex, and children going to school, and the teachers were forbidden to tell the parents just what you're going over, what you're seeing right now. I remember when it came out years ago, the teachers were against the law for them to even deal with telling the parents and so forth. So they come to school as a boy, and when they get there, they change up and they be a girl, and nothing they could do about it, because that's the law that was passed in California. So in Romans 1, the first chapter, and verse 25 says, we heard the law. It said, who changed the truth of the Most High into a lie? And that's what they have done. The truth of the Most High is what? Psalm 119, 142. That righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and that law is the truth. So the law, just read the law. The law says a man should not lie with a man. But here you're going to see that, because you're going to say, well, that's the men. Well, here you're going to see that he's going to involve the women also. He said, who changed the truth of the Most High into a lie? And worship and serve the creature more than the creator. The creature is the system that they following. That's contrary to the laws of the Most High, who is blessed forever. What it's called, the Most High gave them up unto vile affection. That's a vile affection. For even their women, here we go with the women. We just read about the men. Even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature, meaning a woman with a man instead of women with women. And likewise, also the men, that it clearly is talking about women with women and men with men here. And likewise, also the men leaving the natural use of the woman, burning their lust one toward another, right here in the New Testament. Because they like to say, oh, you going to the Old Testament, because they've been taught they're not under the law. But it's saying men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error, which is meet, which is right. You see? So women with women, men with men, that's against nature. That's against the Most High's laws, statutes, commandments. He made Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve and Eve and evil. Matter of fact, you wouldn't even be here. Nobody would be here if their mother lay with another woman and their daddy laid with another man. Wouldn't be here. Wouldn't even exist. So yeah, go ahead. We can continue on.
Okay. Come on.
See, and they shouldn't have to tell, not even their family, until they're ready to tell their family about any sort of sexuality orientation.
Ladies over 50, that fancy electric toothbrush that you have, it might actually be aging you.
Because I've talked to both sides of this argument, and those on the side for protecting the student privacy, as you say, is that they say that student safety comes first, and that forced outing can lead to real harm, that 20 to 45% of homeless youth in the United States identify as LGBTQ plus, and that the majority of those cite family rejection as the cause. And so the Trevor Project in 2023 looked at 28,000 plus LGBTQ plus youth surveyed and said 66%.
You know, and he said it cites family rejection. Let me go to the book of Psalms chapter 1 and verse 1, because this is something that should be rejected, right? And it reads, "Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly," or the unrighteous, right? "Nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful." Right? So this should be rejected by the parents. We go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 30 and verse 1. "He that loveth his son," this also applies to your daughter as well. "He that loveth his son causes him oft to feel the rod," meaning correction, right? "That he may have joy of him in the end. He that chastiseth his son," or his daughter, right, "shall have joy in him, and shall rejoice of him among his acquaintances," meaning that you can now talk about your children, right? You can tell your friends, relatives and family, like, yeah, my son, my daughter, they're doing great in life. They have a great career. They got a family. They got this, that, and the third, right? But it's very shameful to tell your friends, your family, that your son has now transitioned into a woman, or your daughter has now transitioned into a man, right? It says, "He that chastiseth his son," meaning correcting that behavior on the spot, training your child up in the way that they should go. "He that chastiseth his son shall have joy in him, and shall rejoice of him among his acquaintances. He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy." So when you teach your child, you're grieving the enemy, because your child, right, does not become a product now of society. They don't become a product of the prison system. They don't become a product of having a house in Virginia, HIV, and having to get a whole bunch of medication and stuff like that, right? They don't become a product of all the things that occur when you fall into that type of lifestyle. When you fall into, we'll call it the gomotexual lifestyle, right? When you fall into that gomotexual lifestyle, right? Because, we want to make sure that, they don't, they pull down the video, right? Because we're bringing out a lot of information here today. It says, "He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him."
Reported anxiety, approximately half reported depression, and less than half described their home as affirming, and that parental rejection was linked to worse identity development and health outcomes. So I think they use those statistics. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying they use those statistics to say they can't trust parents to be a safe space for a child that is transitioning or coming out, and that they feel that school is the safe space. What do you say to that?
Well, honestly, it is a really hard situation. I mean, even after everything happened with my daughter, she was very delicate. And, I do have, a place in my heart for every single child that is going through any sort of issues concerning their sexuality. I just don't believe that automatically excluding parents without any sort of investigation is the right direction to go, just because it is so hard. And it doesn't mean necessarily like, you have to call the parent, immediately when a child says, "Hey, I feel like, I'm the opposite sex." I believe that as soon as they want to affirm it, there should be some investigations and parents should be notified, because my situation specifically, it was very damaging to my daughter. Very, very damaging. They did
but yet, so this mother right here just said that her situation was very damaging to her daughter, but yet the report that Dr. Phil was reading is that the parent cannot be a safe space. So it looks like the people that aren't the safe space is the school right there. The burden falls on them, right? This is the book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14 and verse 26. Actually, I'm gonna start at verse 23. Actually, this is Wisdom of Solomon 14 and verse 23. For whilst they slew their children in sacrifices. This is a sacrifice right here, right? When your child changes their gender, this is your child being sacrificed unto Baal, right? That's what your child is being sacrificed unto, which means Lord. Your child is being sacrificed, right? We spell these things out because we aren't supposed to mention these names of these other gods, these other deities. We can't let them come out of our mouth, right? So when you see Lord, just know that Satan wants to be the most high, right? So when you back to the scripture, it says, for whilst they slew their children in sacrifices. When you give your child up to the system, you are sacrificing your child over to the school system right there, because you're not spending that time with them. So their time is now, that child is now being sacrificed over to whatever the school curriculum is. For whilst they slew their children in sacrifices are used secret ceremonies, because this whole video is called what? When schools keep secrets. It says, are used secret ceremonies, are made revelings of strange rites. They kept neither lives nor marriages any longer undefiled, but either one slew another treacherously or grieved him by adultery, so that there reigned in all men without exception blood, manslaughter, theft, and dissimulation, corruption, unfaithfulness, tumults, perjury. All right, listen carefully to this right here, verse 26. Disquieting of good men, forgetful of good turns, defiling of souls. That's the first part I wanted to touch on. Defiling of souls. The woman at the beginning of this video, she said that her child was okay from the get-go. From the beginning, her child was fine, but her attitude changed somewhere down the line, right? Where she felt that she was she wanted to change her identity, who she is. It defiled her soul, it depleted her soul. It says the quieting of good men, forgetfulness of good terms, defiling of souls, changing of kind. This is what the school wants to do to your child. They want to change their gender, changing of kind, making you confused. Disorder in marriages, adultery, and shameless uncleanliness. For the worshiping of idols not to be named is the beginning, the cause, and the end of all evil, right? Just play on.
And to understand what she was really going through, there was no investigations of why she was feeling that. They didn't even know her long enough to know, like, if she had felt like this for years or if it's something that just has happened within the last few months. And so, unfortunately, I know that there may be some families that wouldn't be accepting, but it didn't really matter to me whether she was.
You want to say something, Elder?
Look at how the children today have this power that they feel they have over the parents behind what the school is doing. And when they go to school, they train, you know, if they do certain things, you can call the police, you can divorce them. All these things are put in play. But Proverbs 22:6 says, train up a child in the way he should go. And when he is old, he will not depart from it. So the parent's job, it makes it harder when you look at you sending your child to school as a boy. He gets to school and he turns into a girl, and everybody got to accept it. Or you send your child to school as a girl, she becomes a boy, and it's the law that they have to accept it. So it makes it hard when you send your child to school and it comes home, you got to reprogram them. every day you got to reprogram. It's a more, you know, of a job for the parents, because even if you follow what the scripture says, okay, verse 15 of Proverbs 22 says, it says, foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. Foolishness is bound in the mind of a child, but the rod of correction shall drive it far from him. So even if you discipline your child, as the Most High says, he goes back to school or she goes back to school and she's dealing with the same agenda. Right. It's like confusion. Am I right or am I wrong? Who is right? The school system or the parents? And they make it, they spend a lot of time in school and being programmed to be as they would have them to be, and be against the parents who's going against how they could be at school. And believe me, it's ones that's like that, that's trying to deal with those that's a weak spirit. A child has a weak spirit to turn them out. It's a real, that's what it says, a vile affection. And so you finding that the children are going to school, and some of them might not even want to be that way, but they're being made that way behind even children, their peers that's like that, or they trying to say they are that, and they take an example of them. They're looking at themselves, well, am I or am I not? You understand? And at the same time, they're going to coming home, and the parents don't know anything about what's happening in school, because that's against the law for them to tell them that this boy is a girl in school. Have a different name. I remember there was a case scenario where they went to open house, and the teacher slipped up and called the boy, I think it was a boy, called him by his female name. And the parents were like, what are you talking about? That's not my son. She was like, whoops, she messed up, because they're not supposed to tell that. But that's where we at, you know, in this world. To tell you what, in Revelations 11 and 8, people better wake up, especially here. This is not all over the world. Some countries ain't going for that. That's why they said, hey, Revelation 11 and 8, and their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, talking about America, which spiritually is called Sodom. That's why you see the things that they're talking about now, and Egypt. Because we here in captivity, slavery, bondage, the 12 tribes of Israel, where also our Hamashiach Yahushua was crucified. Because what do they show all the time? I mean, nobody's going against this. They're not going against this. They're not going against this. This is where he's crucified, mainly here in America. Because you see people that's from other countries, they realize that Hamashiach Yahushua is not, you know, Caesar Borgia, the second son of Pope Alexander VI. But the main thing here, you look at America is Sodom. And what they do in Sodom? They had all these things that you see here, and then some here in America. Because, you know, it tells you that it's worse than it ever been in these last days. Well, you can continue on.
Okay. And just to add on to that point right there, I'm gonna pull up Deuteronomy 22 and verse 5. And it says, the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man. I want to kind of look at that word pertaineth, because that's also a spiritual, has a spiritual relevance as well, right? It's not just also just talking about clothing, but anything that pertains to the opposite sex, meaning their spirit. Now you got young boys, you know, switching, sashaying, you know, doing all types of mannerism that pertains to what women do, right? So it goes deeper when you look at it spiritually. It says the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, meaning you shouldn't have no big bull dagger dyke, right? Acting like a man. And what's so crazy about that is when you look at a lot of these bull daggers and stuff like that, they act more niggerish than the average nigga does, right? They sag their pants real low, do-rag on their head and stuff like that, and just be just all out, just repulsive. It says the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, going into the behavior as well. Neither shall a man put on a woman's garments. And then you get women or men that act more feminine than actual women acts like. These are things that also pertain to each other's sex. So it goes a lot deeper. I know we read that verse right there and we saying, you know, you shouldn't be wearing a dress, right? Or you should be wearing a dress and you shouldn't be wearing a dress. But look at that spiritually as well. Anything that pertains to the opposite sex, you shouldn't be doing, right? Men should be focused off of XY chromosome and be producing testosterone, and women should be focused off of X chromosomes, right? Making them a woman, right? Estrogen and everything like that. It says, shall a man put on a woman's garment? For all that do so are abomination unto the Most High thy power. Meaning, if you are doing what the opposite sex does, it means you are an abomination. And no abomination is going to make it into the kingdom of heaven, right? Unless you repent.
As a trans child or a girl or a boy or whatever, I'm going to love her no matter what. And I want to be there for her. And they automatically excluded me from something that was really extremely important to, her and her development. And it actually made things worse.
This is the real me. And
this is an AI replacement. The background is real.
The AI character is.
We got some buffer in here. Bear with me. Let me close and open this back up again. Bear with me. If you're just joining in, we got various topics we're going to be talking about today. We online today. Typically, we're out on the streets of Hollywood. Maybe most I will next week. We'll be back out there again. But the weather's kind of crazy out here. Has been kind of crazy in Southern California these last few days. Let me get this thing back up and running again. But yeah, let us know what y'all think. Let us know what y'all think in the comments, right? Let us know what y'all think.
Something from you, obviously, which it is not a solid family dynamic. When did you decide to file a claim?
Well, I actually, didn't really want to go down this road at all. I just wanted to make sure that this didn't happen to another family, that I just felt like the steps that were taken to transition her and the way that it was done was so damaging and innately wrong, that I just wanted to have them change their course of action and how they handled really serious issues like this. And every step of the way, working my way up through the district, I just felt like I was bullied. Felt like the door was slammed in my face, and it was really hard. I mean, I got to a point where we had gotten through the summer with my daughter, and I had told her, I'm going to love you no matter what. Let's just give this time, in 6 months. If you still feel like this, let's move forward. No matter what you want to do, I'm going
to. She's talking about how she'll love her daughter no matter what. Let's get a scripture on that. Right, because you can't love your child if and what she's talking about, I understand, she's talking about like an agape love, right? But you have to understand what love is, right? And this is how you have to love your child. Let's go to the book of, let me see. I'm gonna go to Romans. I think it's Romans 13. Let me see. I think it's Romans 13 and 10. So this is Romans 13 and 10. Love worketh no ill to his neighbor. Therefore, love is the fulfilling of the law, right? This is what love is, doing the law, right? That's what love is. Love is the keeping of the laws. And this is what you have to train up your child, in the way they should go. Teach them to love to keep the law. Teach your child to love to do what's right.
To be here for you. And after the summer, she was like, she had started identifying as a girl again. And she was looking back, and she just felt like it was innately wrong as well. And she said, Mom, I don't want this to happen to another child. So I pursued working my way up through the district, and I met with our superintendent. And it was another, door slammed in my face. And I just felt like they wanted me to go away. And they just told me that this is the policy and there's nothing I can do about it. And that's just the way it is. And so I just felt like I needed to let families know what was going on at school. Because I grew up in this small town in California, Northern California, which is Chico. And I grew up here. I went to school here. And you could have never told me that this was happening in our schools. You could have never told me. I'm just a regular mom. I take my kids to soccer, different.
This is 1 John chapter 5 and verse 3. For this is the love of the Most High, that we keep his commandments, and his commandments are not grievous. I mean, it's not a hard thing to do. It's not a hard thing to do things that pertain to your gender, right? It's not a hard thing to do.
Sports, swimming, I'm very involved, and I would have never thought in a million years that this was going on.
Yeah, I get it. All right, coming up, Aurora's attorney is here, and he'll explain why this case is not just important for their family, but for every family in America.
PSA, you might have wavy hair and don't even know it. Prose's
A little bit
4-step
more in the
wavy hair
video, then I'm gonna,
routine customized for your hair
video. Right. Important topics. Let me see. Oh man, every time a commercial comes on, here we go. Let's play this.
You've heard me talk about Jace Medical. If not, listen up, because they're doing incredible work in
This law is not only unconstitutional, but it is deeply immoral.
See, even Esau against Esau is fed up with it, right?
Don't wait. Order today. Visit jace.com and use code PHIL at checkout for a special discount. That's JASE.com, code PHIL.
Parents living in America do have rights as citizens not to be martyrs or sheep led to the slaughter. That means doing exactly as parents have done in Chino Hills in suing the California government. This law is not only unconstitutional, but it is deeply immoral.
We're back with Aurora, whose daughter, who we're calling AS, was helped to transition from a girl to a boy in the 5th grade without anyone from the school contacting her. Now, joining us is Josh Dixon, Aurora's attorney, and the director of litigation from the Center for American Liberty. Josh, appreciate your being here. You say this case is a fundamental game changer for how parents communicate with schools. Tell me what you mean.
Yeah, so parents have the right to direct and control their children's upbringing and education. And part of what that right includes is the right to consent and to be involved when significant decisions are made in the lives of their children. And that right was violated here. The decision whether to undergo a social transition is a significant decision in the life of the child, and it's a decision that parents have to be involved in. The decision here was a decision that was made by the school to honor the child's assertion of the transgender identity, and that is a parental decision. And so because the school made the choice on its own to honor the child's assertion of the transgender identity, then the school stepped into the parental role and made that decision for the child when the parent should be the one making the decision. I think it's important for us to point out that we're not arguing that anytime a child comes to a school official and says, I think I may be trans, I think I may be gay, I think I may be whatever, we're not contending that that knowledge alone triggers the parental right. Schools don't have an obligation in that fact situation to tell the parents. We think that would be good policy, but we're not contending that violates the Constitution. What violates the Constitution is when the school makes the decision to honor the child's identity, which is what's happening here. It's not just happening in California.
Gotta make sure I pause it in between so the algorithm doesn't take down the video. But this is Ecclesiasticus chapter 37, right off of what he's saying. Ecclesiasticus chapter 37, and let me see, I think it's verse 7. I'm gonna start at. It says, every counselor extolleth counsel, right? And the counselors in this case right here will be the school, the teachers, the school district. But there is some that counseleth for himself. These teachers, these principals, this school district, they're doing this for their own purposes. And the purpose is all in the end is money, right? It's all about that LGBTQ agenda, right? Things like transgender story time. What does that have to do with it? What does a transgender telling a story to a child have to do with making that child a better person at all, right? Giving morals to that child. How's that child going to excel in life because a transgender read them a story? So they're doing these things to they're counseling in a way for their own selves, for their own purposes. Verse 8, it says, beware of a counselor. So beware of these teachers, beware of the school districts, right? Beware of a counselor and know before what need he have. So this is why you should know your children's teachers. You should have a relationship with your children's teacher. You should be asking for, progress reports, right? You should be checking in, going down to that school, checking in on your child, see what's going on. It says, for he will counsel for himself, lest he cast the lot upon thee, right? Because they're now making your child now becomes your enemy, is what it's going into. Your child now he goes against you in your own house. Now you have turmoil in your own house, and you got parents just don't understand, right? You got your child saying, I hate you, mom, go to hell. You don't let me do what I want to do. They're saying things of this nature right here because the school has now overthrown your authority.
Yeah, as you mentioned at the outset, it's happening in schools all across the country. So this case is extremely important, not only for Aurora, it's important for every case, or every parent, I should say, in California. Almost every school in California has adopted this policy or a similar policy to the one that's at issue here. And then, like I said, the details may vary from state to state, but these types of policies are in place nationwide.
Right. And, teachers are saying they don't want to be forced in outing a child. And I think that's just kind of a slang term, but I think there's a difference between outing a child publicly and consulting with the parent about a child. It seems to me that it's the reverse. They are outing the child at school and not outing the child with their parents. It seems like it's the reverse to me. They're going public with this at school, but yet hiding it from the parent. I don't get the argument. It seems like the reverse of what they're arguing, whether you support or don't support the LGBTQ community. Their argument seems backwards to me. I don't understand the argument. Aren't they the ones that are outing the child by having them assume the other gender identity rather than the opposite?
I think your instinct and your tuition there is exactly right. I mean, what the schools are arguing is that children who could be as young as 5 years old, by the way, have a privacy right against their parents to keep their social transition secret from their parents. Yet the social transition, by definition, is social. It is occurring throughout the school environment. And so everyone at school knows that the child is undergoing this transition. So what we're saying is that teachers, janitors, other classmates, everyone in the school environment knows. Yet the only people who can't are the very people who are closest to the children, which it turns the Constitution on its head. The essence of a privacy right is that it is, in some definition, in some measure, private. Well, this is not private. This is social. And so your instinct is exactly right, and it completely undermines the state's counter arguments.
Look,
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all, big tech right now is run by a bunch of...
We have some parents in...
Let's get some precepts in. I'm gonna go to Proverbs chapter 28, right? So he's talking about secrets, right? Keeping secrets, right? 5-year-olds keeping secrets from their parents, which is crazy. Proverbs 28 and let me see, what is it? Verse 13. He that covereth his sins shall not prosper. That's keeping secrets, trying to hide things, right? You're not going to prosper. You can't tell your child he can. It's okay for them to be a different sex, right? You're not going to prosper me in the end. On a bigger scheme, you're not going to be in the kingdom of heaven. It says, he that covereth his sins shall not prosper, but whoso confesseth and forsake them shall have mercy. So you have to confess your sins and forsake them, meaning don't go back unto them again, right? This is why, if you're in this type of lifestyle, this LGBTQ community, you have an opportunity to repent and leave that lifestyle alone, right? Let me see. I'm going to go to the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12. I'm just going to get a few more on this, then we can move on to the next video. Ecclesiastes 12 and 14. For the Most High shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, right? And this is a secret thing right here, to keep something like this from your parents, whether it be good or whether it be evil, right? So there's no hiding anything from the Most High, right? You had anything else you want to bring out on this video, Elder Priest Taiwan?
Yeah.
I'm gonna move on to the next one.
God, I'm looking for concerning how they did this in the schools. This is all pre-planned. This is nothing that's just, this is nothing just happening off the bat. They plan things years and years before, the average person see it materialize,
Right.
Let me read this. It says, here comes sexual continuum concept. It says, after decades of claiming that HS, which I know what that means, is inborn and unchangeable, HS activists who are allied with the growing transgender movement are now beginning to assert that sexual orientation is fluid and that one can become whatever he or she wants to be along a sexual continuum. The sexual continuum concept is not new. Sex researchers Alfred Kinsey invented what is known as the Kinsey scale, that places heterosexuality on one end of a 7-point scale and homosexuality on the other end. And between are varying degrees of either HS or heterosexual behaviors. Bisexuality is in the middle and was considered by Kinsey to be the ideal. Kinsey believed that all sexual behaviors were normal, even bestiality. Kinsley co-authored Wardell Pomeroy, for example, described the possibility that boys could have a loving relationship with farm animals in his 1981 book, Boys and Sex. Some boys, says Pomeroy, build a strong emotional attachment to a particular animal, a loving sexual relationship with an animal. That's bestiality. Kinsey's sexual continuum scale is ideally suited to the transgender movement, which claims that maleness and femaleness are simply social constructions, not genetic realities. Gender pact, for example, has created a whole new vocabulary to blur the distinction between male and female. In its outline, glossy of terms, Gender Pact defines gender as the way we perceive things to be masculine or feminine. Gender Pact also defines gender expression as things like clothing and behavior that manifest a person's fundamental sense of themselves, or masculine or feminine, male or female. It then defines gender identity as an individual's fundamental sense of themselves as masculine or feminine and male or female. Gender Pact has successfully redefined what it means to be male or female by describing gender as simply a perception or a feeling, not only in gender relegated to a person's opinion about himself. All anyone who disagrees with this view is guilty of gender phobia. Gender Pact leader Ricky Wilson's a male to female transgender compares gender phobia with the non-existent condition called homophobia. In a press release issued on the 4th month, the 17th day, 2003. You see this going all the way back, like I said, almost 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, 23 years ago. He notes that Gender Pact has joined forces with the HS group Human Rights Campaign in order to fight for federal laws to protect gender expression and gender identity in the workplace, according to Wilson's. And now we know it's in the schools. Homophobia comes from the same hateful place as gender phobia. Transgenderism is considered a sexual orientation, just like HS, and transgender activists are working to gain protected minority status under hate crimes laws and laws ostensible designed to protect minorities from discrimination. You know, I want to say that how they took the HS movement and they combined it with civil rights. Well, we went through as a people in civil rights, like they had the same rights as we had in going through our civil rights movement in the 60s and so forth. You know, jumping on that bandwagon, and with that, you know, they haven't went through what we went through as a people to even compare themselves to what we had to go through. And if you ain't old enough to know how it was when prejudice existed, then you don't even understand what I'm saying. You can't read about it, you got to live it. Like whatever you living now, you know it's a fact. And when you live through that and you see how, you know, you were discriminated against in every way, shape, and form, and hated in every way, shape, or form, then you know for a fact that these things were already perpetrated long before you look at what's happening now. Like whatever's going to happen in the future, they have something planned right now for the future that they're working on. That's why I'm going all the way back to, shoot, it was 1987. You know, this 2003. And they always had an agenda, you know, to be able to try and bring this forth because the Bible is true. This would have to be spiritual Sodom. America it has to be spiritual Sodom. So all the things that, you know, you see happening here, starting with the schools, you program the children of how to be numb to it. And what you think? They're going to grow up to be numb to it. It's just going to be something that's going to be accepted. That's why it's a hard job for those that have children. When they come home to try, you have to program them not to deal with the way they've been programmed in school. But most I said in Isaiah 1:9, he says, except the most high power of hosts, most high power of angels, army of angels, had left unto us a very small remnant. You hear that? A very small remnant. He had left a very small remnant. We should have been as Sodom, and we should have been like Gomorrah. That's why we have to, you know, expose these things that's going on as far as our children, because the children are the future. In the future, is the future going to be all against the Most High's law, statutes, commandments? That's why it says he leave but a very small remnant. It's not for everyone, because people accept that, and they become numb to it because of the fact of this the normal life that they live in as children. You train up the children the way they should be. Like you have the Zionists they're the ones that bring forth the curriculum in a lot of countries, not only America, a lot of countries. And they set the curriculum up so that they are numb to this. And that's what you see in here all throughout this. They complain about, hey, this ain't nothing new. This is not new. This has been for years here in California. It's nothing new. So yeah, it's about, retraining the mind. But it's pretty much like he said, he leave a small remnant. Hey, what we gonna do? That's why it's only a few that he's looking at to bring out of this madness of the way the system is to make it to the kingdom, because they're not gonna make it to the kingdom. Tell you in Revelation 14:12, the last book of the Bible. It say, here is the patience of the saints who are the 12 tribes of Israel. Here are they that keep the commandments of the Most High and the faith of a Mashiach Yahushua. He wasn't down with no man with man and women with women. Where's that in the Bible? Did you see the apostles, the prophets, and all of them was down with that type of behavior? When we just read about the law, that's against the law. And they training them how to be against the Most High. That's what it all comes down to. Everybody's been trained to be against the Most High. Rules and regulations, I know what that means. His law, statutes, commandments. So if you're going to make it to the kingdom, then they're going to have to change all of that behavior. It's like, it's real, like I said, I read earlier, it's a vile affection. And even with Romans, we can continue in Romans. Well, it's very important that you see all these characteristics that they possess that's against the Most High, whether anybody like it or not. That's what the word says, and it creates all these spirits. These are all spirits. Romans 1 and we look at verse 26 to say, for this cause the Most High gave them up unto vile affections. And that's what they're perpetrating with the children, to have a vile affection. For even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. That's women with women. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, because a man supposed to be with a woman, like I said, you wouldn't even be here if your mother slept with another woman and your daddy was sleeping with another man. Burning their lust one toward another. See, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves the recompense of their error, which was right or meet. You see, and even as they did not like to retain the Most High in their knowledge, see, there it is. This the whole objective is to take the Most High from the minds of the people. And what better way to do it than to start with the children in schools? They've taken religion out. They've taken the Bible out of the school, I might say, because religion shouldn't have been there in the first place. The Most High didn't give us no religion. He gave us laws, statutes, commandments. But the laws, the 10 Commandments, you can read the 10 Commandments. You can read the Bible in the school. When I came up, all of a sudden now you can't even read the Bible. You can't even pray. I remember this coach, he got fired for praying over the food. It wasn't even having anything to do with the school. There was a luncheon that they were having. Both him and the assistant coach got fired in Florida for praying over the food. That's how evil this place has become, And so when you take the Most High, you take a Mashiach Yahushua, you take all the understanding of the Bible out of the schools, who do you leave there? You wonder why there's all this havoc that's happening in the schools, because you left who there? You left the devil, Satan, the dragon, the serpent, the beast. You left all that there to train the children. And with that comes what? Evil. Comes evil. Sins. They're taught to Sin against the Most High. That's what it's all about. I challenge anybody on that. It's all about not keeping the Most High's laws and even knowing him, doing what he say do. That's why I said, look, all these characteristics say, and even as they did not like to retain the Most High in their knowledge. You see, it's against the Most High. The Most High gave them over to a reprobate mind. A reprobate mind, good for nothing. To do those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness. You can't tell me that what they're doing is righteous. They've been filled with all unrighteousness, fornication. And fornication is but the topic that we dealing with is unlawful sexual intercourse. Now, unlawful sexual intercourse and fornication, whereas a man with a man and a woman with a woman, that's unlawful sexual intercourse. Because they want to retain the Most High in their knowledge. It says, and even as they did not like to retain the Most High in their knowledge, the Most High gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient. So they don't know any better because the Most High ain't called them. Being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, all these characteristics. Listen, this is what they're perpetrating. And they wonder why the world is so terrible in the things that's being done in this world right now, because these are the characteristics that they're promoting. Fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of the Most High, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents. We know that. That's what we're talking about. They would say, hey, go home and tell their parents, you have a timeout, mommy. You shut up, daddy, or I'm going to call the police on you. Disobedient to parents because they taught in school one thing. Then they come home. When they come home, then you got to reprogram them. Every time your child go to school, when they come home, what you learn. Okay, I remember a young brother, he know the truth. And his teacher was a transgender. He had to deal with a whole year of this transgender teaching him when he know what these scriptures says. It was vexing, very vexing, regardless of how anybody look at it. The Most High made Adam and Eve. He didn't make Adam and Steve and Eve and Eva. Come on. It says, haters of the Most High, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, because natural affection is a man with a woman. Not no man with man and woman with woman. Implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of the Most High. Listen at this closely, because a lot of y'all accept it as it is. You're friends with them. You're doing all the things that, would help to elevate and keep them intact of where they at instead of telling them repent and come out of that. Who knowing the judgment of the Most High. We read the judgment of the Most High in Leviticus 20:13. If a man lie with mankind as they do a woman, both of them have committed abomination, they shall surely be put to death. Who knowing, and that's for a woman and woman too, who knowing the judgment of the Most High, that they which commit such things are worthy of death, because we read the law. Not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. That's you that have pleasure in being with these that are, of this transgender or HS or, lesbian, whatever it is that they're dealing with men and women with women, even if it's boy with boy, girl with girl, and you accept that, you just says, but have pleasure in them that do them, you're going to reap the same, man. Not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. Most I say, going to put you to death too. You join with that. You down with that. Because that's all against the Most. Remember it said, haters of the Most High. It didn't say lovers of the Most High. It said haters of the Most High. And verse 28 said, even as they did not like to retain the Most High in their knowledge, And the way you retain the Most High in your knowledge is to know what the scripture says, especially the law and the prophets, you know, because that's all anybody in the New Testament had to go by was the law and the prophets. But they took the law and the prophets away from the people in religions. You know, they say all you need is the New Testament. And most religions only deal with Paul. They don't hardly deal with the Mashiach Yahushua. So he didn't come to change the law. So the law is what it is. The commandments is what it is. And if they don't really want to accept what it is that the Most High says, then he said, hey, what did he say? Who knowing the judgment of the Most High, that they which commit such things are worthy of death. This is in the New Testament. We're not in the Old Testament, we're in the New Testament. It says you worthy of death. That's what it's telling you. Not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. You deserve death too. That's what he's telling you. But I digress.
God, all praise to the Most High. You want to add anything, Yashamai, before I move on to the next topic?
Allah.
Okay, God. So this is actually going to segue into the next topic as well. Because you know it's 2026, and with 2026 comes a lot of new laws, and the Supreme Court hearing a lot of new cases. So let me share my screen real quick. Let me see. And thank you everyone for joining us. The water everyone for joining us. You know, we appreciate y'all spending this Sabbath day with us, right? Let me see. Which one is it?
While you get that, I'm gonna read this. This in Romans 1:16. You say, "For I am not ashamed of the gospel of Mashiach, for it is the power of the Most High unto salvation, power and authority. That's salvation on this earth to everyone that believeth, to the Jew first, and also to the Greek." Now, I'm not talking about to the Jew first, the tribe of the ones that's of the tribe of Judah. That's where Jew comes from, but they have a misunderstanding of this. But also to the Greek, because we became Greek-speaking Jews, you know, Israelites during the Greek Empire. You know, we were called Hellenists, you know, Greek-speaking Jews. So and it was against the law when you read 2 Maccabees 6:6, to even call yourself an Israelite. So we call ourselves Greek. We became Greeks. It says, for therein is the righteousness of the Most High revealed from faith to faith, as it is written, the just shall live by faith. Right? Believing in the Most High. It says, for the wrath of the Most High is revealed from heaven against all unrighteousness. You hear that? The wrath of the Most High is revealed from heaven against all unrighteousness. So righteousness is keeping of the laws of the Most High. Let's get that right quick. Yashima, you on? Can you read?
No.
Could you read Deuteronomy 6:25? This is the definition of righteousness. So if you are not dealing with this righteousness definition, then you're unrighteous. Read this.
It's Deuteronomy 6:25. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Most High our power, as he hath commanded us.
Right. So righteousness is keeping of the commandments of the Most High. So are they keeping the commandments of the Most High or not? Because we go back to Romans 1:18.
Romans 1:18. For the wrath of the Most High is revealed from heaven against all unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness.
See that? So what is their stand on how the Most High feel about them doing the heinous acts that they're doing, the sinful acts that they're doing against his law, statute, commandments? See, everything is about either you love the Most High with all your heart, mind, and soul and strength, or you hate the Most High with all your heart, mind, and strength. Ain't no in between. Because if you lukewarm, Mashiach say he's going to spew you out of his mouth. You're still going to be destroyed. So You see here, it says, and the unrighteousness of men who hold the truth get the truth. Psalms 119, 142. In unrighteousness. So they hold what the definition of the truth is in unrighteousness. What's that?
Psalms 119, 142. Thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth.
Right. So they hold the law of the Most High in unrighteousness. And people will say, oh, it's okay. But those people that say that, they're the same ones that it said in verse 32, who knowing the judgment of the Most High, the judgment of the Most High is death. That they which commit such things is worthy of death. That's what it says. Not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. They deserve death too, it's saying. Those that support that. You know, that's why he said if he didn't leave a very small remnant of us, we all be like unto Sodom and Gomorrah. We all be like accepting the things that they have brought upon this earth for you to accept in the spiritual Sodom that we're involved in, living amongst, and our children are being programmed at an early age to be numb to it, to accept it. That's their whole agenda. It's not something that just came about. It's their whole agenda is to get the children to accept it. And they hold the truth in unrighteousness. Why we talking about what the law says, at least I am talking about what the law says. And are they following what the Most High said that he wrote with his finger? Get that in Deuteronomy 9 and 10. So everybody understand, because the Most High wrote these laws with his finger. And now if you to go against what he wrote, now you're really going into another level of destruction. For real. That's why I say the wrath of the Most High is revealed from heaven against all unrighteousness. All unrighteousness. Read that.
It's Deuteronomy 9 and 10. And the Most High delivered unto me 2 tables of stone written with the finger of the Most High.
See? 2 tables of stone written with the finger of the Most High. So it behooves anyone to try and know what it is that the Most High wrote with his finger and follow it. Or his work is in vain? I don't think so. It's real important. And you can go to anywhere in the Bible, it's still dealing with, like I just showed you. Matter of fact, get Revelation 22:14 for those that say, because you know, a lot of religions are not teaching the laws of the Most High, the commandments of the Most High. He gave us 613 laws. Moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, ceremonial laws, and sacrificial laws. Sacrificial law we're not dealing with. Now we have to be that living sacrifice to be glorified before the Most High. Read this.
Revelations 22:14. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city.
Right. So it say, blessed are they that do his commandments, not just read them. You got to learn them, you got to live them, and you got to apply them in your life. That's why I say, blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, right? Live forever and enter into the gates. And you know, the gates are only for the 12 tribes of Israel. So he's talking to the 12 tribes of Israel. But at the same time, the other nations, they have to learn what we're teaching, because what you think, if a Yasharahla coming back for 1,000 years, the teachers of the Most High, and you can have a jump start on learning about the Most High, knowing about the Most High before he come back to teachers of the Most High, which most people only talking about people. That's all we mainly talk about at this time, 2026. Esau 2026 is about people, but it ain't about the Most High. People ain't debating about the Most High, ain't talking about the Most High. It's about people. That's why we in people right now. That's the main objective of most minds are about people, period. Debates about who? People, and not about the Most High. That's why people don't know the Most High. Actually, you know the Most High, they say no, because he ain't in their mind. He ain't in their conversation. It's all about people. And you'll see that if you just pay attention. The Most High name is jealous. Point blank, he's a jealous power. His name is jealous. It's gonna be it's all about him. You know, when you put all of my enemies under his footstool, you know, my gonna be subject to him after he reigned for 1,000 years, and the Most High gonna be all in all. So you got to jump start of it. You can hear what I'm saying now to understand what it is about, what we're supposed to be doing as a people, so that we can actually be those lights to all the other nations. That's why Jeremiah 12:16, I read that. This to all the other nations that's outside of the 12 tribes of Israel. Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, Zebulun, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Reuben, Naphtali, Asher, and Issachar. Those 12 tribes. And I behoove anyone that called himself an Israelite, you should know every last 12 tribes. You should be able to say it off the bat. If you part of that nation, not just Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and the rest of them, you know, or whatever way that you do to only name about 4 tribes. We're a nation. We're not no community. We're not no, you know, organization or club or group. None of that. We're the 12 nations that make up one nation called the 12 tribes of Israel. Yasharahla. Read this out.
It's Jeremiah 12:16. And it shall come to pass, if they will diligently learn the ways of my people, to swear by my name, Yahweh liveth, as they taught my people to swear by Baal.
You see? It says, and it shall come to pass. It's a future prophecy. If they will diligently, these other nations, learn the ways of my people. Who's my people? Matthew 2:6 proves who my people are. Because people can think, you know, it said my people are the people that go to church or are part of these religions, but no religion, there's a lot of people in the text right now that's in this class. What religion is keeping the moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, and ceremonial laws, if I might ask? Because a lot of you probably go to church, you're probably involved in these different religions and so forth. But this is the problem that we have. While children can go to school and be a boy when he leave home, a girl when he gets to school, and it's got to be accepted because they're against the Most High laws, statutes, commandments. That's what he wrote with his finger. We just read that, and we read the law from the Old Testament and the New Testament. It don't change. Went all the way to Revelation 22:14. Blessed are they that keep the commandments of the Most High. We only have, 7 more verses, and the Bible's over. He made sure he left you with that. But are they teaching that? No. Read this. It's tell you, and this shall come to pass if they will diligently learn the ways of my people. Who's my people?
It's the book of Matthew 2:6. And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people, Israel.
So the Most High's people are the Israelites. And get Jeremiah 3:15.
It's Jeremiah 3:15. And I will give you pastors according to mine heart, which shall feed you with knowledge and understanding.
Right. So he said he'll give you pastors according to his mind. The heart is the mind, which shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. And see, the knowledge and understanding that they're giving the children is contrary to the Most High. It's contrary to his laws, statutes, commandments. So therefore, they're teaching them how to be sinners, how to be an abomination in the eyes of the Most High. So it says they're supposed to be learning the way that we're teaching and what we're teaching as the Israelites in these last days. Or everybody, because you're going to either learn now or you can be made to learn, or you don't want to learn, he's going to kill you. That's point blank. Anybody don't know that, I can show you scripture where it says that. That's why they're supposed to be diligently learning the ways of the Most High's people in these last days. He'd have us bringing forth this truth, to swear by his name. The Most High liveth. Read. We're in Jeremiah 12:16.
Jeremiah 12:16. As they taught my people to swear by Baal.
Now, Baal, they taught our people to swear by Baal until this day, because you have brothers without a shadow of a doubt saying what? Lord, right? Over and over and over again. So here go what Lord and Baal means. Can it be seen?
It's a little, yeah, hold it so I can stay in focus. Yeah, it's a little out, a little blurry.
Can you put it on the big screen?
Let me see. Hold on, yeah, let me see.
Well, it's very important for people to see.
Let me see, hold on.
I've seen it. You had it there.
Okay, yeah. Okay, right there. Yeah, right there. Yeah, right there.
So y'all see what it means. Baal. It means Lord. That word, even Husband. But mainly thing I'm looking at how they put Lord in the Bible, because they worship Baal. And also you see in the New Testament, you see Master also. This is what it means. As they made my people, the Most High said, worship who? Baal. They swear by Baal. And that's what it means. Lord. The elite know this. That's why this is from the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. They know this. We don't know it because we still in gross darkness, trying to come out of gross ignorance, not knowing. But read from the top, Pop.
Jeremiah 12:16. And it shall come to pass, if they will diligently learn the ways of my people, to swear by my name, Yahweh liveth, as they taught my people to swear by Baal.
And they taught the Most High's people, the children of Israel, who we are, to swear by Baal, which is Lord, by putting it in the Bible. Lord in the Bible. And having us swear by Baal until this day. Can't deny that. And we'll try to come up with an excuse of why it's justifiable to do it. There's no different than when they go into school, they show them how to do things contrary to the laws of the Most High. They show them how to reject the Most High. That's why he said if he leave a very small remnant, we all be like unto Sodom and Gomorrah, because the people are going to accept what it is that they are doing against the Most High, against the Mashiach Yahushua, because he didn't sin. He didn't break any laws. But y'all say, hell, it's all right. It's not all right. And you have men, they know that their child was born male, but now they're a girl. Now they're growing up to be a girl, or became a transgender woman. And they accept it. That's why it said they deserve death too. That's what I'm just saying what the scripture said in Romans 1:32. That's what it's saying. But see, the world not teaching that. That's why if they taught the laws in this Bible for what it says in righteousness, according to the laws of the Most High, then everybody would change. Because it's going to be that way in the kingdom. It's not going to be all this madness that you see here now. It's going to be a righteous kingdom. And righteous means you're going to be following the laws and the commandments of the Most High. So they taught us to swear by Baal. Read.
Then shall they be built in the midst of my people.
Then these other nations are going to be built in the midst of the Most High's people, the children of Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel, that remnant of the 12 tribes of Israel. This is real. And we got to keep pushing this because of the fact of our people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, even we. are destroyed for lack of knowledge. As Israelites, we don't have it all. So little as we can grasp to be closer to the Most High, because He don't one going to deliver us. Point blank, He the one to determine when we're gonna be delivered. So it behooves anyone that hear my voice to try and tap into the Most High power. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jacob being the forefather of the 12 tribes of Israel. As much as you can, you want to be saved and do what He say do. His rules and regulations, His laws, statutes, commandments, and you got opportunity to see the kingdom. Read on.
But if they will not obey, I will utterly pluck up and destroy that nation, saith the Most High.
We said, but if they would not obey, since they were talking about, we read out of context, they got to obey what? Diligently learning the ways of the Most High people. And how we diligently learn the ways of the Most High? By doing what? Following what He told us to do. His rules and regulations, His laws, statutes, commandments, point blank. You know, and having faith in a Mashiach Yahushua through the glory of the Most High, man. Going to the Most High on our behalf, because He ain't going to the Most High on everybody's case. You know, you hear this and you continue to do the same thing over and over and over again, then hey, Hebrews 10:26.
Hebrews 10:26.
Now that you heard the law, hold up. Now that you heard the law, we gave you the law and we gave you many scriptures to justify how not to be accepting the fact that they're making the children contrary to the way they were born instead it's acceptable. Now you see it's bothering even the heathen. They got a problem with it, you know? They're not as satisfied with, you know, sending their boy to school, he's a girl at school, and then finding out they never knew this. In their mind, all of a sudden now they finding out, oh, you a girl? Can you imagine that? I can't even fathom that in my mind. Going to school, you got to put that in your mind. You straight up straight. And you go to school for the home, what they call it, when you first go to school to meet your teachers and all that.
The PTA?
Not the PTA, that's the group. That's a group of the students that teachers that and parents that get together to be able to deal with that. When you first go to the school, whenever you meet your teachers and
parent conference.
Parent conference.
Yeah, parent conference.
Parent conference, right? So orientation. When you go there and you know your boy is a boy in your mind, but you go there and they say, oh yeah, and they slip up, might let you know that he's a girl in school or she's a boy in school. What kind of madness is that? Can you imagine the mindset? I'm talking about you don't even have a clue. Y'all don't have young children. And you go to school and all of a sudden the teacher's telling you that your girl is a boy. Or you find that out, man, that has to be heartbreaking, man. That when you really, really looking at loving your child and want them to be who they are, man, you got to look at what this is doing. Totally against, you know, normality, man. It's like making them be abominable. There's no way you can say that to Most High love that. Get Ecclesiastes 12:6. Ecclesiastes 12:6. Because they be saying, oh, the Most High love the sinner and he hate this, but he hate the sin. Now they didn't went to church, and that's what they've been taught in religions and so forth. Contrary to what the Most High and how we feel about the things that we see that's going on, that we're talking about, and it's been exposed all day long. Read this.
It's Ecclesiasticus 12:6. For the Most High hated sinners and will repay vengeance unto the unrighteous.
See, the Most High hated sinners and will what?
And will repay vengeance unto the unrighteous.
And gonna repay vengeance unto the unrighteous, man. You hear that? Most High hated sinners. He hated sinners. We pay vengeance unto those that are not keeping the laws, statute, commandments of the Most High, which we've shown you clearly that it's wrong for them to do these things. He gonna pay vengeance unto the unrighteous, those that don't keep the laws, statute, commandments of the Most High. Read.
Them against the mighty day of their punishment.
Read that again, because you cut off.
It's Ecclesiasticus 12:6. For the Most High hateth sinners, and will repay vengeance unto the unrighteous, and keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment.
Tell you, man, it's all going to be a judgment for the Most High and them doing the wrong thing. And especially, we have a problem with how you do his sons and his daughters, because we involved in this too. He always complained about what we did to our sons and daughters. And that's the judgment that's going to come down. They're just waiting for the vengeance of the Most High. The wrath of the Most High is upon them that do unrighteousness, that don't follow his laws, statutes, commandments. And that's all I want to say.
Kind. And it's it segues right into the next topic that I have. I'm gonna go to let me see, what is this? 1 Kings chapter 19 and verse 18. 1 Kings chapter 19 and verse 18. Let's see, I want to share my screen again. Okay. All right, cool. So it says, yet I have left me 7,000 in Israel, all the knees which have not bowed unto Baal, and every mouth which have not kissed him. So that's going back into Baal, meaning that's who rules the society that we are in right now. That's who governs the society when it deals with homosexuality, right? HS, when you're dealing with that, when you're dealing with all these wicked rules and regulations of Babylon, you're dealing with Baal. That's what you're dealing with, right? So there's been a certain number of men, right, that have not bowed to this society, to its legislations, right, to its regulations, its rules. We haven't bowed to it. That's what this is talking about. We have not conformed to society. This is why we are out, and various other brothers, across the four corners of the globe, rebuking this behavior right here, right? So I'm going to look at this article right here, and also have a video, because this year, this month actually, they're going to start ruling on transgenders in sports. So it reads right here: the Supreme Court has agreed to hear two significant cases regarding transgender athletes, which could have major implications for transgender rights in sports. It says the Supreme Court will review two cases, Little versus Hecox from Idaho and West Virginia versus BPJ. These cases challenged state laws that restrict transgender athletes from participating in girls' and women's sports. Now, if we stop right there, why would you want to participate in the opposite sex sports? Because clearly men have advantages over women that they just don't have. Your physical makeup. The Most High created the woman to be the weaker vessel, right? And that's talking about on a level that we're talking about right now. It's talking about physically. Inside of a man's hand is 17 times more strength in a man's grip than a woman's grip, right? So men already have a physical advantage over most women, right? Over most women. It says the court's decision will address whether these laws violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. So when you look at equality, there's no equality between a man and a woman, because we are already made differently, right? Even amongst men, all men aren't equal, right? When the Constitution was created, all men, that didn't include us, right? When you look on a physical, biological makeup, all men are still not equal. You got men that are professional bodybuilders, right? You got women that are professional bodybuilders, so they're not equal to other women, right? So we talk about this sense of equality. That's something that's never ever existed right there. Let me see. Let me scroll on down a little bit. It says, yeah, this background here. Little versus Hecox. This case involves Idaho's Fairness in Women's Sports Act, which prevents transgender athletes from competing in girls' sports. A transgender college student challenged this law, and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit upheld an injunction against the law, applying heightened scrutiny under the Equal Protection Clause. Let me see. I'm going to scroll down to the implications real quick, and I'm going to play the video. So it says, the Supreme Court's decision is expected to have far-reaching effects, potentially impacting similar laws in 27 states that have enacted restrictions on transgender athletes since 2020. The cases will likely be argued in the fall with a ruling anticipated by 2026. This will be a pivotal moment in the ongoing debate over transgender rights in sports, as the court's conservative majority has previously upheld laws limiting transgender rights in other contexts. You know, and this is just it's just strange and weird. I mean, why don't that community, that transgender community, get together and create their own transgender league, right? Like the NBA or the WNBA. You know, you got the NBA, which is men, then you got the WNBA, which is women. I mean, I'm pretty sure that will be pretty entertaining to somebody, seeing a whole bunch of, you know, transgenders, you know, slam dunk basketballs. Let me I mean, I'm pretty sure they can find a fan base for that. But let me pull up this video. Let me see.
That's just wild, man. I don't even watch sports, but that just gave me another reason not to watch it.
Okay, so this is another video. You know, Dr. Phil kind of has been on fire a little bit. So let me share this video real quick.
Going through male puberty puts you at a biological advantage.
Trans women are women, so let's just be clear. There's no amount of hormones that will ever erase the biological advantage.
Let me stop right there because, you know, from the get-go, he said trans women are women. Now, you see the mind confusion right there? You know, we talked about it being in school. Now we're talking about adults right here. This is why it says train up a child in Proverbs 22:6, train up a child in the way that they should go. So when they're older, they won't depart, you know, loosely paraphrasing, right? So we see they try to get you while you're young, right? Oh, no, you really feel like a little girl, or you really feel like a little boy. Because what does that lead to? Now, adults saying that transgender women are real women, right? That's ludicrous.
That you have.
The advantages of height, wingspan, bone strength.
What you're showing me are male statistics, and trans women are not male.
Welcome to the Dr. Phil podcast. And boy, do we have an interesting and controversial program for you tonight. We are talking about whether or not transgender athletes should be able to participate in sports. And we're talking about all sports, but we're particularly focusing on elite sports, particularly NCAA and college sports. My guests tonight include values, beliefs, ideals, objectives all over the charts. Linnea is a former cross-country, track and field college star. She is fighting to save women's sports after being forced to face a trans athlete in women's NCAA Division I conference. At 21, her team lost.
And y'all let me know if y'all want to pause it at any time, right? Let me know if y'all want to pause it and you know, say something on it. But I'm gonna get Genesis 1:27. You know, we read in St. Matthew 19:4, you know, about male and female, right? And for those that are just joining, right, please like, share, you know, subscribe to the channel. You know, we really don't know what our view count is, you know, because a lot of this information is being suppressed because we are living in the last days and Satan wishes to have you, right? You know, the brother said that he got people to like it, but somehow YouTube unliked it. I don't know. But this is Genesis 1:27. So the Most High created man in his own image. In the image of the Most High created he them. Salaki created he him, male and female created he them. So that's the establishment right there in the beginning, that male and female were the only genders that were created, right?
Lost in a championship conference race against a trans athlete. And this may have been the first ever, actually. She really has continued the fight even after her college career. Blossom is here, a transgender activist that believes it's a trans person's right to compete in sports that align with their new identity. Blossom believes that a trans woman is a woman. She graduated from Mississippi U for women with a bachelor's degree in public health, and she is advocating for a gender-neutral Olympics, and she's going to tell us what she means and why. Third, joining me is Sarah, a trans woman and voice against trans athletes participating in women's sports. Sarah is an activist athlete, former Army officer, and campaigns against trans women competing in women's sports because she says it's just not fair. She's been wrestling since she was 4. She's been in the Army and been in athletics all of her life. And she says there's nothing you can do to level the playing field, no matter how much hormonal suppression therapy you go through, no matter how many testosterone blockers you take, you just can't get to a level playing field, and that science supports that. So here we go. You sit back, listen to this intelligent conversation among these three, and I definitely want to hear from you. Well, Linnea was a top college athlete. She's 26 years old now, but during her collegiate days at 20 years old was really accomplished as a track star at Southern Utah University. Linnea, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a privilege to be able to speak to you about this issue.
Well, I know it's a big issue for you. Back in 2020, did you compete against trans athletes in the NCAA?
Yes, I was forced to compete against the first male to female transgender athlete in NCAA Division I. This was an athlete that had previously competed in the male category for 3 years before taking a redshirt year, their senior year, and then coming back to compete against the women in the female category.
Okay, now I understand that at least now and on paper, if it's properly monitored and attended to, that in order for a male that's transitioning to compete in NCAA athletics, they have to go through 2 years of hormonal treatment, testosterone blockers, whatever is the process to do that for 2 years. But what you're saying is this was an elite athlete that was competing for 3 years with the men, redshirted for 1 year, and then came back and competed on the women's side. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. So in their case, it would have been the 2018 to 2019.
Hey, KJ, can you get Ecclesiasticus chapter 42 and what is it, verse 24? Ecclesiasticus 42 and 24.
42, 25, 42, 25.
Right.
Gotcha.
Okay, because what we have to understand is that the Most High didn't make no type of mistakes. He didn't make an error when he created everything. Right. Let's read that.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 42 and 24. All things are double one against another, and he hath made nothing imperfect.
So we see that the Most High has no anything that he made imperfect. By people wanted to change their gender, change their sex and everything like that, what we're talking about right now, they're saying that the Most High, you made me imperfect. You didn't give me what I should have, right? You didn't give me, put me in the right body. That's what is being said. And so we can't play make-believe, dress up in fairy tale with people, because what that does is make you confused. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 28. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 28. Because that's what's happening with this society right now. This society has gone crazy. It has gone mad. Deuteronomy 28 and 28.
Con. Deuteronomy 28 and 28. The Most High shall smite thee with madness.
Right there, that's all I need. The Most High shall smite thee with madness, meaning craziness. We can't play, for those that are watching, those that may watch the replay, don't play fairy tale, play make-believe with these people right here, right? Don't do it at all. You know, you have to stand on business, stand on your beliefs, stand on the morals, stand on the principles of the Bible, right? We can't play make-believe that men don't have an advantage over a woman, right? There are things that are double standards, right? There are things that women can do that I can't do. There are things that men can do that women can't do. There are double standards in society. That's just how the Most High created it, right? We play on. Unless somebody wanted to ask something.
Season. At the time, the NCAA was utilizing their policies in their 2013 Transgender Inclusivity Handbook, which at the time, in my opinion, was written on a farce because there were no trans athletes competing within the NCAA at that time. So just taking a year off, not having to come back and prove to the NCAA that you're actually taking hormone suppression, that you're actually taking the testosterone blockers, it was just you, a private practice physician of your choosing, and the NCAA said, okay, you're cleared, you can come back and compete, and that was that.
And you thought it was completely unfair, and you think it's unfair across the board.
If you want to have a job in the next 5 years, these are the AI rules you need to know.
Correct. I think that if you are taking a Division I scholarship as a male-bodied individual competing as a Division I athlete on the men's team for 3 years, coming back and then transitioning to compete as a female is completely unfair. As you mentioned in your intro, that men are biologically faster, stronger, have a larger bone density, more lung capacity. They are biologically more equipped to be athletic, opposed to ourselves. So giving them the opportunity to just quickly and swiftly, however, transition to becoming a female is completely unfair. Going through male puberty puts you at a biological advantage. That is why there are separation of sex in sports. That is why Title IX was created, because women deserve a fair and honest playing field. And by allowing biological men to compete against us, it's no longer fair, nor is it safe.
All right, so you've looked this athlete up when he was competing.
Right, that's the important point that she made. She said neither is it fair nor is it safe. There was a okay, I can't think of the name, but if somebody out there knows, there was a woman that I guess she wanted to transition into a guy, and she was a boxer, and she ended up getting knocked out. She thought she was the top competitor in her league, but she tried to box a dude, and the dude literally just like cleaned her clock in under 30 seconds. Right. So it's not safe. It's not safe at all because of the makeup of a woman versus a man. Most, you got those extreme women that may have the strength and they're strong and they can take on a man that don't, that's not in the gym like that. But your average, everyday, normal woman is not going to be able to overpower a man at all. It's just not going to happen, right? Yeah, you have those anomalies and everything out there, but generally, you're not going to find a woman that's going to have Xena type strength and be knocking out dudes.
Division I on the men's side, and you looked up his last time. His event was the 800 meter, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And his last time that you saw on the 800 meters was 1 minute and 54 seconds, right?
Correct.
And how did that stack up to your time as the defending 800 meter champion?
Just the season prior, I had won the 800 meter outdoor championship for the Big Sky Conference champions. I had ran a time of 2 minutes and 5 seconds, which was a leading time in Big Sky history. It put me in the top 5 for the record books of fastest all-time women within the conference. And that was still 11 seconds slower than what Jonathan had competed previously as a male.
Okay, so you had won the championship and you were in the top 5 all time in the Big Sky, and you're Division I, right?
Yes. That is
Which, for people that don't know, that's the top. Those are the most elite athletes in college is Division I. doesn't mean Division 2 and 3 aren't significant athletes. They are. There are certain qualifying times for you to even be considered for Division 1. And you were not only Division 1, but you had the championship time for that year for Big Sky and one of the top 5 of all time. And his last time competing was 11 seconds better than your time.
Yes. So just looking at what you just explained, seeing how there's individuals saying that it isn't unfair to allow biological men to compete in women's sports, you can see that this male-bodied individual that had taken a Division I scholarship, that had competed on the men's team for 3 years, just transitioning over, only a year worth of hormone suppression is not going to equate to the equal levels of that as a female athlete. We are at the top tier level of our sport. As you mentioned, Division I athletics is what every high school athlete strives to become a part of when they're looking at going further into the NCAA. I was fortunate enough to find a university that was going to support me in my endeavors and found the talent within me to allow me to represent.
Hey, get 1 Corinthians 11 and start at verse 14. 1 Corinthians 11 and verse 14. Because she said that he was on hormone suppressant even for a year, and he still beat her time by 11 seconds, right? Let's read that. 1 Corinthians 11 and 14.
Con. 1 Corinthians 11 and 14. Doth not even nature, Salakia, doth not even nature itself teach you?
Stop right there. So, the context of this is talking about, long hair, but it says, doth not even nature itself teach you? What's natural? The natural strength of a man, right, is going to still be better than most women. That's nature teaching you that men have a superior strength, right? Strength meaning physical wise, right? Than most women do. That's nature itself teaching you, because this man was on hormone suppressants. And his natural body, it still kicked in where he dominated over this female right here. So that's the Bible telling you, doth not even nature itself teach you, right? Nature would teach you that certain things men are just better at than women. Certain things women are better at than men, right? Because it's no equality here, right? It's no equality. You can drop that though. I just wanted that part.
Their university, and to know that I was never going to step out onto an equal playing field ever again, regardless of the institution or the conference that I was a part of, because track and field is a nationwide sport. Every time that I step out onto that track, every time that I compete, every time that I put up a standing, that ranked me against every single Division I track and field athlete in that event across the country. So by them allowing a male-bodied individual to come in, it's not only affecting that one team, that one conference, but it's affecting the entirety of NCAA track and field female athletes across the country.
Okay, but now when he came to compete with you after taking a year off, his time was better than your winning time by 11 seconds. But then he spent a year taking hormones and testosterone blockers that are designed to downgrade his capabilities. So
you see that's the scripture that's put into right there. He took a year off and was on that year off. He was on hormone suppressant. That's nature still showing you that the man's strength is still more stronger than her, better than hers.
Compare him before he started any of that with where you were is not a one-to-one comparison, because he spent a year supposedly downgrading his capabilities. Was he downgraded when you did compete against him?
So coming into the indoor season, it is a little bit different than the outdoor season. It's more difficult to run on indoor tracks. You don't run typically as fast as you do in outdoors. This athlete decided to run in the mile as opposed to the 800 in the indoor Big Sky Conference Championship. So I only had to face them in the distance medley relay, which is where they took their team from almost last place to second place. They would have easily made it all the way to first place if there wasn't such a large gap from when they received the baton. However, this athlete had also run in the mile earlier, completely dominated, beat the second place girl by almost 5 seconds, leaving the rest of the field in the dust. So it was very clear that they were not affected negatively by taking a year off of hormone suppression therapy.
All right, well, we'll talk about that some more. But first, Linnea's experience is just one of many stories among women athletes. Peyton was a high school volleyball player who suffered a concussion and neck injury after being hit by a ball spiked by an opposing trans athlete. You see these things happen.
Wow.
And people get upset because they don't seem to be on a level playing field. We'll talk about that after the break.
You got rear-ended. The insurance company cut you a check, and everyone around you said, hey, at least you got something. But here's what most people never.
Bear with me. Salaki, bear with me. Hey, get while this thing is buffering, get 1 Peter 3:7 real quick. 1 Peter 3:7. Let me see. Come on. Because yeah, this is the society that we live in, right? This is the time we live, the times we live in. Okay. All right, yeah, just hold it real quick. I'm about to play this again.
What was it again though?
After the break.
Neither I or
1 Peter 3:7. Just hold it.
Come on.
my team or my administration agreed that we should be playing against a man. But at the time, again, this was 2 years ago, and we had no idea what to do. The game's almost over, and he goes up to spike the ball, and it comes right at me in the face, completely knocking me out, unconscious for about 30 seconds, while my body was in a fencing position on the floor, which is just how your body reacts to a brain injury. After I got hit, the whole gym went completely.
That's just crazy right there. You know, and you know, a few years back, you know, they did the whole thing about, you know, bathrooms and everything, and saying that it's safe for a man to go into a woman's bathroom, a grown man, you know, going into a woman's bathroom. You got little girls inside of the bathroom. That's safe, right? That's okay to do, right? This is why the society, this regime, this kingdom, this wicked kingdom has got to come down, right? Here it is, this woman, right? This high school athlete, right? She got hit with a volleyball by a young man, right? Let's just keep it real, because we can't play pretend and make believe. Got spiked by a volleyball by a young man, leaving her unconscious for 30 seconds right there. You know, somebody has to talk against this, you know. This is why the Most High had to reserve certain men that's not going to bow down to this thing right here, right? That's not going to submit to BAAL. That's not going to submit to this wicked agenda right here.
Silent.
And let me say, BAAL means
wait, hold on.
Is the largest.
Okay, say it again.
They're bombing out of BAAL, but like you said, they have are people swearing by BAAL, which is LORD.
Right.
That must be established because, you know, a lot of people don't want to accept that. You know.
Right.
Also, they put MASTER in the New Testament concerning the Mashiach Yahushua, which goes back to BAAL. That's why while you're saying that, let me read this right quick. Go to Romans, because you had read it in the law, I mean the Old Testament. Let's read it in the New Testament, because it's very important, because people that saying go to church, they only know about mainly whatever they bring forth in the New Testament. It's very important. Go to Romans 11, and you can start at verse 2.
Con. Romans 11:2. The Most High hath not cast away his people which he foreknew. Wot ye not what the scripture saith of Elijah?
Mm-hmm.
Salaki, let me read that over again. Wot ye not what the scripture saith of Elijah, how he maketh
intercession.
How he maketh intercession to the Most High against Israel, saying, the Most High, they have killed Salakia. The Most High, they have killed thy prophets and dig down thine altars, and I am left alone, and they seek my life.
So Elijah is crying out to the Most High. Most High, they have killed the prophets. They didn't only kill them, but it tell you that they tore their bodies to pieces once they killed them. And 2 Ezra 1:32, man. I mean, and dig down thine altars. He said, Elijah was saying, I am left alone, and they seek my life to kill him. Read.
Verse 4. But what saith the answer of the Most High unto him? I have reserved to myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to the image of Baal.
So the Most High answered him and said, look, I have reserved to myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to the image of Baal. And we look at Baal, meaning Lord, was why the Most High said these Gentile nations, they had our people to swear by Baal, which is Lord unto this day. You know, we say it religiously. I mean, and I say that truthfully because this is what our people are doing, even Israelites. I mean, so we got a feedback. It says, I have reserved to myself 7,000 men, which is a complete number of men, because 7 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 is 7. So 7 is another number of completion, who have not bowed the knee to the image of Baal. And that's many forms. You know, when you look at how this system is set up against the Most High, and I'm going to keep saying it because nobody's really talking about him. Most of you people are geared to the sorceries that they have and deceiving all the people to talk about people, to take your mind away from him. That's why he's saying, hey, I'm the only one left, and they want to kill me. Why would they want to kill Elijah, a righteous man that ascended up in the chariot? That's how righteous he was. But they still want to kill him. But there's a remnant that's not bowing down to Baal. Now that you realize Baal means Lord and Master, that they call him Mashiach Yahushua, they call the Most High first and foremost, and they call Mashiach Yahushua the same. What do you say? Read on.
Verse 5. Even so then, at this present time, also there is a remnant according to the election of grace.
Hear that? You say, so even at this present time, also there is a remnant. I hope everybody want to be part of that remnant according to the election of grace. You see, and grace is getting something you don't deserve to get. You see, and that's why I wanted to bring that out, because we as a people, we follow suit with whatever it is that's in, period. Eventually, that's why I say if you leave a small remnant, a very small remnant, get it right, we all be like in the Sodom and Gomorrah. You know, there's no compromise in this. Those 7,000 men that's not bound to the need to Baal, Lord, they're going to be pushing the Most High. That's how you know. They're going to be pushing the fact that people are sinning against him. Not just sin or doing whatever you think is wrong without them knowing that it's sin against the Most High. Power, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's what it's supposed to be about. Other than that, it's going to be the same old, same old. Everybody just talking, bringing information, and he's still being pushed aside, period. But that's all I want to bring out on that.
Con.
Right, because when you accept the society, that's you literally bowing down. You said, well, I don't bow down to BA. I don't bow down to nobody. But when you become compromised, when you accept these things that are going on, that is you bowing down.
That's
to
right.
BAAL, right? That's you when you accept transgender sports, right? That's you bowing down to BAAL. When you become passive, you just turn the other you look the other way. You know, that's you accepting it. That's you acknowledging it. When you don't accept it, you talk against it. How we are doing, speaking against these things right here, bringing Satan's kingdom down, right? Offering up resistance. So we are rebels, right? We are rebels against this wicked kingdom right here. We rebel against any unrighteousness, right? That's how you don't bow down to BAAL. You don't become compromised.
This collection agency with April 15th fast approaching. It's more aggressive than ever. If you owe back taxes or have
buffering again. While this thing is buffering, go back to 1 Peter real quick. Let's go to read that right now. 1 Peter 3 and 7. Let me try to get this working again.
Con. 1 Peter 3 and 7. Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge.
According to what?
According to knowledge.
This is how you should dwell with your spouse, your woman, your wife, according to knowledge, which is what? The scriptures. Go ahead.
Giving honor unto the wife as unto the weaker vessel.
As unto the weaker vessel. You understand that your woman can't do the same things that you can do. Now this is talking about on a on a spiritual level, but also on a physical level as well. Because remember, the scriptures are manifold. They could be talking about the spirit, they could be talking about the physical, or they could be talking about both, right? So it says, as unto the weaker vessel, understanding that the woman does not have the capabilities of a man, right? Go ahead.
And as being heirs together of the grace of life, that your prayers be not hindered.
Right. So we can drop that. Let me play.
That's JASE.com. And when you check out, use the code PHIL, spelled PHIL, to get a discount on your order and to have the right meds on hand the moment you need them.
I'm grateful for many things, and talk-based therapy is one of them.
Yes.
Because Adam and I
was about to say the same thing. I was like, dang, dude, I thought it was YouTube, not YouTube.
Yes. 2 Timothy.
Nowadays it'd be like 6 ads on one video. Like, man.
Well, tonight we're tackling a heated debate. Should transgender athletes be allowed to compete in women's sports? Now, Linnea was one of the first athletes to raise a red flag after her college track team competed against a trans runner and lost during a championship meet. Linnea, let me ask you, you saw this coming, right? You weren't just ambushed by this. You knew this trans athlete was coming over and competing on the women's side in the Big Sky Conference, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The summer of 2019, when I reported back to university around August, as we start training for the cross-country season before the academic year starts, my head coach had become aware based off of, I believe, a conference coach meeting is where it was brought to his attention. He pulled me to the side as he knew that I was training all summer, working very difficult to try and repeat my conference title, that an athlete that had previously competed in the male category in the 800 meter was going to be transitioning over and competing as a female. I was completely astonished that this was happening. I was confused that the NCAA was going to allow something like this to take place. I immediately went to my athletic director. I went to the general counsel of my university, the president of my university, and I said to them that I'm going to fight this, and I hope that they are by my side. I'm super fortunate that the administration at my university was immensely supportive of my efforts. I reached out to the NCAA in the winter of 2019, explaining why this wasn't fair, imploring them to revisit the handbook that they had written back in 2013. And they essentially told me, thank you so much for reaching out. There's nothing that they could do about it, and that this male-bodied individual would indeed be competing against me and the rest of NCAA Division I runners across the country that season.
Did they give any reason, the basics of their decision, or just, hey, we're not changing it, there's nothing we can do about it?
According to the handbook, they stated that there is no biological advantage over being a male as opposed to a female athlete. So they referred back to that as it was written in the handbook.
That's why I said these people are mad. She said there's no biological advantage, right? No biological advantage. I mean, we got a whole different biological makeup. Women have a uterus, a womb, a whole reproductive system to create to birth a child, right? And you have to love to see this stuff right here happen, right? Go to St. Matthew real quick, chapter 12 and verse 25. Because when you see Esau upset and mad about these things, understand that this we are at the end of this thing right here. When Esau is finally complaining and say this is wrong, we understand that we are living in these last days. Let's read that. St. Matthew 12 and 25. You can start at.
St. Matthew 12 and 25. And Hamashiach Yahushai knew their thoughts and said unto them, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation.
Is brought to what?
Desolation.
Is brought to destruction. Because he knows their wicked thoughts. He knows how these people, they behave. They want to break the Sabbath, eat abominable foods, cross-dress, all these things right here. Hamashiach Yahushai knows their thoughts. It says every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, brought to destruction. Right now, America, this is a kingdom divided against itself. Read on.
And every city or house divided against itself shall not stand.
Because we started off, talking about the children, right? We talked about, keeping secrets from the parents. The school, the teachers keeping secrets from the parents. That's a house divided against itself. Who lives in a house? A family, a father, a mother, sons, daughters, cats, dogs. That's your family right there, right? So that's a house divided against itself. It cannot stand. Go ahead.
Verse 26. And if Satan cast out Satan.
If what?
Salakia. And if Satan cast out Satan.
This is what you see. You see Esau, Satan, casting out Satan. She said she wrote a letter to the sports people, right? And they pretty much said it's no biological difference. That's Satan casting out Satan right there. Go ahead.
He is divided against himself. How shall then his kingdom stand?
How is his kingdom going to continue to stand? Right. So we should be happy when we see these things right here. When we see Esau pissed off at Esau, right? Angry at Esau, because a house divided cannot stand. Go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 25 and start at verse 6. Ecclesiasticus 25 and verse 6.
25 and 6. 25 and 6. Con. Ecclesiasticus 25 and 6. Much experience is the crown of old men.
Right, because so it says much experience is the crown of old men. Because old men, right, an elder, they have lived to see a lot of things. They have lived to see ages come and go, decades come and go, things happening. They have seen how the society has fallen into decadence, has the morals of society have gone down, right? And I'm pretty sure Elder Priest Awam, if you let him, he'll tell you all about it. from his time as a child up into now, right, of the decadence that has happened, right? I can tell you from my time seeing the decadence happen, right? And it goes on down the line, right? So it says, much experience is the crown of old men, because an old person, an old man, an elder, they have much experience on life. They can teach you a few things, a thing or two, right? Read on.
And the fear of the Most High is their glory.
The fear of the Most High, right? As you see, the screen says on the back, fear the Most High. That's your glory, right? When you learn to be afraid of the Most High, not respect, not reverence, but the fear of the Most High. That's their glory, right? Because a man that has, come into learned as a child, and now they become an older person, and they have learned to fear the Most High, they are not going to bow down their knee to BAAL, which is LORD, right? Because they understand where that leads you at. Right. If you grew up in the time when HIV, a house in Virginia, first came a thing, you seen it dealt with the whole LGBTQ community. Right. You would think that would the Most High plaguing them with that would cause them to be afraid. Like, I'm definitely not going to do that. But what did they do? They started creating medications that's going to suppress that so they can continue on in their abominable actions, their abominable relationships. Right.
Right.
So the fear of the Most High becomes your glory, right? Did somebody say something? Okay. Go ahead and read on verse 7.
Verse 7. There be 9 things which I have judged in mine heart to be happy.
So listen to this. These are the 9 things that have been judged in your heart to be happy. Go ahead.
And the 10th I will utter with my tongue.
Go ahead.
A man that hath joy of his children.
Stop right there. A man that have joy of his children. You have seen, you raise your child in the ways they should go, according to the scriptures, and now you have joy in your children, right? You see them go out to be productive members of society, right? You see that they are serving the Most High. So you have joy in your children. How can you have joy in your child when your child, changes his gender? Your child brings home the same sex and say, "We getting married, Dad. We getting married, Mom." How can you have joy in that, right? How can there be any happiness in that right there? Read on.
And he that liveth to see the fall of his enemy.
When we see a kingdom divided, Satan casting out Satan, we are living right now and watching and witnessing the fall of this kingdom right here, right? Seeing the fall of Babylon, America the Great, right? It's falling now. You play one.
Book. There has been a multitude of different studies that have taken place since that handbook was written that did in fact show that being a male-bodied individual does give you an exemplary amount of advantages over being a female. You look at track and field, every race that I wanted to compete in, there was a different standard for women as there was for men. You look at men and women's golf teams, women hit from different tees, volleyball teams, the net is higher for men opposed to women. I could go on and on. This isn't because women are any less than that of male athletes, but we're different. There's different standards, which is exactly why Title IX was implemented, which is exactly why there is a male and a female category, and there's not co-ed sports across the board.
Right.
Hey, get on Proverbs 11 and 1 real quick. Proverbs 11 and 1.
Con.
Because what Esau is saying, she's correct in what she's saying. Proverbs 11 and 1.
Proverbs 11 and 1. A false balance is abomination to the
So
Most
let's stop
High.
right there. Hold on real quick. Now, in your Bible, right, is false, is that all capitalized in capital letters?
No, it's in lowercase.
In lowercase. Okay, mine is capitalized. Okay, but it says a false balance is an abomination. That means it's something that is unlawful, right? It's an abomination. A false balance is an abomination. When you have male and female competing in the same sports, right? That's a false balance right there, because men are stronger than women naturally. She said the man took off a whole year and was on hormone suppressants for a whole entire year. For him to compete inside of the women's league, that's what you call a false balance, right? It says it's an abomination, you know? So you can use these precepts on various topics, on various things. Read on.
To the Most High. But a just weight is his delight.
But a just weight is his delight. Read on verse 2.
Verse 2. When pride cometh.
When what cometh?
Salakia. When pride cometh.
When pride cometh, right? When the LGBTQ community cometh. Go ahead.
Then cometh shame.
Because there ain't no more body more proud than the LGBTQ community. They even call it what? Pride Month, right? So it says a false balance is an abomination, you know, blurring the lines, right? Where everybody is the same. There's no biological difference right there. That's what you call a false balance, because no one would ever be the same. Nobody is the same. And it kind of started, I would say, you know, probably in my generation of, I would say in, well, actually, no, it was a little after me. It might have been more so your generation and Yashimai's generation, when they started giving out what you call participation awards, right? You get a award just because you showed up, just because you dare. Yep. It's not based off your merits. It's not based off how well you studied, how well you did something, but just because you showed up, you get a participation award. And this is what people believe how they're going to make it to the kingdom of heaven. They believe they're going to make it to the kingdom of heaven by just saying, I believe and I confess with my heart, I confess with my mind, you know, that Jesus died for my sins. They think that's going to be enough, right? Because Christians, what do they believe? They believe that salvation is just saying that you're saved. That's what they equate salvation to. No, this is a works-based salvation. You actually have to do something in order to make it into you have to actually endure until the end in order to make it to the kingdom of heaven, right? So you don't get a participation award just because you exist. You're going to make it to the kingdom of heaven. Just because you're an Israelite, you're going to make it to the kingdom of heaven. No, you actually have to do something. It's based off what you do, your actions, right? What have you done for the Most High? Right? Have you called upon him enough? Have you said, you got angels in heaven right now, right? You got angels in the celestial bowl that all they say is holy, 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 holy. That's all they say. That's their primary job. It's just to say that right there. Right? And what are we doing down here? What are we doing out here? Are you doing enough works to cause yourself to be able to make it into the end? Go to 2nd Ezra real quick, chapter 9, and go to verse I think verse 6 it is. 2nd Ezra 9 and 6, I believe. Let me see. Actually, start at verse 2. 2nd Ezra 9 and 2.
2nd Ezra 9 and 2.
Actually, I'm sorry, kids. Verse 1. Start at verse 1.
2nd Ezra 9 and 1.
Go ahead.
He answered me them and said, measure thou the time diligently in itself.
So we this is precepting off of Proverbs 11 and 1 about a false balance, right? You know, when you're weighing and you're measuring out things, you have to weigh it you have to make sure the scale is calibrated. Meaning what? You have to make sure your spirit is calibrated. Right now, we are in the time to calibrate your spirit so you can be weighed in a just balance, right? Does your good outweigh the evil, right? So it says, measure thou time diligently in itself. We're living in this time that's full of nothing but wickedness, right? It's full of nothing but evil thoughts of people, men and women. So you have to measure this time diligently. Know what time we are in right now. Go ahead.
And when thou seest part of the signs past, which I have told thee before. Verse 2. Then shalt thou understand that it is the very same time wherein the highest will begin to visit the world which he made.
Because right now, this world, right, is off balance, right? It's an unjust balance right now. It's too much wickedness and not enough good, right? There's only a remnant that's teaching this Bible right now, right this moment, right? There's only a remnant, right, across the four corners of the globe that's teaching about these scriptures right here, the law, statutes, and commandments, right? And there's an even smaller remnant that's only strictly talking about the Most High, right? And talking about the fear of the Most High. So you put 2 and 2 together. Read on.
Verse 3. Therefore, when there shall be seen, Salakia, therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world.
Ain't we saying that now? When you turn on your television, right? We got the what do they call it? The doomsday clock that's going to happen. They're going to update the doomsday clock at the end of this month, right? They're going to tell you about the wars and the uprisings of all these things that are happening. This is measuring the time diligently, knowing where we at right now, so you don't get caught out there with your chin, right? Go ahead.
Verse 4. Then shalt thou well understand that the Most High spake of those things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning.
And you don't know that because you don't speak of the Most High. You don't want to inquire about who the Most High is. Because if you inquired of who the Most High is, you would know that he spoke of these times from the book of Genesis, right? When he says the evil, the wickedness in Genesis chapter 6, right? When he first destroyed it with Noah, that these evils have reached the high heavens, right? He spoke of this from the beginning. That's the beginning. Go ahead.
Verse 5. For like as all that is made in the world hath a beginning and an end.
Everything has a beginning and everything has an end, right? That's what creation is all about right there. Hamashiach Yahawashi had a beginning and he had an end, right? To all you Christians out there that say he's the same, he's the Most High, right? The Most High is the only one who has no beginning or has no end. He is the Ancient of Days. But all of his creation that he created has a beginning and it has an end. It has a start point, it has an end point. Like when you're running a marathon race, right? And this is why you're not saved. Nobody is saved right now. A marathon has a start and then it has an ending, right? You can't be at the start of the line and say, I've won the race. And you haven't even started yet, right? You can't be inside of a war, right? And ask for the medal honor, and you haven't even fought the war yet. You just put on the uniform, right? And you haven't even fought in the war yet and say, oh yeah, I won this war already. It don't work like that. It works with endurance, enduring through being tempted by these things right here that we see, that we're watching, that we're talking about right here, right? So the Most High has everything he created of a beginning, and he's created an ending for it. And this is going to be the end of this world right here because of the constant decadence and the spiraling out of control of this wicked regime and kingdom. Go ahead.
And the end is manifest.
And the what?
And the end is manifest.
The end is manifest. We can see it. Go ahead.
Verse 6. Even so, the times also of the highest have plain beginnings in wonders and powerful works.
Right. He said it's just plain, it's plain beginnings. It's simple. You know, you see how he created everything. He created things to be good. You know, he created animals that he said, and this was good, right? He created these things and this was good. Everything has plain and simple beginnings to it, right? But you got people, right, So we talk about people, they want to make things not so plain. They want to convolute everything, right? That's when we teach on Hollywood, that's nothing all about people, really. Literally, you go to Hollywood to see pentagrams of people, right? That's literally what people go there for.
Con.
Read on.
And endings in effects and signs.
And endings. So it says plain beginnings in wonder and powerful works, and endings and effects and signs, right? We are witnessing the effects right now. We are witnessing the fall of this kingdom right now, and we all should be happy about it. We all should be enthusiastic about it right here, right? Which we have to always ask ourselves: are we going to be shifted out of this thing, right? Are we going to be shifted out, blown away, by another doctrine? Are we going to stand firm in this and continue to ask the Most High to keep our spirit with us, suffer, to endure trials and tribulations? Go ahead.
Verse 7. And every one that shall be saved.
And what?
And every one that shall be saved.
So to you Christians out there, and every one that shall be saved, how shall he be saved? Go ahead.
And shall be able to escape by his works.
By his what?
By his works.
No, you can just say, I'm saved already.
By his works.
By your works, your actions. This is not you get a participation award just because you, right? You may you get a participation award because you 6'8". You get a participation award because you made the honor roll. No, your works is how you keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. Go ahead.
And by faith,
which is also a work. Go ahead.
Whereby ye have believed.
Whereby ye have believed, right? Play on.
And so when you actually did get into a meet with this athlete, you didn't go head to head in a individual event, but you did in a relay event. And you say that when that athlete got the baton in the relay event, the athlete just ran off and left everybody else. True?
Correct. That is exactly what happened.
You said the athlete didn't run the 800, they ran the mile. How did the athlete do in the mile?
They won first. There was no surprise there. They won by almost 5 seconds ahead of the second place runner. That was, of course, a biological female athlete. So not only did they dominate the mile earlier that day, winning the championship for the 1600, they then came back and ran the same exact leg in the distance medley relay, took the team, like you mentioned, from almost last to second place. Only reason they weren't able to make it in the first place was because of the differentiation between the rest of the relay legs of the other team.
See, I want to get to the opposition of this real quick. Let me who they had up. It had this person right here. Let's see what they have to say. The opposition of this, right?
Think to what we've been talking.
Oops.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, let me just do my hair real quick.
Let me see. Okay, let me see. Y'all all right out there?
I'm doing all right. Can't complain.
Come on.
It wouldn't do much good anyways.
You all right, you guy?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. Buffering right here. Let me log out.
Just let it take its time.
What about you, Yashamai?
Gone.
Gone.
How are you, Brother Sadiq?
I'm hanging in there. Yeah. How about you, Elder? Priest Awan? Let's see, I'm trying to get this thing going again.
I'm all right.
All right, cool. Let me hear it. Here we go.
I was gonna say maybe it's some
I got
maybe
it
you
now.
oh, okay. I was gonna say maybe disconnect from the Wi-Fi. Just use the
Male sport.
Yeah, I got it now. Cool. All right. And thank y'all for joining, us on this Sabbath day.
Blossom is 38 and is a prominent trans activist and sees things very differently. Blossom, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Phil.
So you've been listening to what we've been talking about so far. You think that trans athletes should have an opportunity to practice, to play, to compete in the women's division of sports at all levels, correct?
Correct.
What do you say about the arguments like Linnea has been sharing that this is not a level playing field and that it's unfair to biological females because they just simply don't have the physiology that men have when they get into most sports?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, trans women are women. So let's just be clear. And we also have to remember there are some trans women athletes that have been beaten by cis women athletes. Leah Thomas is a prime example.
Hold up.
The NCAA has regulations.
Wait a minute. She said trans women are women. Come on now.
That he said trans women are women. Get it right.
That's what I'm saying. She said, let me get it straight. Let me get you straight. Trans women are women? What? They born as a man, a boy to a man. What you talking about? Wow, that's deep.
It's real deep. Look at the picture right here where it paused at on his arm.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. This is why these scriptures are so important.
Man.
Most High had to reserve a remnant that did not bow the knee to BAAL, which is LORD. This is what, when you say LORD, this is what you are approving right here. Let trans kids play. That's what you're approving of. Yup. And this also goes to the point of, when you're dealing with the laws, because every law does not apply to everybody, right? You got laws that apply to men, laws that apply to women, and then laws that apply to the collective, right? There are menstrual laws, right? Menstruation laws, right? That apply to women. When a woman is on her monthly flower, her monthly cycle, how is that going to apply to a trans man right there, right? That don't apply to them, right? There are laws about giving birth. If you have a little boy, if you have a little girl, this is where the confusion comes into play at right here. How long you're unclean for. So this is why these topics have to be brought out, because a lot of people don't know this stuff right here. A lot of people don't know the world that we live in. You wake up and we're living in a totally different world.
Rules that trans women have to meet when it comes to their hormone levels. They have to be within a certain range in order for them to compete with other women. And so with that being said, I just think it's really propaganda. The NCAA has over 510,000 athletes. And within those athletes, there are less than 10 trans athletes, which is only 0.002% of the population out of a population of trans people, which is only 1%. So actually, by the fact that Leah Thomas had been beaten by cis women, it actually debunks that trans women have a competitive edge over cis women. And when we talk about bone density levels, everybody's body chemistry is made differently. There are some cis women that have naturally higher testosterone levels than trans women because of something that we call genetics. When we talk about biology, genetics is biology, and we have to remember that. Some cis women experience transphobia. Iman Khalid is a prime example. Is a prime example. The Algerian boxer who people thought was trans because she looked masculine, something that she can't control. And I think it's very dangerous when we put all women in a position to be tested to prove that they're not trans. And that executive order that Donald Trump signed is nothing more than waste and fraud, in my opinion. You're only signing for 0.002% of the population. You are subjecting all women, whether they're cis or trans, to rigorous tests to prove that they are not trans in order for them to play. And I think that was kind of left out of the conversation when we were thinking about this, and I think we have to bring it to the forefront. It's very, very important. All women can experience transphobia. All women can be affected by transphobia.
Well, listen, I let you say everything you just said without interrupting you 1 second.
Hey, for you, like especially you single brothers out there and whatnot, just a little bit of advice. You probably should like seek a woman that has at least one verifiable birth at this point, because people can alter their birth certificates now, right? So if you are a brother looking for a woman, I would say go for a woman that has one verifiable birth. Can you get the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 9? 1 Corinthians 6 and verse 9.
Con. 6 and 9. Would you rather me start at verse 8?
Yeah, you can start verse, because she did say or he did say fraud or something like that. It's actually start at verse 8.
Con. Wait, hold on. Dang it. What was that?
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 6 and 8.
Freaking lost my page again. Hold on. There we go.
I can get it.
All right, you got it. Go ahead.
It's 1 Corinthians 6 and 8.
Yeah, go on.
All right, it says, nay, ye do wrong and defraud, and that your brethren.
So it's wrong. It says, and nay, and ye do wrong and defraud. Trying to say that, what did this man say? This man said that trans women are women. Make that make sense right there. Trans women are women. Read on.
Verse 9. Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of the Most High?
So if these people don't repent and come out of that lifestyle, right? It says, shall not inherit the kingdom of the Most High, meaning you're not going to be a part of it. Go ahead.
Be not deceived.
Don't be fooled.
Neither,
don't be tricked, right? Go ahead.
Neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate.
Nor what?
Nor effeminate.
Nor effeminate. A man acting like a woman, being a cross-dresser, right? Painting your fingernails. Nor effeminate. Go ahead.
Nor abusers of themselves with mankind.
Same-sex relationships. Go ahead.
Nor thieves. Nor covetous. Nor drunkards.
Go ahead.
Nor revilers. Nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of the Most High.
Shall inherit the kingdom of the Most High. Now, this is for all you Christians. You love Paul, right? Paul is the law, the last authority for y'all. It says, shall inherit the kingdom of the Most High. Just read verse 11.
Verse 11. And such were some of you.
Meaning some of us were in these type of lifestyles, but it requires change. What is change is repenting. Change is turning from your wicked behavior, right? That's why Paul said, and such were some of you. Go ahead.
But ye are washed. But ye are sanctified.
And when it says, but ye are washed, that's not talking about being, dipped into some water and you come out and you got the same mindset. You just come out a wet transgender, right? It says, but ye are washed, meaning you've been washed in the word. You've been washed in the law. You have been shown that this is not a right thing to do. That's what you've been cleansed by. Go ahead.
But ye are justified by Sham HaMashiach Yahushai and by the spirit of our power.
You see that? And that's talking about you've been justified by the spirit of the Most High.
And you speak very well and you're very articulate in the things that you say, but it just simply is not supported by science. And I don't know that I disagree with you about the number of trans athletes, because I'm not sure what you're referring to in terms of the different levels and all the different sports, but there has been a tremendous amount of research done. I don't think it's so much the number of trans athletes, because there can be one athlete that can come into a conference like the Big Sky Conference, for example. And when they come into the Big Sky Conference, that one athlete can really erase a lot of really hard work and devotion and sacrifice that dozens, hundreds of women have spent years working on to achieve athletic heights. So it can take one that can really impact a number. And when you look at the science, and listen, it's not a matter of opinion. If you look at the science, the male advantage over females, there are functional differences between biological men and biological women. Men have 57% better grip strength. They have 54% better quad strength. They have 89% more bicep strength. They have 90% more upper body strength. They have 33% higher vertical jumps. They have 162% more punching power. If you get into specific sports activities in terms of running and swimming events, in running, they tend to be 12% faster overall. When you translate this into races, if you have a 12% difference between overall trans athletes, here are some examples to demonstrate the male sports performance advantage over a woman. A man would finish a 3,000 meter track race about a minute faster. A 100-meter swim, a man would be about 5.7 seconds.
You bring a statistic, they all in, stop it for a minute. Look how they're shaking their head in denial. No.
Right.
Need to grow up,
right.
Man.
Denying. And this is
wow.
In denial. Yeah, that's what they are. They're in denial. In denial.
Faster, a 200-meter swim about 11.5 seconds faster, a 800-meter swim a minute faster. So when you look at those things, these are races that are usually determined by tenths or hundredths of a second. So how do you answer that, Blossom?
Start doing this with your dog. This 2-minute dog food trick is helping dogs.
So like you got the buffering. And thank you again for everyone that's joining us.
Dogs live fuller, happier.
Absolutely. Respectfully, Dr. Phil, I'm going to need you to have several seats. Let's be clear. Trans women, again, are women. What you're showing me are male statistics, and trans women are not males. Everything that I said can actually be proven. It's scientifically proven. Because again, it's almost like you're trying to call trans women men, and that is not what trans women are. Trans women work just as hard as cis women to compete. And when we talk about bone density levels, again, there are some women who are stronger and have faster agility than trans women. It is a case-by-case basis. I don't know why you're trying to group a group of trans people into one ideology. That is false.
Can you get 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 11? Second Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 11. Actually, start at verse
You said 2 and 11?
9. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 9. Second Thessalonians chapter 2 and verse 9. Let's read that.
2 Thessalonians 2 and 9.
Go ahead.
Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan.
What is Blossom?
The working of Satan.
This is what you call the works of Satan right here. Whose coming is after the working of Satan. Go ahead.
With all power and signs and lying wonders.
Because you have this grown man right here, right? This grown man with 54% stronger grip strength than a woman that is denying the factual evidence right here, right? This is what you call lying wonders right here. Go ahead.
Verse 10, and with all Salakia, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish.
Because this person is greatly deceived and is unrighteous. So they're going to perish. Go ahead.
Because they received not the love of the truth.
This person is denying factual evidence right here. They don't want to receive the love of the truth. You know, it's talking about the law, but in this case right here, this person is literally not receiving the truth. Dr. Phil is going through all this evidence right here, right? This empirical evidence Dr. Phil is going through, and this gentleman right here is shaking his head, no. Right? Go ahead.
That they might be saved.
That they what?
That they might be saved.
That they might be saved. Because we all, you know, it's a possibility we could be saved. It's a possibility we can't be saved, right? But we know for sure that if you are in this lifestyle right here, you're changing your gender, changing your kind, you're breaking the law, statutes, and commandments, and you don't want to repent, there's no possibility of salvation for you because you don't love the truth. You don't love doing what's right. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And for this cause the Most High shall send them strong delusion.
That's what this man has right here. Strong delusion. He believes that transgender women are women. That's what you call strong delusion right there, right? Transgender women are not men, but they are women. That's what I'm saying. For all you brothers out there, you might want to this word of advice. You try to find you a woman that has had a child before. No matter if that child is grown and out of the house, at least you know that they have a reproductive system, right? And for you women, you know, you might want to ask, you know, do a chromosome check. I don't know, see if they got an XY chromosome. You know, just some advice. Read that from the beginning again, verse 11.
Qam. 2 Thessalonians 2:11. And for this cause the Most High shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie.
That they should believe a lie. See that?
Sounds like conservative propaganda. And I think you have drunk the Kool-Aid and have gotten lost in the sauce. I'm sorry, Dr. Phil. I'm going to disagree with you. And I think that the statistics that you've shown me prove nothing when it comes to trans women. Get up there and show me statistics specifically with trans women and cis women, and then we can revisit this conversation. Otherwise, I think you're being biased. I think that it is baloney and propaganda, and I think it needs to be fixed.
Okay, let me respond to that. Listen, I welcome everything you're saying. I want you to have your opportunity to speak out. You absolutely. That doesn't offend me at all. I have you here because I want you to have your say and challenge everything. So you're not offending me in the least. I want you to speak up. So I want people to hear both sides of this. And Lene, you can speak out as well. But I want to say one thing. I think trans athletes should absolutely be allowed to compete. Listen, I grew up as an athlete, but for being in team sports and being able to compete, I'd have been in a lot of trouble. I'd have been lost. I don't think trans athletes should be denied the wonderful world of athletics and competition. The question is, where should they compete and who should they compete against? Now,
yeah, like I said, if they create their own league of just transgenders, you know, like I said, that might be entertaining to some people, right? You know, but don't compete in the sport with the opposite gender. You know, you're a male, don't try to compete in the sport with females.
Blossom is saying, look, there may be differences between biological men and biological women, but we're talking about transgender athletes, not male athletes competing against female athletes. Blossom, you'd give me that biological male athletes versus biological female athletes, of course, that's not fair. But you're saying that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about transgenders that have gone through a lot of hormonal suppression therapy, testosterone blockers for years, sometimes a minimum of 2, according to the NCAA now, and some for much.
Hey, stop it right there. Now think about it. Before they go through all these transforming themselves, they still a man. When they come out of transforming themselves, I've seen it many times. When they turned to men when it came to fighting. They beat people up.
Right.
Because they really men. When they act like, they act like they're gay and all that, but whenever it comes down to the time that they gotta defend themselves or, get an attitude, like you see they have attitudes,
right?
They fought like a man. They're gonna be just like a man. I mean, when they do all these operations and everything, do it take their strength away from them? Where they become weak like a woman to be a lesser vessel? A weaker vessel, I mean. Are they taking all that away from them? You got to think about that, because the statistic, even if you take a little bit of those numbers away, come on, they still gonna be stronger than a woman.
Right.
Especially when adrenaline come up, you know how strong we get.
Right.
When it come down to you really gotta have the most strength you gotta have. A woman can't compete with that. No way. That's why women shouldn't be cops and all that, because what if a cop, a woman that's 150 pounds, she got to deal with a dude that's 375 pounds. How's she gonna handle that? Even 2 of them don't mount to as much as he weigh, and you got to wrestle with him. It's crazy. I mean,
right. Right.
Totally wrong.
I just want to just get this disclaimer to everybody that's watching, right? In no way are we some type of red pill like group or whatnot. We're just telling what's real and what's not real, because we aren't going to play make believe and pretend with y'all. It is what it is. Certain things you want men to do, certain things you're gonna want women to do. And like Priest I'm saying, you don't want a woman, you got an issue at your house. You don't want no 5'2" woman to show up with a utility belt and she can barely, walk in and stuff like that. You don't want that. If you're in war somewhere, if your house is on fire, your apartment's on fire, right? Most I forbid. You don't want no small little 4'11" woman carrying all this heavy gear like an axe and the fire hose and stuff like that. You're not going to want that. You don't. Who's going to trust their life on a bridge that was built by a whole bunch of women? When he said that, the strength inside of a man's hand is like 54% times stronger. We love women. We love women over here, right? But what's real is what's real. Even myself, like I be having issues sometimes when I have when I go to get my oil change, and women would change my oil and stuff like that, because I don't know if they tighten it the part tight enough, right? So we got to understand and live with what's reality, what's real and what's not real. And a transgender woman is not a real woman, right? And women, you should be offended by that thing right there. You should be offended by some man saying that he's a woman.
Lung volume.
Now, I'm gonna get a little bit on this, then we can move on to the next topic, unless somebody else want to bring something out.
The only thing that seems to equate is hemoglobin. Other than that, it just simply doesn't equate.
I disagree, Dr. Phil, because again,
does anybody else got anything else on this?
So I when I was back in high school, I had one situation where I was coming out the bathroom, and so I come out the bathroom, and then a transgender, it was a girl changing to a man. Is it on? You call that a transgender man, right?
I don't know.
I don't know what you call it. Either way, but I was coming out the bathroom, and they went in. I was like, I looked at the homie, and I was like, "Yo, that was a woman just walked into the bathroom." And he was like, "That looked like a man." I was like, "Dude," I was like, "But I had breasts." I was like, "Are you sure?" I was like, "He just walked to the man's." So I walked back in the bathroom, And I was like, hey, are you lost? And then the woman had a deep voice. I was like, I kind of like stepped back a little bit. I was like, what the heck? And then I was like, I think you're in the wrong bathroom. I was like, the woman's bathroom is down that way. And she was like, no, I'm a man. I was like, but you have, I didn't say, I just kind of like made the motions, but you have, you know, she's like, oh, I'm trans. She's like, I'm transgender. I was like, and it's okay for you to use the men's, you know. And then after that, I just left it alone. I was just like, what the heck? I can't hear you.
Con, yeah. I don't know. I mean, you have to stand against that stuff. That's what we got to do. We have to be defenders of this truth right here. You know. Let me see. Anybody else had anything else on that? Arnie, top at another brother want to bring out at all? Because I had one more. Okay.
What's the next verse you want me to go to?
Well, hold on a second. So the next thing I'm gonna bring up is talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. They call it DEI. That's kind of been a main topic that's been going on about just them Trump getting rid of a lot of these programs, right? Let me pull this video up right here. Let's pull up this video real quick, because this is also another ploy. This is another trick right here, right? To keep us relying on the oppressor, right? So let's play this video. So it's called
Several large companies are quietly scaling back their DEI programs. And by DEI programs, I mean diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that have helped so many people get into not only tech, but multiple other industries as well. I have been.
Oh man, it must be buffering. Hold on, give me a second. Y'all bear with me.
Take your time, no rush.
Did you know that?
Okay, here we go.
Several large companies are quietly scaling back their DEI programs. And by DEI programs, I mean diversity, equity, and inclusion programs that have helped so many people get into not only tech, but multiple other industries as well. I have even benefited firsthand from these programs. Being part of communities like Coding Black Females and Code First Girls, they are very much known for partnering with organizations to help people from diverse backgrounds get into the tech space. And I fear that without these DEI programs, a lot of people.
Let me pause it real quick. Let me get everybody who's not familiar with a DEI program is up to date on it real quick. Let me share my screen. Let me see. For those that don't know what DEI is. Let me see. Okay. So DEI stands for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Program. A DEI program stands for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Program. It is designed to create environments in workplaces, schools, and organizations where individuals from all backgrounds feel respected, supported, and able to thrive. DEI programs aim to address historical and systemic disparities based on race, gender, age, ability, and sexual orientation, promoting fair treatment and full participation of all people, particularly those who have been historically underrepresented or discriminated against, right? So it's kind of like a revamped, what you call that thing? Oh man, it slips my tongue. Affirmative action is kind of what it is. Just a little bit revamped, right? So, Trump is talking about getting rid of this, right, real quick. So let me play this video that I have. Play this video. And we should be happy to get rid of things like this anyway, because what Trump is doing is he's actually making us stick together. He's forming a way that we can gather ourselves together, because we are getting excluded from these things that are happening, right?
People are going to end up getting left behind, and a lot of opportunities will be missed, especially for those who belong to minority groups or who are from diverse backgrounds. So in today's video, I'm going to be discussing the rise and the fall of D&I programs and how you can best safeguard yourself and advocate for D&I programs where you are. So let's get into it. So let's take a look back at why DEI programs were started in the very first place. If we go all the way back to 2020, when George Floyd was tragically murdered,
unlock the world's largest, most liquid financial market with Forex.
Oh, come on.
You might have to turn down the quality.
Yeah.
They go faster.
Let me try that real quick.
Or you might have to turn off your Wi-Fi and just use your the mobile data on your phone.
Let me see.
Try 720.
You said at 720?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's try that. All right, let me close it and reopen it again. All right. Okay. That's a lot, y'all. Somebody want to talk while I try to reconnect this? So I want to go on somewhere and reconnect this. Well, actually, I think I might got it. Hold on.
When George Floyd was tragically murdered, a lot of companies decided to pledge their allegiance to the Black Lives Matter movement and to support the Black Lives Matter movement by adopting DEI programs within their companies. And this was done mainly to address internal biases within companies, as well as to promote inclusivity, to make sure that people from diverse backgrounds and minority groups have equal access to opportunities as their white counterparts.
Can you get let's get this classic real quick. Can you get Ecclesiastes 7:7? Because this stuff, it said it started from the Black Lives Matter protests with George Floyd and everything, right? These DEI programs. Can you get that Ecclesiastes 7:7? It's been a while since I went to this scripture. Ecclesiastes 7:7.
Ecclesiastes 7:7. Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad.
So we had those protests back in 2020 with George Floyd, right? Every city across the United States, overseas, everybody was tearing down things, right? Because it was what? No justice, no peace, right? We had a period in time when you had people held up signs that says, I am a man, right? So this oppression, it maketh a wise man mad. It's making people angry, you know, seeing people gunned down, their life taken away from them. All these things, they happen, right? Read on.
And a gift destroyeth the heart.
Because what happens is a gift takes away your focus, right? So they give you what? DEI programs, right? That's a gift. We're going to include you in every single thing. Now you can be included. It's inclusion on everything. You know, you can have rights. You're just fighting for civil rights. I mean, think about that. You are literally fighting for just civil rights. The right just to exist is what you're fighting for, right? So it says, and a gift destroyeth the heart. You think that gift is, you know, you just having the right to exist, the right to live and everything, right? This is pretty much what the DEI programs was created for, to calm down the 12 tribes of Israel, to get your mind going somewhere else, and you forget the focus, you forget the mission, which is what? Fearing the Most High. That's the mission, right? Go to the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 2 and verse 12. Ecclesiasticus 2 and 12.
Ecclesiasticus 2 and 12. Woe be to fearful hearts.
Right. Those are people. Woe be to fearful hearts, because like, dang, am I going to get a job if it's not for DEI, right? Am I going to be able to make ends meet if I don't have some type of program to help me get hired onto this position, right? Go ahead.
And faint hands.
Faint hands. I mean, you have no faith in the Most High that the Most High will get you that position, that you don't have to worry about qualifying by some type of legislation that the president puts in place or takes away from you, right? This is why I said Donald Trump is going to make it where we all come back together as one, that we all have to rely on each other, right? Go ahead.
And the sinner that goeth two ways.
The sinner, right? In this case right here, we're talking about corporations and companies, right? The sinner that goeth two ways. You have companies like Target. She said, Facebook, Meta. These companies right here, they're now scaling back on these programs, these DEI programs, when once they were all inclusive, right? Target was once all inclusive. Now they are going two ways, meaning they're now backpedaling or they are reneging on the deal right now. If you put your faith in the Most High, you won't have to worry about these programs that Esau, that the sinner gives us.
And male counterparts. And even with the diversity, equity, and inclusion programs offered by companies, there still remains a lack of diversity, especially within the tech space. So the decline of these programs at such an alarming rate is worrying. I recently did a talk at the Excel about this specific topic, building inclusive tech spaces and pathways for diverse talent, which was exactly addressing these diversity and inclusion programs and how we need more of them. So to hear that there's a decline is truly worrying and also quite heartbreaking to hear. I'm going to share with you some of the facts and statistics that I shared within my talk, so you can just understand how dire the situation is, especially within the tech space at this moment in time. According to LinkedIn, Black professionals are 29% less likely to be promoted than their white counterparts. And according to Lean In's Women in the Workplace report, women of color are less likely to have advocates in the workplace. Besides this, a study by Harvard Business Review revealed that mentorship and sponsorship programs improve the promotion rates of underrepresented groups by about 30%. And those are just a few of many statistics that I shared during my talk, which lets you know how dire the situation actually is for diversity within the tech space. So what has actually caused this radical shift away from diversity and inclusion programs being adopted by large companies like Target, Meta, Amazon, and even Walmart, to name a few? Well, there are a number of factors that have actually influenced the decision of companies to abolish these DEI initiatives. But a significant force behind this movement is a conservative activist by the name of Robbie Starbuck. And he has been visiting companies directly and persuading them to abolish their DEI initiatives in favor of his philosophy of go woke, go broke, which is basically a term that he uses to describe how companies are now wasting money and spending a lot of money in uncertain times on these programs to support a cause that is very meaningful, by the way. However, he feels that it's not profitable for companies to be doing this, hence why he has been pushing the narrative that DEI programs should go. And he has quite some...
Can someone get Ecclesiasticus 19 and verse 26?
Khan, I got you.
Actually, start at verse 25. Start at 25.
Ecclesiasticus 19 and 25. There is an exquisite
subtlety.
There is an exquisite subtlety.
It says subtlety. That means you doing something, but you're doing it on the low. You passing these laws kind of subtle, right? Like a snake. You're being very subtle. These CEOs, they're being very subtle because on one point they were all for it, but now they are pulling back, right, underneath your nose. So the next thing you know, you try to go get a job somewhere and you can't get hired, all because of who you are, right? What you look like, Go ahead.
And the same is unjust. And there is one that turneth aside to make judgment appear. And there is a wise man that justifieth in judgment.
Go ahead.
Verse 26, there is a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly.
You see that? There is a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly, right? That's your Mark Zuckerberg's like, man, put his head down like, unfortunately, we're going to have to get rid of these programs right here, right? You got people like Jeff Bezos. Unfortunately, we got to get rid of some of you Negroes, right? Some of you Israelites, we got to get rid of you. We have to do cutbacks, right? We have to, take so this is called cutbacks. We got to do some cutbacks, right? They hang down their heads sadly. Like, we have to make these changes for the company, for the greater good, right? Read on.
But inwardly, he is full of deceit.
Because best believe that all these people are on a mass group chat. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Jeff Bezos, right? They all got a group chat amongst one another. They're full of deceit because it's all have been planned to keep you down. It's not about, these other nations, these other, one nation here, two nations here. All this right here is designed to keep the 12 tribes of Israel down. That's what it's designed for. It's designed for your downfall. That's what DEI is all about right there. Read on.
Verse 27, casting down his countenance.
Casting down his what?
Casting down his Slakia. Casting down his countenance.
Casting down his countenance. That's your demeanor, your appearance and stuff like that. When you can't provide for those that you love, you can't provide for your household, right? So then you turn to crime or you turn to something that's unlawful to do. Casting down his countenance, right? Go ahead.
And making as if he heard not.
Right. You can drop that. Go to the book of James chapter 1 in verse 8. James 1 and 8.
James 1 and 8. James 1 and 8. What the heck is it? Just 51. Must be a small book. You said James?
Yeah, 1 and 8.
Yeah, I can get it.
Right.
Oh, you got it?
I got it too, my bad. I got it the last second.
Got it.
James 1 and 8. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways.
No, in some of his ways.
In all his ways.
A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. When they say, "Oh yeah, we all inclusive, we support all lives matter and all that type of stuff," and then they slowly pull it away, that's the instability. We read in St. Matthew 12 verse 25 and 26 how Satan being divided against Satan, his kingdom cannot stand, right? We're living in the kingdom of regime that's unstable, right? You don't know the next thing that's going to happen, right? You don't know if gas prices are going to go up, if gas prices are going to go down, right? You don't know if you're going to get 40 hours this week, or you don't know if you're going to get 20 hours this week. This is what you call an unstable society right here. And they're making it, like I said, Trump is making it where we are going to stop depending on people and start depending on the Most High, right? Because that's what you're being shown right now. Stop depending on this society and learn how to depend on the Most High. Learn what the order is. The Most High, Hamashiach Yahawashi, and then Yasharahla, right? We got it all backwards. It's all Qam Yasharahla. But let Esau just take away your DEI. Then what you want to do? You're going to be praying to the Most High. Oh, please, Most High, let me get this job. Please, Most High, don't let me get laid off. Right? But what happened to Qam Yasharahla? Qam to the people, right? That's literally what you're saying when you say Qam Yasharahla, Qam to the people. It's Qam Most High because he is the creator of his people, right? Who is Israel, right? And we have that mediator who is Hamashiach Yahawashi, right? Let's play one.
some influence because he's managed to persuade companies like Walmart and Ford to reconsider their DEI initiative offerings and in some cases even retract them. Target even recently announced the abolishment of their DEI initiatives and policies and also halting the career building programs for Black employees in 2025. And let me tell you, they have definitely been met with some backlash, especially from Beyonce's mother, Miss Tina Knowles, who posted something basically canceling them. And I really admired this, to be honest, because we should really be naming and shaming the companies who are retracting these DEI programs and essentially saying, well, we don't really care anymore. We care about our profits much more. And even with some companies turning their backs on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and initiatives, there are still some who have remained steadfast in their commitment and support towards these programs. And these are some of the companies that you can thank for doing that. And hopefully they continue to do so.
I just got in a car accident in California. Be honest, am I about to get wrecked harder by insurance than by the crash?
So if you are someone who will be impacted by the lack of and the decline of these diversity and inclusion programs and initiatives, then I'm going to share a few strategies for you that will help you prevail in any industry that you're in, despite the lack of these programs. So now more than ever is the time to be building out a network. With the absence of these diversity and inclusion initiatives.
She's literally giving you some keys right here. Little does she know it. You know, the sister said, now should you be building up a network? That goes back to us coming back together. That goes back to us gathering ourselves together. That's what you call building up a network, right? You know, typically, you know, we're out on the streets of Hollywood and stuff like that. And, you know, you got people just breaking the commandments, you know, selling all types of stuff. You know, we have the, you know, more out there right beside us, selling all types of stuff, right? You know, just selling to our people, defiling the Sabbath day, all that stuff, right? But one thing that you can't say about them is that they don't work together. They have a massive table, right? And all of them work together to do what they're doing. Why doesn't our people have that type of mentality? We're all divided. And how do we unify? We unify under fearing the Most High. That's what it all comes back down to. We can't have our own agenda. That agenda has to be the fear of the Most High. That's something that we all should be able to agree on. We all should be able to agree on that nobody can escape from the sky. Nobody can escape from the earth, from the ground. So when the Most High starts shaking the ground and having hail and rain fall out of the sky, we all going to be in the same position, fearing and being afraid of the Most High, right? So a point that the sister's making is that we do need to build a network, but it needs to start with the fear of the Most High and having a healthy fear of the Most High.
Initiatives and programs, which was a safe space for diverse talent to be ushered into specific industries. Unfortunately, you are going to now need to ramp up that networking even more. You should already be doing that anyways, but in the absence of these programs, it's going to be more about who you know rather than what you know in a lot of cases and in a lot of industries as well. So going to those events.
Get Proverbs real quick. Proverbs 29 and 25. Proverbs 29 and 25.
You said Proverbs.
Proverbs 29 and 25.
Khan, got you. Proverbs 29 and 25.
Go ahead.
The fear of man bringeth a snare.
Right there. It says the fear of man bringeth a snare, because you fear people. You fear losing your job, right? You fear not being able to make your rent, your mortgage payment, losing your car, losing your house. You fear man, right? The fear of people is what it's saying, bringeth a snare. The fear of man bringeth a snare. Go ahead.
But whoso putteth his trust in the Most High shall be safe.
You see that? Read it one more time, that part.
But whoso putteth his trust in the Most High shall be safe.
But whoso putteth his trust in the Most High shall be safe. That's your strong tower. That's your safety net right there. Putting your trust in the Most High, right? Go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 12 in verse 43.
You said
I'm sorry, Ecclesiasticus 12 and 43. 12 and 12 and 13. Salakia, 12 and 13.
Khan. Ecclesiasticus 12 and 13. Who will pity a charmer that is bitten with it? Salakia. Who will pity a charmer that is bitten with a serpent?
So it says a snake charmer, right? If a snake charmer is bitten by that snake, who's going to feel sorry for them? Because they know it's a snake. These companies, right? If you are fired, laid off, who should really pity you? Because you know the wickedness of these companies. You know the wickedness of Babylon. You know that it's against the Israelites. So who's going to pity you? That's the analogy being used right here. Who will pity a charmer that is bitten with a serpent? This is why it's so important to know the Most High, right? So when you are bitten, you got the anti-venom, which is Hamashiach Yahushai. Just a side note that you know that a lamb's blood, they use lamb's blood actually as an anti-venom against snake bites, right? They use the blood of a lamb. I mean, let that sink in on you. Read on.
Or any such as come nigh wild beasts.
So any such as come nigh wild beasts. So anybody that comes close to wild beasts. And Esau is this wild beast. These other nations are the wild beasts. This is why we must stick together. We must come together under the correct order. The Most High, Hamashiach Yahushai, and then Yasharahla, right? Read on.
Verse 14. So one that goeth to a sinner.
That go to a what?
To a sinner.
You go to a sinner, somebody you know don't keep no laws. Go ahead.
And is defiled with him in his sins.
Because you are now, whoever you go to, the sinner you go to, you are now going to be in the sin that they're in, right? You know, Target, they represent the LGBTQ. So now you just have to make a paycheck just to make ends meet. You have to accept that job at Target, knowing you don't stand for none of their values at all, right? But you need a job, right? You must now go to work and participate and break the Sabbath day, right? Whatever it may be. It says, so one that go to a sinner and is defiled with him in his sins, who will pity? This is why it's about us creating opportunities and jobs for each other, right? Although we still in captivity. You know, the scripture says in Jeremiah that we build houses in this captivity, right? We know that we are in the end, but that doesn't mean that we don't come together, right? We still have to gather ourselves together because we are right now rehearsing the righteous acts. We are preparing ourselves for the kingdom. That's what everybody's watching. They want. I suspect everybody wants to make it to the kingdom. I don't know anybody that says, you know, I want to make it to hell. I mean, maybe there is people out there like that, say that think that, you know. Read on verse 15.
Verse 15. For a while he will abide with thee.
Right? Because for a while it'll be okay. You know, DEI, it's okay. It's all good. Go ahead.
But if thou begin to fall, he will not tarry.
Right, because Satan ain't gonna abide with you, continue with you. But who's going to continue with you? Those that have the same mindset as you, the same mindset as you, right? Go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Those that have the same mindset as you is who's going to abide with you.
Ecclesiastes what now?
12 and 13.
Con. I got you. Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear the Most High.
Do what?
Fear the Most High.
So we see that the scripture shows us, wisdom shows us the conclusion of the whole matter. It starts off with fearing the Most High. That's what it starts off with, right? Fearing the Most High. When we fear the Most High, we will come together. Read on.
And keep his commandments. For this is the whole duty of man.
And then the Most High will take care of everything else. You fear the Most High and you keep his commandments.
Networking online, building out your personal brand, joining communities. These will serve really well in helping you to uncover opportunities and navigate this landscape and build meaningful connections with people who could potentially open doors for you in companies who may not even support this diversity and inclusion initiative anymore. Another thing that could serve you really well in times like this is documenting your achievements. Have a brag book. And what a
All right, I think that's it on that one right there. Anybody else got anything on this video right here that you want to bring out about DEI?
Man, I never really. This is the first time I've heard of the DEI thing, but it don't really faze me because I've always been the type of person that's always looking for the next, like, kind of like the next hustle. You know what I mean? So I remember you was telling me that. I remember last year me and you had a conversation, Brother Sadiq, about like, you know, what could we be doing to bring in more income when certain jobs, you know, don't hire us anymore, you know what I mean? And I remember you was telling me how you're gonna, you know, start doing other things. So I was like, I've always been the type of person that's like, I don't just like, I have a job, but I do other things outside of my job to, you know, to keep income coming in, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, you gotta have backups. You gotta have a backup, right? You got anything on that, Elder? Please talk on.
Con, I wanted to bring out something pertaining to us really coming together. You know, I've heard that all my life. And read Deuteronomy 28:15 first. It sounds good. It would be great if it was possible, if it was going to happen, but it haven't happened yet.
Deuteronomy?
Yeah, Deuteronomy 28, verse 15.
It's Deuteronomy 28:15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Most High thy power, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
Right. So he said if we didn't follow the commandments of the Most High, all these curses are going to come upon us and overtake us as a nation of the 12 tribes of Israel, who are Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, Zebulun, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Reuben, Naphtali, Asher, and Issachar. So he said if we didn't do what he said do, all these curses will come upon us. I want you to go to verse 54.
Verse 54. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave.
So you see here, it's saying the man that had love for his brother and had love for we as a nation of Israel, that he's going to be evil toward his brother. and toward his wife that he's supposed to love, and toward his remnant of his children, which you shall leave. And you see, this is what's happening with a lot of us right now. Even though, you know, we want to be with our children as men, this curse has to happen. So therefore, we separated from our children, which a lot of men have to leave because the woman is so out of it that, or he's out of it, and they out of it together, that they have to disperse from each other. But the curse is going to have to happen. And it's happening amongst us. Verse 56.
Verse 56. The tender and delicate woman among you, which will not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye shall be evil toward the groom of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter.
See? Now you see how the man was, now you say the woman gonna be. She was tender and delicate, so delicate she would even walk the ground inside her house with no shoes on. Her feet were so tender that she couldn't even walk. That's what's gonna come back to in the kingdom. So the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicacy and tenderness, softness. You know, our women are beautiful. Her eyes shall be evil toward who? Her man, her king, her groom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter. This is what the Most High say ordained that's going to happen to us as a people because of the curses. Now, read verse 1 and 2 of Deuteronomy 28 chapter.
Deuteronomy 28 and 1. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Most High thy power, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Most High thy power will set thee on high above all nations of the earth.
So he said all we had to do is listen to what he told us to do and observe the commandments of the Most High, that he was going to set us on high above all nations. We were above all nations during Saul's reign, David's reign, Solomon's reign, all these kings, our first kings. We were over all nations. And it's going to be in the kingdom. When we come back to the Most High, as we learn to fear the Most High and come back to him, we have an opportunity to fulfill what it says here. This is the kingdom. We're going to be above all nations. Read.
Verse 2. And all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Most High thy power.
Right. All these blessings going to come upon us if we hearken unto the voice of the Most High our power, who's the Mashiach Yahushua, is the word of the Most High. So it's a real simple procedure that he's given us. That's why he said in 1 John 5 and 3, for this is the love of the Most High, that we keep his commandments. The commandments are not grievous. We're not supposed to be sad or any kind of way, you know, feeling any kind of way down for doing what's right. Pleasing the Most High, it should make you happy, you know, that you're doing what's right. But we didn't. That's why from verse 15 all the way to 68 are the curses going to befall us as a people, you know, because that's mainly what we need to be concerned about, because we got to get ourselves together. Everybody else in the world that's in the world, they're talking about the world, they're talking about the things that the world are doing, are not dealing with the Most High, period. I can't stress that enough. They're not dealing with what the Most High told us to do, to be the light to everyone else. We're supposed to be the examples for everyone else, but we are caught in these curses and we stand in them because we're not dealing with the Most High enough. That's why he said in Hosea 5 and 15, I'm going to go to my place until we acknowledge our offense and seek his face. In our affliction, we're going to seek him early because Jacob's trouble is coming, you know, and that's what's very important. Us really looking at, you know, this, that, or third, whatever. All we have is the Most High. Unless somebody can show me anything in this world that's more important than him. Because he's neglected. He's offended. He's not being talked about, point blank. I don't care how you look at it. Say this way, that way, whatever way. He's not being talked about enough about by the teachers, him alone, period. And that's what's, he the only one gonna save us. And that's what it should be on, period. Because every time you read the Bible, go tell my people Israel to hearken unto me. Go tell my people Israel to love thy brother. Love your sister. Why there's no love with us? Because of those curses we just read. Because we broke the laws and our ancestors do it. They knew it from generation to generation to generation. Now here we are now still trying to tell our people, don't be so hateful against each other. To love each other. Or you can't love, look, get 1 John 4:20. You can't come together no way, shape, or form. We can't even come together as an organization, whatever you want to say, that's outside from the truth, because I don't consider us an organization, I consider us as a nation. But when you organize something to be able to do something, you might have an LLC, whatever you actually get together, it's always going to be someone within the crowd or within the organization that's jacked up, mess something up, man, all the time. Read that.
1 John 4:20. If a man say, I love the Most High, and hated his brother, he is a liar.
He's a what?
Is a liar.
You're a liar, man. They say they love the Most High, but they hate their brother. They'll do things against their brother. They don't love the Most High. He is a liar. Read.
For he that loveth not his brother whom he have seen, how can he love the Most High whom he have not seen?
Yeah. You can't love your brother who you have seen, and you rolling with your brothers, or you rolling with, you got camps, you got churches, you got organizations, you got everyone that's rolling together of our people, and say they love the Most High, they love Mashiach Yahushua, but they hate on their brother. They do honoring things to their brother to show that they don't love him. They can't love the Most High. You roll it. That's why you got people in here that's not right. Period. And they're perpetrating a fraud. And the Most High eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of man and seeing all the secret things too, paraphrasing. So this is what you're looking at. How you say you love the Most High and you hate your brother? You're a liar. And you also, he said, hold that. He said in read 1 John 3:15.
1 John 3:15. Whosoever hated his brother is a murderer. And ye know that no murderer have eternal life abiding in him.
Right. So it said, whoever hated his brother is a murderer. And you know that no murderer have eternal life abiding in him. So Revelation 22:15. This is the problem. And the Bible's almost over. And he's still talking about what? Loving thy brother. Read this.
Revelations 22:15. For without are dogs and sorcerers and whoremongers and murderers and idolaters, and whosoever loveth and maketh a lie.
Right. Whoever loveth and maketh a lie, man. And murderers. Those that don't love their brother, you are a murderer. And you can't love your brother if you do certain things to your brother to show that you are not trustworthy and you're not really there for your brother when the time comes. And it's real. But what the Most High say? 1 John 4:21.
1 John 4:21. And this commandment we have from him, that he who loveth the Most High love his brother also.
So if you say you love the Most High, you got to love your brother. You got to be an example of love to your brother also. We're not there because we're still dealing with Deuteronomy 28:54. Straight up. This is where we at. And y'all give a like for the channel. Everybody left. A lot of people left out before I left. You know, so you have to love your brother and show signs that you do love your brother, or you're a murderer. You hate your brother. And the love of the Most High is not in you. Verse 21, 1 John 4:21.
1 John 4:21. And this commandment we have from him, that he who loveth the Most High love his brother also.
That's right, man. You say you love the Most High. You say love your brother also. Everybody ain't dealing with love. People don't even know what love is. Some of y'all probably ain't never been loved to know what love really is. You're just rolling with your own personal feelings and thinking that it's okay when it's not okay. Everything you do is not okay. Everything being put in the books, it's been written, and you're gonna be dealt with. All of us. Trust me. Because every time I get jacked, I'll be saying the Most High jacked me. Even before I knew scriptures to say them, who the Most High loveth, he chasts. It's just like it says us in Romans 10:2. We had a zeal of the Most High, but not according to knowledge, you know? So I couldn't go to the scripture to back it up then, but I knew that he was dealing with me. And that's the way that he comes in your mind first before anything. But if it's not, then you just operating under emotions or information. That's it. That's what a lot of brothers are doing. They're just bringing information. But as far as dealing with truly what's going on, as far as dealing with the wrath of the Most High and the blessings of the Most High, it's not in them. It's not in them. Or it will be sincerely about him more so than what I see. Personally, myself, unless y'all see something different, I don't see it. You know, and I want you to get Isaiah 54 and read verse 13. No, read
Isaiah.
read verse 7 and 8 first.
Isaiah 54:7. For a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercies will I gather thee.
So Most High said for a small moment to him, because a day is 1,000 years to him. Say for a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercies. Mercy is not getting something you don't deserve. You do deserve to get. Mercy is not getting something you do deserve to get. But he said many times that he didn't give us what we deserve to get. But here we are, we will. You know, we don't have mercy. We don't have mercy like the Most High. But he said mercies. He said, for a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercies will I gather thee. You see? Go ahead.
Verse 8. In a little wrath I hid my face from thee for a moment.
See, he said, hey, he said, Hosea 5:15, many other scriptures. He said, I'm gonna go to my place until we acknowledge our offense and seek his face. In our affliction, we're gonna seek him early. So he hid his face from us. That's why he's saying for a small moment to the Most High, since a day to the Most High is 1,000 years, have I forsaken thee. He forsook us. But he said, but with great mercy will he gather us. He said, in a little wrath, think about all we've been through. Concentrate on that. All that we've been through as a people, slavery, captivity, bondage, under all these nations. He said, for a small moment, a little wrath, he said, a little wrath, I hid my face from thee for a moment to the Most High. Can y'all relate to that? For all these years that we was in captivity under the system that's running everything right now. It's just a small moment to the Most High. He said, he forsaken us. He said, he hid his face from us. For a moment, it says, read.
With everlasting kindness will I have mercy on thee, saith the Most High, thy Redeemer.
Right. He said, but with everlasting kindness will he have mercy on us, said the Most High, our Redeemer. That's why, as much as possible, jump down to verse 13. So you understand, we go into the kingdom now. Let's see what he says.
Isaiah 54:13. And all thy children shall be taught of the Most High, and great shall be the peace of thy children.
Hear that? So you want peace for your children, and your children are not being taught of the Most High, but all these other things besides him, they don't really know the Most High. This clear. He said, and all thy children shall be taught of the Most High. So when you look at, I look at the future in the present to bring forth whatever we can in the present as the future will be. And looking at what it's saying here, going into the kingdom, and all your children shall be taught of the Most High, and great shall be the peace of thy children. So the more that we could teach our children of the Most High, and the teaching of the Most High going to teach them of his commandments, his laws, statutes, and judgments, the correct way to understand as much as we can of him, what he's given us. They got opportunity to have that peace, man. That's a special peace that Mashiach Shai talked about in St. John 14 and 27. Read that. Because they're not going to have it if they're not taught of the Most High. He's the only one can bring forth a judgment that will not be detrimental to us and our children. Read this.
It's the book of St. John 14:27. Peace I leave with you. My peace I give unto you. Not as the world giveth, give I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid.
Right, so he said, peace I leave with you. My peace, that's a special peace that he's saying the children are going to have once they learn of the Most High. In learning of the Most High, the only way you're going to learn of the Most High is the Most High called you to a Mashiach Yahushai, and a Mashiach Yahushai show us the Father. Period. That's how that works. That's that order. So this special peace that a Mashiach Yahushai is talking about here that the children can have when they learn of the Most High, they know how to pray to the Most High, they know how not to sin, and they know what sin is. They can recognize those that are sinners, those that are breaking the laws of the Most High, and balance it off as such. Other than that, it's just a bunch of words, because they're going to be programmed at school to what? Not follow the Most High. Don't do what he say do, but do what they say do. That's why people say what? You got to follow the law of the land and not the laws of the Most High. You're not talking about that. He's pretty much vanished from the earth. That's why you see here, it says, and all thy children shall be taught of the Most High, and great shall be the peace of thy children. So if we're going to have peace, this special peace that Mashiach Shai telling us about, then read verse 26. So we see what we got to have to receive this peace, and it's got to do something to change us. Just what he's saying. Read it.
The book of St. John 14:26. But the Comforter, which is the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, he shall teach you all things and bring all things to your remembrance, whatsoever I have said unto you.
So he's telling you the Comforter, that's comforting, which is the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in the name of the anointed Savior, Basham Mashiach Yahushai. Well, we start with Colossians 3:17. And whatsoever you do in word or deed, do all by Shama Mashiach Yahushai, in the name of the Lord and Savior, giving thanks to the Most High and the Father by him. How? By Shama Mashiach Yahushai. Because he said, no man come to the Father but by me. You ask anything in my name, I would do it, that the Father be glorified in the Son. If you ask anything in my name, I would do it. If you love me, keep my commandments. Point blank. That's him telling you, you got to keep the commandments. But they saying we're not under the law. We're not under the commandments. But the Comforter, which is the Holy Spirit, was the Father going to send. That's two distinctions between the Most High and the Mashiach Yahushua right there. He's going to come, the Comforter going to come in the name of the known and Savior. Bashama Mashiach Yahushua. He shall teach you all things. So the children, when they learn of the Most High, they're going to have this peace because the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, is teaching them all things, about everything. And bring all things where? To your remembrance, to your mind. And studying. That's why I say you got to study to show yourself proven to the Most High. Whatsoever Mashiach said, ask the word of who? The Most High. It still go back to the Most High. Regardless, Most High call you, he'll call you, he call you to a Mashiach Yahushai, and a Mashiach Yahushai show you of the Father. That's why I wonder how many people been really dealing with a Mashiach Yahushai to be shown of the Father, to really elevate him and really exalt him as much as they can with all their might. Yeah, the Pharisees had information, the Sadducees had information, the scribes had information, and all the rest of the Israelites had information, what they call wisdom, but have that understanding how to depart from evil. They ain't have that. That's why Mashiach was always calling them hypocrites, rolling one way, but then they really acting another way. Outside from whenever the book is open, what's the word on you when the book is closed? That's what's important. You don't see me, people. When the book is open, everybody's holding it now. Now that we're reading the scriptures, but when the book is closed and you do things that are contrary to the laws of the Most High, then you got to pay. We all got to pay. Ain't no getting away with nothing. When the book's open, it's going to be like, you did this, you did that, or the Most High going to reveal certain things. Like he said, he going to reveal things to his servants, the prophets. That's why he shall teach you all things and bring all things to your remembrance. So we've been disenfranchised from our minds, the way we think. We are slow. We've been slow with ADHD spiritually, for real, for real. Why we have to be taught all over again? Why we got to read the Bible to know how to be spiritual? Why we got to read the Bible to know how to get in touch with the Most High? Why we got to read the Bible to know how to have a relationship with the Mashiach Yahushai? Because we've been disenfranchised from our heritage. They made sure that they wiped out the ones that knew initially. They were wiped out. Then they started breeding us and programming us until this day to the curriculum that our children are learning. But it say the children are going to learn of the curriculum of the system that we in right now, and then they're going to have peace. No, it's opposite of that. They're not learning the curriculum of this world, wherever world we scattered in these kingdoms. But we're going to learn the way of the Most High. Then you're going to have peace. That's a head start before this happens. Because it's going to happen. It's just a matter of our people don't want to really buckle down and really realize that he's the only hope. He's the only hope. And if he's not being talked about, he ain't about it, being exalted, it's a waste of time, man. Straight up. I'll come to that conclusion. But I know that, as far as us being together, it's not going to happen like that, because I've seen so many people come and go. But verse 27, once you have the Spirit of the Most High, which is the Comforter, you be comforted. That's going to bring the peace at any time. That's why Most High said, hey, whatever you get, you take out cheerfully. That's another spirit you have to learn how to deal with. Everybody can't do that. That's why verse 27.
Verse 27, peace I leave with you. My peace I give unto you. Not as the world give I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid.
Right, because why should you not be troubled? Why should you not be afraid? Because the Most High don't give us the spirit of fear. So if he don't give you the spirit of fear, where that come from? Huh? 2 Timothy 1:7.
Second
The Most High has
Timothy's
given us. This is what the Most High has given us. Read.
2 Timothy's 1:7. For the Most High have not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind.
That's right, man. The Most High has not given us the spirit of fear. To be afraid, to be scared of anything, but of him. That's why we teach the fear of the Most High. To be afraid and scared of the Most High. Well, when you fear him and you do what he say do, this power is spiritual power and of love. What's love? 2 John 6. So you understand, you're not going to run from this. They're always running from this, but you can't run from what it is that's being said over and over again. I don't care where you go. It's still going to come back to this. Read.
2 John 6. And this is love, that we walk after his commandments.
That we do what?
That we walk after his commandments.
That we walk after his commandments. This love. That we walk after his commandments. Read. What's the commandment? This commandment.
This is the commandment that, as ye have heard from the beginning, ye shall walk in it.
That's right. That we should love the Most High with all our heart, mind, and soul, and strength, and love thy neighbors thyself, which we're not dealing with in that loving thy neighbors thyself as we should, or else we wouldn't do the things that we do. You saying come together, all of us coming together, why haven't it happened yet? Well, I'm looking at over 60 years. I don't know what y'all comparing it to. I'm looking at over 60, maybe. You count from 1969, 70 to now. 50-something years, man. 50-something or even longer before that. Way before that. You know, so it's a matter of we have to, because it's not for everybody anyway. Get Second Ezra. Before you get Second Timothy 2:15 first. It's not for everybody anyway.
This is 2 Timothy's 2:15. Study to show thyself approved unto the Most High, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth.
Right. So we're supposed to be studying to show ourselves approved unto the Most High. There he is again. A workman, you working, you a man working that needed not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. We know the truth is the law, statute, commandments of the Most High. His rules and regulations that we learn it throughout the Bible. You know, read on.
Verse 16. But shun profane and vain babblings, for they will increase unto more unrighteousness.
Right. He said, but shun profane, unholy, and vain, worthless talkings. You know, because there's something that these unholy speeches and unworthy babblings can do. You say, for they will increase unto more unrighteousness. Well, we have to be aware of what we expose to the people, because if you allow somebody to come up here and they're speaking something contrary to the Bible, and someone goes along with what they say, from our perspective of bringing forth what it is that we speaking against them, and they hear it, boom, they out, then here we are held accountable for what it is that They are said, that's why I get Ezekiel 3:18. We have to be very aware of this.
Ezekiel 3:18.
Mm-hmm.
When I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, and thou givest him not warning, nor speakest to warn the wicked from his wicked way, to save his life, the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at thine hand.
Right. So when we expose the wicked, we got to let everybody know, you know, whoever's on there that heard whatever it is that came out, that the things that they're doing, we showing, you know, the wicked world. And for those that, you know, will listen, that's not our agenda. That's not what we believe in. That is not what, hopefully someone, because there was a lot of people that left, hopefully it wasn't somebody that looked at something and they following what they're saying and we held accountable. That's why I'm here to warn you in the spirit, since they're gone, that was wickedness that they were seeing, point blank. And we got to warn the wicked ones that they're doing things that's contrary to the Most High, rules and regulations, laws, statutes, commandments. But if we don't warn them, then their blood is on us. Their blood is on us, point blank. That's why it has to be done a certain way so that they know that, look, this is wickedness, point blank. It is not righteousness. We got to warn the wicked. Like they said, what they have, we got the fair use. Well, we have that because you have to have that because we warning the wicked, and certain things you put out, like we can't say certain things. So we can't say certain things. They're guidelines. These are the guidelines the Most High given us to follow so that whatever we expose, we got to make sure that people know, whoever's on there, that this is not our opinion. And they say that even in whenever they're showing something on TV or a documentary, whatever, we do not, you know, believe what they're saying. We don't accept what they're saying totally, because they bring in wicked people on, and people that's wicked follow wickedness of the wicked. They're going to another level of wickedness. You don't see me, people. They're gonna be that way anyway, thinking nobody see them. We gotta warn them, or their blood is on us, point blank. Gonna be on me. I'll say myself. But read
Verse 19. Yet if thou warn the wicked, and he turn not from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way, he shall die in his iniquity, but thou hast delivered thy soul.
That's why we gotta warn them continually. We gotta keep warning them. Look, this is not our belief. You know, if you follow what they say and you know it's wicked, you're gonna be wicked right along with them. But if you warn them, he said, of their wicked ways, he gonna die in his wickedness, his iniquity, his sins. But we have delivered our soul. Read on.
Verse 20. Again, when a righteous man doth turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, and I lay a stumbling block before him.
Check that. A righteous man does turn from his righteousness and he commits iniquity. He sinned against his own brother. He sinned against his own sister. The Most High said, I'm gonna lay a stumbling block before him. How many stumbling blocks have I seen in my lifetime? All the way to death. That stumbling block of death. He lay a stumbling block before him. What did it say next?
He shall die.
And I've seen this. I've seen this happen a few times. The Most High laid a stomach block before them and they died. I seen that part. Read.
Because thou hast not given him warning, he shall die in his sin, and his righteousness which he hath done shall not be remembered. But his blood will I require at thine hand.
Ooh, that's serious, man. That's serious. So you're going to die in this iniquity because when you give him warning, he shall die in his sin and his righteousness which you have done, not being remembered. And you did all the things you could to be righteous, and you die in your sin, and it's not remembered. But his blood what I require at thine hand. Why? Because it was not put forth to them that this is wickedness. We're not standing on this. Read.
Verse 21. Nevertheless, if thou warn the righteous man that the righteous sin not, and he doth not sin, he shall surely live, because he is warned. Also, thou hast delivered thy soul.
He's saying the same thing. For the unrighteous, the wicked man, and the righteous man. Still got to let them know, you know, in between, look, this is off. We don't accept this. You warn them. Type it up, say it, type it up. It's right there. Everybody can read and see it. You know, these are the things that's, you know, coming to mind as, you know, we posting all these videos and stuff, and these people are not righteous, you know, telling what they're doing behind the scene. And what they say, you know how people, they believe in whatever it is that they see or they hear, especially when Esau say something, they be locked into it. What is he saying? It's got to be true. We can say something for 20 years. Notice when Esau said, oh, it's got to be true. That's why you got to warn them. Did you read verse 21? Okay, go back to Isaiah. What was you at, 54?
54 and 13 is what I read.
Kind of read that again.
Isaiah 54 and 13. And all thy children shall be taught of the Most High, and great shall be the peace of thy children.
Right. So the thing about the children, I think that's let me see. Go to Psalms 119 and 9. This is very important. That's not happening that people should be doing.
Psalms 119 and 9. Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way?
So it say, how you gonna clean up a young man? Or a young man, how?
By taking heed thereto according to thy word.
Right. By teaching them the word of the Most High. That's how you can clean them up. You say all the children gonna be taught of his word. That's in the covenant. Go to Hebrews 8 and 8. That's in the covenant. Hebrews 8 and 8.
Hebrews 8 and 8. For finding fault with them, he saith, behold, the days come, saith the Most High, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah.
So this is talking about the 12 tribes of Israel, the northern tribes and the southern tribes. Because people are trying to say the covenant with everyone. No, the covenant with the northern tribes and the southern tribes of the 12 tribes of Israel. Read. Israel is the northern tribes. Judah represents the southern tribes. Read.
Verse 9. not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continued not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, saith the Most High.
Well, he said, not according to the covenant, that's a contract or agreement, the law, statutes, commandments, and judgments that he gave us in the wilderness, as he gave to our fathers when he led us out of Egypt, because we continued not in this covenant, we continued not in this law, statutes, commandments, and he regarded us not, by sending us into captivity after captivity after captivity under these nations. Read.
Verse 10, for this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Most High.
This the covenant he gonna make with the house of Israel, the family of the 12 tribes of Israel after those days. What he's gonna do?
I will put my laws into their mind and write them in their hearts.
So you see, that's why our children all gonna learn of the Most High. I'm hoping that it's not children like it was the children that the Most High killed everybody in the wilderness for 40 years, except for Joshua and Caleb. And you know, it's pretty scary when you think, oh, he's gonna take what? One of a city, two of a family. And could he allow the children to go into the kingdom like he did before? Nothing new under the sun. He said, the children gonna learn of the Most High. What did he say? Read that last part again.
Says, I will put my laws into their mind and write them in their hearts.
He said he's gonna put his laws in our minds and write them in our hearts, man. So we just read the children gonna be taught of the Most High. And he's gonna put his laws in their mind and in their hearts, man. For real, for real. Read on.
I will be to them a power, and they shall be to me a people.
He said, hey, he gonna be the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob forever. He said that's memorial to all generations. And we gonna be to him a people. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's a remnant though. Read.
Verse 11, and they shall not teach every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know the Most High, for all shall know me, from the least to the greatest.
Hear that? Say, right now, you know, you hear me saying, know the Most High. You know the Most High? No. You know the Most High? No. You know the Most High? No. It's the answers that I get. So when you look at it, it says, and they shall not teach every man his neighbor. So when y'all talk about the new covenant is in effect now, I think it's somebody that's on this line that's being taught. Or I don't think they'd be here. Every time we open up, or every time we go out street teaching, whenever we teach, and whenever we talk to someone, they're being taught. He said, nobody, you have to teach nobody anymore. After Mashiach come and tell us and show us how the Most High is, how to deal with the Most High, how to be, you know, accepted by the Most High through his teachings, hanging out with the on the right-hand side of the Most High. You think he don't know him? He's been there from the beginning of time. He came and tried to show us of him. He came in the Most High's name. That's who name he came in. So him coming in the Most High's name meant that he know about the Most High more than who else know more than him. He put him above all the angels, so nobody know more than him. And he's the one gonna be our teacher, that we all gonna know the Most High. Because remember, like I said, the Most High give us to a Mashiach Yahushai. The Most High call us. He call us, he give us to the Most High, excuse me, to a Mashiach Yahushai. A Mashiach Yahushai show us of the Father. What's new under the sun? We're gonna go to the kingdom, Most High, Ratazawan will, if we worthy to go to the kingdom, whoever it is, the remnant of Israel, he gonna teach us of the Most High. What's the difference? It's the same thing, only on a higher level where everybody gonna know the Most High. Like you said, the children gonna know the Most High, and they're gonna have peace. They're gonna have that special peace. Like he said, bring all things back to your remembrance. You got to remember something. You got to look at what it is spiritually. You got to remember to do so that you'll be tapped into the Most High. Otherwise, you just bringing forth, you know, like everybody else, information. That's what we're doing. And we do have to bring information, but it's very important that the spiritual part that we got to deal with, like here he said, and they shall not teach every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know the Most High. You hear? So I don't know if y'all can understand that spiritually. I don't understand if y'all can understand that real spiritually. Because it said, what are they teaching? Somebody gonna be teaching about knowing the Most High. That spirit just hit me just now. Because I talk about it all the time. But it just hit me just now when it says right there, know who? Know the Most High. You know you're Israelite, now what? Now what? Oh, I got to repent and keep the commandments. Who gave the commandments? Do y'all see this? It said, you ain't got to teach nobody anymore about knowing the Most High. You hear that? So you got a head start with what I'm saying and learning to know the Most High. And if you know the Most High as much as you can, you got more of a chance to be saved by the Most High, who's going to ordain salvation on this earth, who's going to ordain righteousness on this earth, rather than just looking at it as everybody else does and deal with people. That's all they deal with people. Or prove me wrong. Ain't nobody talk about the Most High. What it say we gonna do? It say, and they shall not teach every man his neighbor. Ain't no more teachers no more. And every man his brother, saying, know the Most High. Ain't gonna teach no one how to know the Most High. What do you say? Read on.
For all shall know me, from the least to the greatest.
He said, for everybody gonna know him, from the least to the greatest. You hear that? He said, everybody gonna know him. So if they don't know him now, something's wrong. We can look at coming together all we want to, but we still ain't coming together under the power of the Most High. It's all gonna be for nothing. I don't care. He said, let the multitude perish then, which was born in vain. Let my grape and my plant be kept, for with great labor have I made it perfect. Not everybody. He don't want everybody. Everybody not gonna be converted, and some people just gonna be how they are, wicked, wicked, wicked until the end, and the Most High gonna make them crispy. He's gonna burn them up. That's what the scriptures say. So that's why we don't want to be burned up. You don't want to be burned up. He said, I'm gonna melt you. You don't want to be melted. You're gonna learn of the Most High. You got a jump start now. Everybody have a jump start right now to learn as much as they can about him and do what he say do, because we're in sin. We're in a sinful kingdom, a wretched, sinful, evil kingdom right now. And the spirits, you can say whatever, the spirits, the spells that they have on people, to have them do things that's contrary to the law, is unto this day. Straight up. Why you don't endure to the end, you ain't gonna be saved. And enduring, while you enduring, you gotta know who you gotta learn of. That's the Most High. He the one gonna tell them I shall outside to rise and come and judge and make war and set righteousness on this earth. Ain't nobody talking about him enough, I'll say. Why does it say everybody gonna know him from the least to the greatest? Because he's not accepted, and we don't offended him. And still look at, well, or find a reason to come up with, like we said, BAAL is LORD. They'll come up with a reason to justify it. I can say it. The Most High know my heart. Most High know my spirit. Most High know me. For whatever works that you've done, that don't mean nothing. Our works don't mean nothing. He just said all your works, when you do something, he can say all your works will not be remembered. Did y'all hear that? I heard him clearly. All your works not going to be remembered. But then people get this prideful outlook on their life, thinking that they are that. Not knowing that, hey, that ain't humility. To think that the Most High gotta have to do what you think he's going to do when it's ways and thoughts, not our ways and thoughts at all. The best thing I can say, you better try and find a way to know him as much as possible, and he know you. How he know you and you don't know him? Make that make sense. How do he know you and you don't even know him? All you know is some kind of way that you praying or following suit or what somebody taught you to do, and you really don't know him spiritually. That's very important. That's why we're in the condition we're in right now. Because people don't know the Most High. They ain't talking about the Most High. He's out in the conversation, they ain't praising him, praising him weak, or what I mean weak. They hardly even talk about him. He's not even in the conversation hardly. So you'll know them by their fruits. So how you about them and you ain't even talk about somebody you're supposed to be about? Make it make sense to me. Because what's in your spirit, you're going to bring it out. Or you're going to show forth who you are eventually, that you ain't about him. You ain't about a Mashiach Yahushua. People just bringing forth information. And that's it. The gist of the matter is, the Most High is the one that gave us the rules and regulations, the laws, statutes, commandments. So I want to know him. He the one got the I use the analogy of 50 millimeter. And everybody else shooting at the enemies with beans with beans in a big straw. And he got a 50 millimeter. And here y'all standing, y'all hanging out with the one that got the straw and the beans, or the BB gun, or whatever. However you want to look at it. He's the power. He's the power that is not thought about, not talked about, just pushed to the side. We done did this over and over and over and over again. This ain't nothing new. That's why he have to be exalted. He have to be talked about, because in the end, when you look at 1 Corinthians 15:24, it's the end, because right now we offended him. Still to this day, very day. Need this.
1 Corinthians 15:24. Then cometh the end.
That's the end of this world that we living in now. Read.
When he shall have delivered up the kingdom to the Most High, even the Father. When he shall have put down all rule and all authority and power.
We're going to put down all power, rulership, and authority. That's what the Mashiach is coming to do. This is salvation right here. Power, rulership, and authority. Because they're in their salvation right now with power, rulership, and authority. The Gentile nations. So Mashiach is going to come to this earth to judge and make war. I tell you that in Revelation 19:11. He's going to set down all rule and all authority and power. I like to say power, rulership, and authority. He's shutting down all kingdoms, power, rulership, and authority. Read.
For he must reign till he have put all enemies under his feet.
Hear that? He's going to put all his enemies under his feet. Now he's going to reign, meaning he's going to reign for 1,000 years. And he's going to put all enemies, which are nations that's named in Psalms 83rd chapter, under his feet. Go ahead. That's why David said, hold up. That's what, read Psalms 110:1. That's why David said this. Read that.
Psalms 110:1. The Most High said unto my power, sit thou at my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool.
Right. So that's where he's at, on the right hand of the Most High, waiting for the Most High to make all his enemies his footstool. Read on in verse 25 again.
1 Corinthians 15:25.
And I'll say this. Hold up. I say this. There is no New Testament. When he's saying this, it's only the law and the prophets. While he's saying the things that are written in the Old Testament. When you read the New Testament, a lot of things they're just repeating what they had to learn and what they have learned from the Old Testament, the law and the prophets. Read.
1 Corinthians 15:25. For he must reign till he hath put all enemies under his feet.
So he must reign till he hath put all enemies under his feet. Period. Like he just said. King David just prophesied. The Most High said unto my power, Mashiach Yahushua, Sit thee on my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. So he's making Hamashiach's enemies and the Most High's enemies his footstool. Read on.
The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death.
No more death. That's the last enemy that's going to be destroyed. No more death. Read.
For he hath put all things under his feet. But when he saith, all things are put under him, it is manifest that he is accepted, which did put all things under him.
So you got a jump start, if y'all hearing what I'm saying spiritually, because it says the Most High is not going to be accepted until he put all of the Mashiach Yahushua and his enemies under his feet. That's when it says the Most High going to be accepted. And that's why it's so important to highly exalt him now, to have an opportunity to be in the kingdom with a Mashiach Yahushua for 1,000 years, learning of the Most High. That's what it's going to be about, because he the one that made the laws. He the one that gave us the laws. We know in part and prophesy in part, no matter how much we know. Ain't nobody got 100% of the Most High's rules and regulations, I'll say that. Laws, statutes, commandments. Or why the Mashiach got to come back and teach us 1,000 years? You got to put that in your mind. 1,000 years of the Most High. And when the Most High put all of Mashiach's enemies under his footstool, it says, then he's going to be accepted, which did put all things under him. That's the Most High. They're going to put all of the enemies under his footstool. Then the Most High going to be accepted. So you got an opportunity now, spiritually, to find a way to exalt the Most High in your life. Or how you going to be here? Make that make sense to me. When he say he hid his face from us. And here we are finding any way, shape, or form not to come back to him, not to truly deal with him, still sinning, doing things that's contrary to the Most High. And you say you're going to put a stumbling block in front of them and they're going to die. Or he wound, he healed, he does all that. He's the Most High. Verse 28.
Verse 28. And when all things shall be subdued unto him, then shall the Son also himself be subject unto him that put all things under him.
You hear that? It said, when all things are subdued unto a Mashiach Yahushua, for that 1,000 years reign that he gonna reign, say then a Mashiach Yahushua gonna be subject to the Most High, because letting you know the Most High put all his enemies under his footstool. It's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of living power, y'all. Hebrews 10:31. Read.
That the Most High may be all in all.
And that's what this is all about, man. That the Most High can be all in all. No more, no less. Because he is not accepted. He's not talked about. He's not in the spirit of people. Or he will be coming out. He's Mother Nature, La Nina, El Nina, whatever name they call the hurricanes, that's the Most High. And the people I'm going to say, they do not know the Most High. They reject the knowledge of the Most High. Therefore, you have all these different ways that the nations are and how we are as a people, because we love to run to evil and do the things that's contrary to what's righteous. You know? But here we are in these last days still sinning against your brother, sinning against your sister. Don't know how to treat people. Don't know how to deal in this world due to curses that we went over before. That's why we're not together. And we're not going to be together until we come back to the Most High. And when is that? Mashiach got to show us. That's what it said. Mashiach going to be, when he put all things under the Mashiach Yahweh's feet, then the Son himself going to be subject to the Most High. And the Most High gonna be all in all. That's why going back to where you was at in Isaiah 54 and 13, check it out.
Isaiah 54:13. And all thy children shall be taught of the Most High, and great shall be the peace of thy children.
So if you look at this, we the children of Israel. It says, and all thy children shall be taught of the Most High. Everybody gonna be taught of the Most High. And that's when the peace gonna come. So if you're not teaching of the Most High, how you gonna receive this peace that Yasharahla talked about? When the Holy Spirit will bring all things back to remembrance, and remembrance of who first and foremost? You went over the order earlier. The Most High, Yasharahla, then man and woman, or the Israelites and so forth, and children. That's the order. But we out of order. We dealing with things out of order. Therefore, we in the subject to the affliction that's going to come upon us, that's been on us, is coming in Jacob's trouble because of the fact that nobody's pushing the Most High enough. Him by himself, I'm saying. Because he's going to be all in all. I don't know who see that and don't see it. You ain't spiritual, you don't see what we just read. This is all so he could be all in all. Because we offended him. We chose the nations. We chose the serpent first. Then we chose the nations, what they were doing, looking at what they're doing. Most of us say, don't do what they do. Oh, we're going to do what they do. It's like, oh, why I can't look over there? And we look over there and we start doing what they're doing. Now we're in the situation we're in. Why? Because we are rebellious. We stiff-necked, sodist children, he call us. All kind of filthy rags. He call us all kind of things, man. That's love. He say he love us, but he still talk about us bad because we neglected him. He's not accepted. He ain't been exalted. We'll go through things, don't even bring the laws out that he wrote with his finger. It's very important. Because he said, you want that peace? Better learn of the Most High, I'll tell you that. Verse 14, listen to what it says.
Verse 14. In righteousness shalt thou be established.
So we got to identify and define righteousness again, because there might be some new people here that don't know what righteousness is. Let's define righteousness. Deuteronomy 6:25. In righteousness shall thou be established. So what's righteousness? Let's read that. The definition of righteousness.
Deuteronomy 6:25. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Most High our power, as he hath commanded us.
So he commanded us to do his commandments, follow his commandments, point blank. That's going to be our righteousness. You hear what it says here? In righteousness shalt thou be established. So by the laws and the commandments of the Most High, we're going to be established. As the definition, read Psalms 119, 172. It's not only there, it's right here too. The same thing. And this kingdom is wicked. If they were righteous, they would be doing the laws of the Most High. You know, point blank. Read this.
Book of Psalms 119, 172. My tongue shall speak of thy word, for all thy commandments are righteousness.
See, all the commandments are righteousness. The commandments, doing the commandments make you righteous. That's why it's saying in verse 14 in Isaiah 54, what it say?
Isaiah 54:14. In righteousness shalt thou be established. Thou shalt be far from oppression.
Hear that? He's saying in righteousness by the laws and the commandments of the Most High, we're going to be established. That's why we read Deuteronomy 28:1, saying he's going to put us above all nations. That's the salvation that's coming to Israel. Thou shalt be far from who?
Oppression.
Oppression, man. Ain't going to be no more oppression against us anymore, man. We're going to be far from oppression as the remnant of the Israelites. Read.
For thou shalt not fear.
We ain't gonna be afraid of anything. Read.
And from terror.
We ain't gonna be afraid of terror either. Read.
For it shall not come near thee.
That's why it's so important to hear what he's saying here, so that the fear and the terror will not come near us. But if you just taught information, looking at over here, over there, and you ain't really dealing with what we got to deal with to get closer to the Most High, so that we don't have to be concerned about oppression or fear or terror. He said it shall not come near us. Same thing is said in Psalms 91. Same thing. Psalms 91.
Psalms 91:1. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty.
You that? You dwelling in the secret place of the Most High. It's clear. It's a secret place of the Most High. You will abide in the shadow of the Almighty. The shadow of Mashiach Yahushai. Read.
Verse 2. I will say of the Most High, He is my refuge and my fortress, my power. In Him will I trust.
That's right. I will say of the Most High, He is my refuge and my fortress, my protection, my power. In Him will I have faith in. Or what Mashiach told us in Mark 11:22, have faith in the Most High, period. Now getting right to the point, jump up to verse 10.
Psalms 91:10. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling.
That's right, man. That's from the Most High. He said, there shall no evil befall us. He said, neither shall any plague come near our dwellings if we operate in the right spirit. Read. And this was Satan brought to a Mashiach Yahushai when he told him to cast himself off this high pinnacle, and this is going to happen. Because you can't go to the law. And that's something that you have to understand. You want to rebuke the devil, you got to read them laws. You got to read them laws out loud, have them laws in your mind to be able to speak them so that he can leave you alone. He can't deal with the laws. Read. Because every time Mashiach rebuked him when he fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he went to the law every single time. And he had to leave him alone. These are example solutions that works. Read.
Verse 11. For he shall give his angels charge over thee to keep thee in all thy ways.
You say, because you're going to give his, and get Psalm 34:7. So he will give his angels charge over you to keep us in all our ways, man. But you got to dwell in the secret place of the Most High. Not in dealing with how it is that you see everybody else doing that ain't doing whatever they're supposed to be doing and exalting the Most High, dwelling under the secret places of the Most High. Read.
Psalms 34:7. The angel of the Most High encampeth round about them that fear him and delivereth them.
See that? It's about the Most High. The angel of the Most High encampeth around those that fear the Most High. They're afraid, they're scared of the Most High to do what he say do and delivereth them. No different what he says. The angels say, he shall give his angels charge over thee to keep thee in all thy ways. Verse 12 says, they shall bear thee up in their hands, lest they dash thy foot against a stone. See, these are the things that Shaitan used against the Mashiach Yahushai to defy gravity, because we was here in the flesh. And he said, the Most High, he said, it's not right for you to tempt the Most High. You got to believe in the Most High. He's your power, even the devil's power. He's everybody's power, but he's being neglected. He's not being accepted. And we have offended him. That's why clearly all these people that's dealing with whatever they feel in their own way of how they dealing with things contrary to the way the Most High says it's supposed to be. Give me 2 Ezra 9. Verse 7.
Second Esdras 9 and 7. And every one that shall be saved and shall be able to escape by his works.
By what?
By his works.
But I thought they said it wasn't about works. It's just about having faith in Jesus. It say they're going to be saved by what?
By his works and by faith, whereby ye have believed.
Right. So let's get to works in Exodus 18 and 20. Because people be talking about the works are not keeping the laws of the Most High, the commandments of the Most High. I beg to differ. Read that.
Exodus 18 and 20. And thou shalt teach them ordinances and laws, and shalt show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do.
That's right, man. You got to work to do the laws of the Most High, the commandments of the Most High, point blank. That's the works. Are you obedient? Are you disobedient? Did you follow my laws, or were you wicked and evil and didn't follow my laws? Simple as that. Second is 9 and 8. Read verse 7 again, then continue to 8.
Second Esdras 9 and 7. And every one that shall be saved and shall be able to escape by his works.
So you're looking at the works that they're doing is contrary to the Most High saying a man shouldn't be with a man, a woman shouldn't be with a woman, and so forth. And a boy shouldn't be with a boy, a girl shouldn't be with a girl. They're doing things contrary to the laws of the Most High. When he said in Leviticus 20 and 13, if a man lie with mankind, if they shall a woman, both of them have committed abomination, a filthy wicked act, they shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. Then we went to Romans 1:25 down. Who changed the truth of the Most High into a lie? Come on. And worship the creature more than the creator. You know, the Most High gave them over to vile affections. The women changed the natural use of a man into that something that was against nature. Women with women. And men also, you know, doing the same thing, men with men. That's wrong. Any way you look at it, it's wrong. It's wrong for them to, as a man, turn it into transgender, whatever. Are they taking his strength away from him to playing sports with women? No. He still had that strength. What are they going to do? Just, I mean, how do they take away a man's anatomy? His strength that he had. And you looking at sports, your adrenaline is going. You get stronger and stronger. Whatever is needed. That's not fair. I'm with them on that, but at the same time, they're still wicked in the things that they're dealing with, that you go back and look at, okay, well, they did this here, that's all. They did that, that's all. Well, I don't condemn, I don't condone anything that, you know, they're doing for somebody to look at that and say, okay, well, I'm gonna follow them. No, because they're the wicked. All them wicked. They ain't righteous. They keep the commandments of the Most High. Well, we got to look at the commandments of the Most High. We got to look at him first and foremost. Then what he gave us to go by to be the light to everybody. Because he's going to tell you, read.
I'll read 7 again.
Come.
And everyone that shall be saved and shall be able to escape by his works and by faith, whereby ye have believed.
That's right, man. By keeping the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High, and having faith in the Most High, while Mashiach Yahweh, whereby ye have showed that you believe by keeping the commandments of the Most High and having a faith of a Mashiach Yahweh, which haven't been talked about. They ain't talking about that. Read.
Verse 8, shall be preserved from the said perils, and shall see my salvation in my land.
See, it said gonna be preserved. That's another word for the remnant. Preserved from the said perils, dangers that shall see the Most High salvation, as a Mashiach shall come to judge and make war in righteousness. as it says in Revelation 19:11. And we define righteousness about 2 times already, 3 times really. It's the keeping of the Most High's law. So he coming to judge people that broke the Most High's laws and commandments that they say you're not under. And they clearly showing you that from the film footage we looked at today, these wicked people, they're not talking about no laws of the Most High. Well, we got to bring it out, you know, because everything we deal with, we're responsible for. Read.
Shall see my salvation in my land and within my borders. For I have sanctified them for me from the beginning.
That's another name. Sanctified for the remnant. Preserved, the sanctified. He also say the justified, the elect, the election, the few, the many, the all, which is a certain number. The chosen, 1/3 of the 12 tribes of Israel, the remnant, the ransom, the redeemed. All these words are used for the remnant or the 1/3 of the 12 tribes of Israel. And the remnant of these other nations that's going to be in the kingdom, in their position. Read.
Verse 9. Then shall they be in pitiful case, which now have abused my ways.
So you know, hey, they're going to be in pitiful case for all these people that have abused the Most High's ways. His ways is his laws, statutes, commandments, his rules and regulation. His rules and regulation. They're going to be in pitiful case. And all, especially the ones that are Israelites, they're going to be beat with more stripes than them, than the ones that haven't been called. They in order and not doing not doing the laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High. We out of order, breaking the Most High's laws, statutes, commandments, first and foremost against each other, you know, and against the Most High, for real, for real. He said, do this, and we don't do it. We do opposite and think, oh, the Most High don't see me. When he see everything, he recording everything, and here it is. We expect to be, you know, no judgment. There's going to be a judgment. That's why he said, then shall they be in pitiful case, which now have abused my ways. Those that are sinners, those that do things that are sinful against the Most High's laws, statutes, commandments. And we know the 10 commandments. I mean, you break one of them, I mean, it's like that's known all. Everybody should know that, you know. If you don't know the laws, you can go into my YouTube page and type in going over the laws. You would just come to me initially, but then they, you know, algorithms start putting everybody else up in there. But I would only come up if you put going over the laws. You can go on over the 613 laws. Type that in. It's video after video after video. Just to go over the laws, to know the laws yourself. You know, because no, it's not going to be any excuse. He said, then shall it be in pitiful case, which now have abused my ways. You hear that? Go ahead.
That have cast them away despitefully shall dwell in torment.
Wow. He say, all these people that have cast away the Most High's laws despitefully shall dwell in torments. Torments. So they think, oh, they got it going on, because a lot of people think gain is righteousness. But read on.
Verse 10. For such as in their life have received benefits and have not known me.
That's clear. You see, for such that's in their life have received benefits. They may have a lot of money, but have not known the Most High. That's why it's important for us to teach people to know the Most High from everything that's come out. Spiritually, that's what I hear. I don't know what y'all hear. That's what I hear. He said from the least to the greatest gonna know him. Everybody gonna know him. So, but you don't know him now, but yet still you think you're going to the kingdom. He ain't in your conversation. You ain't about really talking about him enough. His name is jealous. So something else more important than him. Nobody talking, nobody texting, nobody saying nothing. It's something that's more important than him. Because that's what people are looking at. People. They're just following y'all, nothing but a bunch of clones following the way of the world, not the way that we should be following and dealing with him first. He's important, the most important. Where we at? Where we at because we offended the Most High. And here we are, want to stand up like we someone, unless you know you're prideful. We ain't nobody. We ain't nothing else we ought to be. You can't read the scripture and say, I'm this, I'm that, and then next, when the book is closed, now you go back to your reality, back to our reality. And you ain't prideful then. You ain't all prideful and boastful on your jobs. We ain't prideful and boastful when we got to deal with business, whatever we got to deal with. We still in captivity. That's a reality. People use the Bible to come out of their reality. When you ain't talking all that smack to your boss, that's a reality check. That's how we got to be humble amongst each other and love our brothers and sisters like that. First and foremost, love the Most High, love of Mashiach Yahushua, and love our brothers and sisters, man. Or you could come up, you could be somebody in this world. That's what he said. They're gonna be in pitiful case, man, which now have abused my ways. That's why I said we're gonna we be beat with more stripes than those that don't know. And they that cast them away despitefully, knowing what's right and doing what's wrong, shall dwell in torments. He gonna get you. You're gonna dwell in torments. Read on, verse 10.
Verse 10, for such as in their life have received benefits and have not known me.
You say, for people in this world are receiving a lot of benefits. The Most High reign on the just and the unjust. He'll be blessed the just and the unjust. So a lot of people don't receive benefits in their life, but they have not known the Most High, because he's not being brought out enough. That's why I say you got to put all of Mashiach's enemies under his feet, then he's going to be accepted. Somebody got to accept him before then, or it could be literally what he says. And I'm going to show you literally what he said. Hopefully, it could be in another time, but right now, it could be in our time. But read on.
Verse 11, and they that have loathed my law, while they had yet liberty, and when as yet place of repentance was open unto them, understood not, but despised it.
This is what it say. And they that abuse my law, those that know they're not supposed to do certain things and do it, that's abusing the Most High's law. Those that say we're not under the law, oh yeah. You that know what you're supposed to do and you do contrary to that, you know you ain't supposed to commit adultery. You know you ain't supposed to steal from your brother and your sister. You know you ain't supposed to covet and desire something that somebody else have. That's coveting. You know you're not supposed to do the things that it tells us not to do. You're supposed to do the things he said you do for him. But you're doing contrary to him, you abusing his law, and you know better. While they had yet liberty, he gives us liberty now to be free to do how we want to do, or however we want to do it. And read.
Says, and was yet place of repentance was open unto them, understood not, but despised it.
You hear that? And repentance, as for forgiveness of the things that they done wrong and sinning against the Most High, or Mashiach Yahushua and their brother and their sister, it was open to them to ask for forgiveness of their sins, understood not, but despised it. What's going to happen to them?
The same must know it after death by pains.
It say the same must know it after death by pain. A lot of brothers don't believe that scripture. They don't believe that, they've been taught, I'm gonna just come back through the righteous, which is a lie. Your work's gonna prove to who you are, and you're gonna pay. We all gonna pay for whatever we done in these mortal bodies, period. Because that's loafing the Most High's laws, abusing the Most High's laws. You don't want to do what he say do. That's why I say, how can you say you love the Most High who you have not seen and hate your brother who you have seen, and we do things that's contrary to the laws of the Most High against your brother, against your sister? And really think you rolling in the truth. You ain't rolling in the truth. Rolling your own truth and ain't the Most High's truth. For real, for real. That's why I say the same must know it after death, after he kill you, by pain. Now he telling us something clearly here, read.
Verse 13. And therefore be thou not curious how the unrighteous shall be punished, and when. But inquire how the righteous shall be saved.
So he said, inquire how the righteous going to be saved. One way I know we're going to be saved if we lock it to the Most High. It ain't about just repent, keep the laws, and that's it. And have faith in the Mashiach Yahushua. It starts with him, the one that gave us the laws, the Most High. And nobody's already talking about the Most High. Him only. I'm talking about him only. Why he say, from the least to the greatest, everybody gonna know him. We gonna teach no more. Why? Because 1,000 years of learning of him, I believe we're gonna know him. To make that change, to be with him, because the flesh and blood can't approach the Most High. The bright of the Most High, the light, the brightness of the Most High, too strong for us to even approach him. And you wonder why things happening? Because he's not being exalted. Like I say, you can't exalt him enough. Say, when you exalt him, do it all your strength. I'm no weak. Praise the Most High. Or whatever they say, APTTOMH. I mean, that's the lowest you can go. All praises. That's the lowest you can go. He's excluded. Can't even say all praise to the Most High. Can't type it out. Can't say it. Come on, why is that? Yet still, you look at people looking at multitudes, but multitudes don't mean nothing to the Most High. They deal with quality. It's more than multitude. Because he said right here, jump into verse 22 right quick, huh? Look at what he said. In the spirit, what he said. That's right, the spirit. I didn't even know, but read that. Look what he said.
Second Esdras 9 and 22. Let the multitude perish then, which was born in vain.
You know, he said, let the multitude of people perish then, which was born in vain. That's serious. When you look at, you really go back and look at what he's saying and study what he's saying, it should move your spirit to fear the Most High, to be afraid, to be scared of him. Because he said, let the multitude of people perish then, which was born in vain. Were we born in vain? You know, I can't say, but I know a lot of people I know have come and gone in this truth. That was powerful men, powerful women, you know, and powerful children that they had that's out there in the world now. Some left, and the Most High took them out. They're gone. They fell for this, fell for that, gophers, fell for this, fell for that, went for this, went for that, and that's, you know, they're gone. They did certain things that Most High brought that judgment on them. That's why he said, let the multitude, that's a multitude of people perish then, read.
Which was born in vain, and let my grape be kept, and my plant. For with great labor have I made it perfect.
You hear that? He said, let the multitude perish then, which was born in vain. Some people are born just for the number to be counted when the Most High bring his wrath and his judgment on this earth, period. So if that's what they've been called to, we can only be messengers and say, you got to repent, come out of that, learn of the Most High. Come over here and learn of the Most High, but they can't come over here and learn of the Most High. We ain't talking about them. That's for sure. He's above every entity. Who's the power? The Most High is the power, forever and ever and ever. For real, for real, for real. So it say, let the multitude of people perish then, which were born in vain, and let my grape be kept and my plant. That's a grape and a plant. He said, for with great labor have he made it perfect. This ain't about a multitude of people. But a lot of people run to the multitude thinking that's something, but it ain't about a multitude. Most I deal with quality. Look at 2 Ezra 8 and 50.
Second Esdras 8 and 50. For many great miseries shall be done to them that in the latter time shall dwell in the world, because they have walked in great pride.
See, that's the whole thing. When Jacob's trouble come, it's gonna be terrible, because people are walking in great pride, and they're gonna be miserable, and you're gonna be wondering what to do for them when the Most High have brought this misery upon them. Ain't nothing you can do when you're in the hand of the Most High. Well, we gotta be ready not to be in the hand of the Most High, so we have to deal with the things that He's gonna bring upon those that are walking in great pride. He said great miseries. That's Jacob's trouble right there, y'all. Because they have walked in great pride. But read verse 51.
Second Esdras 8 and 51. But understand thou for thyself, and seek out the glory for such as be like thee.
So he said, hey, seek out the glory for such as be like Ezra. How was Ezra? He said, seek out the glory for such as be like Ezra. How was Ezra? Verse 48.
Verse 48. And this also thou art marvelous before the Most High, in that thou hast humbled thyself as it becometh thee, and hast not judged thyself worthy to be much glorified among the righteous.
See that? This marvelous in the eyes of the Most High. Ezra didn't think himself would be all that. He humbled himself before the Most High, because we always before the Most High. In that he humbled himself, and he didn't think it, right to judge himself as one of the righteous. These are examples of solutions that we have to look at for humility and that broken, contrite spirit, so that we can make it here. And the Most High looked at Ezra as a very powerful man. He gave him 204 books. We only have 80. That's 124 books that most people don't even have. They don't even care to know about. They ain't even care enough about the 80 to know how we're supposed to deal with the solution that's in here for us right now. But see, Ezra was marvelous in the eyes of the Most High, in that he humbled himself as became of him, and didn't judge himself worthy to be much glorified among the righteous. He said, for many great miseries shall be done to them that in the last days, time that we in right now, shall dwell in the world. Why? Because they have walked in great pride. Verse 51. Somebody need to mute their background. There's a lot of background noise. Mute the call. Read. Verse 51.
Yeah. I think let's call Yashima went to the bathroom real quick, so I'm gonna pick up from where he left off.
Okay. Verse 51.
Second Esdras, verse 51.
8:51. Con.
He's making sure. Yeah. Second Esdras 8 and 51. But understand thou for thyself, and seek out the glory for such as be like thee.
See, he said, but understand for thyself. He's telling Ezra, understand this for thyself. and seek out the glory for such as be like Ezra. That's very important, because there's going to be great miseries on this earth for those that have not followed the laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High, and they taught that they're not under the laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High. It's going to be great misery upon them. And if you don't really look at trying your best to keep the Most High's commandments and His laws and statutes, then you're going to be part of the ones He just said going to be in great perils, great dangers. And then after death, you're going to have pain. But He told Ezra this in 2 Ezra 14:9.
2 Ezra 14:9.
I got it back.
Oh, you back? Okay.
2 Ezra 14:9. For thou should be taken away from all, and from henceforth thou shalt remain with my son, and with such as be like thee, until the times be ended.
So look, He said, Ezra, you're going to die, but thou shalt be taken away from all men. You're going to die. And from henceforth, thou shalt remain with my son. So you're going to remain with a Mashiach Yahushua. And with such as be like him. Marvelous in the eyes of the Most High, didn't count himself to be justified as one of the righteous. He didn't think he was all that. Until the times be ended. Meaning he'd have to come back here. You come back with a Mashiach Yahushua, with those that's like him. That's why I say seek out those that's like Ezra. In the spirit that moved me. Because everybody's not like that. Everybody's not like, humble and broken, a contrite spirit. But what it takes to make it to the kingdom and to show people what you got to do to make it to the kingdom. First and foremost, you can't tell me. I'm challenging anybody to tell me that something's more important than the Most High. And He ain't been talked about. But yet still, you're going to the kingdom. Oh, I know I got to do these laws, but I don't know who it is that gave them. I ain't talking about him. And his name jealous. Everybody understand? You know what jealous mean? Look up that word jealous. Man. Nobody have no dictionaries, no.
I'm looking it up.
Oh, okay.
Right. It says jealous is feeling or showing suspicion of someone's unfaithfulness in a relationship.
Wow. Read that again.
Feeling or showing suspicion of someone's unfaithfulness in a relationship.
And we are supposed to have a relationship with the Most High, and we're doing contrary to what He say do in all aspects. That's why we will be reading the Bible for solutions. That's marvelous in the eyes of the Most High. Point blank. That's what I look at. Other than that, man, we could be wasting our time. Just going through the motions, man, dealing with a whole bunch of dead Israelites. For real, for real. What do you really want to know? What do you really want to learn to be able to find the solutions that will work for you to get to the kingdom? That's what's important. Our names will be written in the book of life. No more, no less. But a lot of people y'all just program a bunch of robots and robotees, like I call it, because y'all just program to do what everybody else doing. Y'all just follow the same thing. Y'all a bunch of gophers. Go for what it is that's going to please the Most High. God? I mean, I don't understand. Y'all have to help me to understand, because what I'm seeing is all about people. Everybody's programmed to people, and the people don't deal with the Most High. We don't, as Israelites, enough, and the people really don't. So we done with more, then you'll see the blessings that's going to come for exalting him. This ain't something that just happened overnight. It's been being put out. And little by little, it's caught on here, caught on there. But spiritually, if it's in you, it's going to keep coming out. Like this with me, I got to keep bringing it out because you just heard him say he's not going to be accepted until he put all of Hamashiach's enemies under his footstool. That's what y'all waiting on? Everybody waiting on that? He gonna accept you, and you ain't accepted him before he put all of Hamashiach's enemies under his footstool? That what y'all waiting on? Nobody talking, nobody saying nothing. You know, read on about jealousy.
Yeah, I got some more definitions. These are the original that go back to the 1200s.
Oh, great.
This one says,
cool.
In biblical language, said of the Most High, having a love which will tolerate no unfaithfulness or defection in the beloved object.
That's him.
And another one is, in love or affection, apprehensive of being displaced in the love or goodwill of someone, distrustful of the faithfulness of wife, groom, or lover.
Mm-hmm. Read Exodus 34:14.
It's Exodus 34:14. For thou shalt worship no other power, for the Most High, whose name is jealous, is a jealous power.
That's right, man. So we supposed to worship no other power. A lot of power that we worship is ourselves, within ourselves. That's why you got to do a self-examination. We can't get too high-minded because we know a few scriptures. Because when the book is closed, now we go back to our reality and look at all the things that happen in our life that you ain't so happy about. You ain't so joyful about. But you want joy, but then you want joy, but you got to do what the Most High say do. You got to exalt him. Then you're going to bring it to you, what you want. He's important. Read Exodus 20. You can start at 1.
Exodus 20:1. And the Most High spake all these words, saying, I am the Most High thy power, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage.
Right. He's the Most High, our power. That's a personal possessive pronoun showing ownership, your power. You see? Your personal pronouns showing ownership. He brought us out of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, captivity, slavery, and bondage. Read.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
But see, all the nations' gods are idols. Tell you that in Psalm 96:5. So all these other nations have idols, and they present idols to us that we don't really look at enough because we're not analytical thinkers. We just robots and robotees, and we're going to follow whatever it is. All of us subject to this. Ain't nobody not subject to being a robot and robotee at any time. But when you're aware of you could be a robot or robotee following the way of everybody else, like you said that's the Martu Paris then, who was born in vain. So you're going to follow a multitude that's born to perish, though it look like it look. It don't matter what it look like. It's about what's real in the eyes of the Most High, and what you know as far as these scriptures concerned, spiritually, to be able to judge what's right from wrong. Not carnally, because you see carnally and your mind think carnally, you're going to look at, oh, this is the way to go. But spiritually, you just heard what he said. He told Ezra, seek out those that's like him, that didn't count themselves as being one of the righteous. But everybody's righteous. I was there. So I'm not talking about something I don't know about. I had to change. I had to be born again. Because I was right there. When I get to the kingdom, I'm going to do this and do that, whatever. And I realized, man, I'm making myself one of the number. That clicked, and I stopped. You got to stop. Everybody has to stop. Well, let's tell me what number you are at 144,000. Ain't nobody talking now. What number are you? The 1/3 of the 12 tribes, the remnant of the 12 tribes of Israel. Ain't nobody saying nothing. Peep, they leaving. Because you know why? Because you held accountable. The finger is pointed at you. Been pointed at me. That's why I told you I had to change. Knowing what the judgment of the Most High is. Because I live longer than y'all. And I've seen a whole lot of judgment. A whole lot of judgment. Talking to people saying, man, look, this is the truth right here. And they start telling me about religion. I'm like, man, I'm not talking about religion. We already know about all that. We was together dealing with that. I'm talking about just the real truth of what the Bible's talking about. They kept talking about religion. They out of here with their mind and religion. Ain't no religion keeping the moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, ceremonial laws, following what those are. And the ceremonies of the Most High said, these my feasts. And who's doing that? They just celebrated Christmas and New Year's. Has nothing to do with the Most High. Has nothing to do with the Mashiach Yahushua. But they just celebrated it. You know, we looking at what they got going on in the schools. That's been happening. That's wickedness. The world is in wickedness. And most I said, the Mashiach said he leave a very small remnant. We be a very small remnant. We be all like Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom, come on. He said he make the time short for the elect's sake, would no flesh be saved. That's serious. Y'all gotta understand this. That's why I said we supposed to have anything that's contrary to, and I hear it because I know what I know from studying the scriptures and looking for solutions and begging the Most High, praying to the Most High to give me solutions, direct me and guide me. But I challenge anybody to prove that knowing the Most High is something more important than him. Ain't nobody saying nothing. That's real though. I mean, I'm just serious about this because I want to get out of here like everybody else want to get out of here, but I know the way we going at it is not totally right. If I can't go online and find somebody that's just talking about the Most High, talk to me. These wicked people gonna help us get out of the kingdom, their kingdom, and go to our kingdom? And we ain't talking about the Most High? That's why look what he said. Thou shalt have no other powers before me. Their whole objective is keep you from knowing the Most High, keep you from fearing the Most High, keep you from not offending the Most High, and keep you from the laws of the Most High. That's why I say laws, but they can't handle the laws. They can handle somewhat commandments, but they can handle, we got to follow the laws of the Most High. Point blank. That's why he said, read on, listen what he's telling us.
Verse number 4, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Most High, thy power, am a jealous power, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
You hear that? So whether you want to accept it or not, he say you ain't supposed to make the any graven image. When the last time you seen something that's from the heavens? You know? How the angels look. We got a short description of them, Ezekiel 1:7, but I mean, he said, thou shalt not make any graven image of any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. He said, you can't bow down to anything that is in an image that you can see. In other words, you can't bow down and pray to anything before anything. Like people have shrines and they have their little whatever they have in there, in the little place they go to pray, and they got shrines, they got the cross in there, they got all kind of things in there, and they bow down and pray. So you can't bow down and pray before anything. The best thing I can tell you, close your eyes. You don't see nothing but darkness, because the Most High dwell in thick darkness. Understand this. Rather than have something that you praying before, it bothered me even praying before anything. I open my eyes and see anything. Can't bow down to them, nor serve them. For the Most High power and a jealous power. And we just read in Exodus 34 and 14, Most High name is jealous. He's a jealous power. Visiting iniquity, the wickedness, the sins, the evilness, the abomination of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation. And that's like a generation right now is like 70 years. 10, he said 3 score, which is 60 plus 10, which is 70 years. Third and fourth generation of them that hate me. So you can't say you love the Most High and you don't do what he say do. That's why I say when people say they in these religions they're not keeping the moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, ceremonial laws, and they say they love the Most High, how can they love the Most High and not do what he say do? They say we're not under the law, so you're not under the orders of the Most High, the commandments of the Most High, the laws of the Most High, his rules and regulations. He wrote with his finger, you giving him your middle finger. I can't put it no clear because it's serious. Because he gonna get you. He said, visit the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. That's the lineage. Unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate him. Anybody talking about him? So you hate him. Read.
Verse 6, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
Showing mercy unto thousands of them that love him. The only way you love him is to do what he say do. Keep his commandments. The only way you're going to know his commandments is go back and look at him, the one that made the commandments. So you could be accepted by him before he put Abashai enemies under his footstool, as we read, then he's going to be accepted. Somebody going to be accepted before that. That's that remnant. Like we said about the Gentiles, they got to learn what we're teaching. If they want to be rebellious, like we rebellious, and don't want to learn what we're teaching, then he's going to destroy that nation, he said. Point blank, said the Most High. Jeremiah 12, 16, and 17. He's going to utterly pluck up and destroy that nation. This is serious. They have to learn the ways of what we're teaching. Read.
Verse 7, thou shalt not take the name of the Most High thy power in vain, for the Most High will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
So we can't take the Most High's name in vain. He said, but you ain't going to be held guiltless by taking the Most High's name in vain. You know, that's why I don't like using his name, because just like, you know, something bad happened, we say, oh, Jesus Christ, and holy crap, holy this, holy that. I mean, this is what they do. Read. His name is sacred. Read.
Verse 8, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Remember the Sabbath day, the seventh day of the week. Just take a calendar and count from 1 to 7. And these are the 10 commandments. Say, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. And we know to be holy, you got to keep the laws of the Most High. Read.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Most High thy power. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
Yeah, because people are not really following this. The seventh day is the Sabbath of the Most High. They're not really following this. This is in his law. He said, in it thou shalt do no work. You're not supposed to be working on the Sabbath day. You or your son, your daughter, your manservant, your maidservant, or even the animals get a break. Nor the stranger that was within thy gates. In the Gentile nation that was among us, or the stranger that was actually our people that was indigenous servant, get a break on this day. Read.
Verse 11. For in 6 days the Most High made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Most High blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
That's right. 6 days the Most High made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. You know? Wherefore the Most High blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it, made it holy. Read. Now that's for, the Most High. A synopsis of what he's telling us how to love the Most High with all our heart, mind, soul, and strength. Now it goes into loving thy neighbor as thyself. Read.
Verse 12. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Most High thy power giveth thee.
Honor thy father and thy mother. That's the first commandment of promise. Honor your father and your mother. People right now, we was talking about earlier, how they come home and time out on you, mama, time out on you, daddy, and they've been influenced by those that are in charge of the curriculum for our children to learn. So they all, when they come home and be all. Go ahead.
Verse 13. Thou shalt not kill.
Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not murder. Read.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
A man shouldn't go with another man's woman. Woman that's married shouldn't go outside her marriage and lay with another man. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not steal.
Let me go back. And also adultery is you that go against the Most High and go to another God. That's fornication and adultery too. That's why he said, get James 4:4. That's why it's very important to see this, because a lot of you are caught up in the world. You caught up with whatever the world's doing, and you're not really dealing with the Most High as you should be. Therefore, this is you. Read.
James 4:4. Ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with the Most High?
So friendship of the world is enmity with the Most High. Meaning you at war. It makes you at war with the Most High. Read.
Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the Most High is the enemy of Slakia. Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world is the enemy of the Most High.
Whoever it is that's a friend of the world, you the enemy of the Most High. Point blank. That's why you call them what? Adulteresses and adulteresses. Those that are dealing with some other entity besides the Most High, don't know the Most High, say, okay, show me the Most High in the Bible. Everybody should be able to show me the Most High only in the Bible. He's the one going to tell him I shall decide to come and make war in righteousness, judge and make war in righteousness, according to the Most High's laws and commandments. Point blank. You're not going to run from that. You're going to have to come always back to the Most High's laws and commandments. I challenge anybody on that. What he's coming back to judge with. And why is he coming back to judge? Concerning the Most High. He the word of the Most High. He's coming with the vengeance of the Most High. That's what it says. Read.
Back to the Exodus 20.
No, read James 4:4 again.
James 4:4. Ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with the Most High?
So the friendship of the world makes you at war with the Most High. Think about this. The only thing you're looking at is what everybody else is doing. And the only thing you bringing is what everybody else is doing. And you're going to be set apart. But they're doing this in the world, so that's what you're keying in on. Why? And even though they come, they don't know the Most High. They ain't been taught the Most High. His name is jealous. That's more important than him. You're going to have to take the time to bring him into everything that we deal with. Like I'm bringing in BAAL, that's LORD, every single time. Because I know, most I said, hey, they ain't going to hear you because they won't hear me. But he still sent the prophets out to do it over and over and over again. Because we slow. We got ADHD spiritually. Not carnally, but spiritually. For real. Or you pick up on this, if it's in you, it'll click like that. But that's why I say he don't want everybody. He don't want everybody to be saved. He don't want everybody to be converted, that their sins could be forgiven them. That's why he gave us a synopsis of 613 laws within these 10 commandments. How we love the Most High with all our heart, mind, soul, and strength, and how we love our neighbor as ourselves. Okay, so read James 4:4 again.
James 4:4. Ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with the Most High?
Hey, the friendship of the world make you at war with the Most High. Read.
Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world is the enemy of the Most High.
You be a friend of this world, man. They say you're an enemy of the Most High. And some people, they love this world. They want to get the best they can out of this world, and they're gonna, what it say? When they die, they're gonna die, and they're gonna, after death, they're gonna receive what? Pain. Go back to the 10 Commandments, Exodus 20.
Exodus 20 and 15 or 14. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal.
So he said we should not steal. That's why I get John 10 and 10. This is a thief. It's a thief right here. Thou shalt not steal. What the thief come to do?
John 10 and 10. The thief cometh not, but for to steal and to kill and to destroy.
Right. The thief cometh not, but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. Steal, kill, and destroy. That's what they come to do. And we don't recognize the fact that we're caught up in this wretched, wicked world. And it's almost like you don't see me until the Most High visits you, and everybody crying for sympathy. But you in the Most High's hand. And nobody can do anything. Nobody can do anything. Can't do nothing for you. Get Ecclesiasticus 23 and 19. The thief coming but nothing but to steal, kill, and destroy. Steal your peace, kill your peace, and destroy your peace. And take you away from whatever you've been building on. If you allow them, but read this.
Ecclesiasticus 23:19. Such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Most High are 10,000 times brighter than the sun.
Eyes of the Most High are what?
10,000 times brighter than the sun.
The eyes of the Most High are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. We can't even look up at the sun. But the eyes of the Most High are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. Read on.
Beholding all the ways of men.
Beholding what?
All the ways of men.
Beholding all the ways of men, and what else?
And considering the most secret parts.
Yeah, the things that you don't see me, people think they're getting away with. So we consider the most secret parts, right? The things that you've done or doing or have done, that we have done, and think the Most High ain't see us. Ecclesiastes 17 and 15.
Ecclesiasticus 17:15. Their ways are ever before him and shall not be hid from his eyes.
You know? He said, everything we do is everlasting before the Most High and shall not be hid from his eyes. That's 10,000 times brighter than the sun. So what we dealing with is nothing like anything that you can imagine. Verse 19. Think
Verse
about this.
19. Therefore, all their works are as the sun before him, and his eyes are continually upon their ways.
See that? Therefore, all their works are as the sun. One sun, when he said his eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, he said, but all our ways are as the sun, one sun before him. And his eyes are continually upon their ways, man. Your wicked ways and doing the things that you would do that be contrary to keeping the Most High's commandments. Most certainly and most important. That's why he says his eyes are upon the simple kingdom and he's going to destroy it from out the face of the earth. And his eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. Now, once he see what he see, Amos 3 and 6. Amos 3 and 7, I think. Let's see. Let me make sure. Amos 3 and 7. Once he see what he see and reveal it this way, his eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. Like he say, he dealing with us with one son. All you need is one son. He got 49 more. No. What are you talking about? 10,000 times brighter than the sun, right? He got 9,999 sons, that we can look at one son. He said, whatever we dealing with like one son, you got 9,999 sons in the eyes of the Most High in comparison to what we think we're getting away with something. But read that. Amos 3 and 6. 6. No, 7.
Amos 3 and 7.
Qam.
Surely the Most High power will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servants, the prophets.
See, the Most High will do nothing, but he revealeth his secrets. That's the things that he said. He said everything. He said his eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men and the secret parts. So he secrets that he see men doing. He revealed his secret to his servants, the prophets. Read it again.
Amos 3 and 7. Surely the Most High power will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servants, the prophets.
Right. So when people do things that and getting away with something, the Most High know. He know. I done seen it over and over again, man. The judgment of the Most High. Ooh. Especially we that's in this truth. What we gonna do? Because he said this is real serious. He said, let the multitude perish, then was born in vain. Let my grape, that's a grape. How many grapes is that? He said, let my grape, how many grapes is that? That's one. And my plant be kept. That's one. But with great labor have I made it perfect. Right? Meditate on this, Jeremiah 3, 14.
Jeremiah 3:14. Turn, O backsliding children, saith the Most High, for I am married unto you.
He said, hey. He said, turn, O backsliding children. Say, turn, O backsliding children. He said, because he's married unto us. But we didn't turn, therefore he divorced us. Gave us over to a Mashiach Yahusha. Read it again.
It says, turn, O backsliding children, saith the Most High, for I am married unto you, and I will take you one of a city and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion.
You know what he said? He said, I will take of you, of us, the children of Israel, one of a city, and two of a family. That's two people in a family. And bring them to Zion. That ain't everyone. That's not everyone. That's why, you know, the Most High, I'm going to share this with you. The other day, the Most High get Acts 28 and 26 and 27. I mean, it was clear. I mean, he gave me this scripture here, and I want to share with everybody because it was like, you know, I remembered it when I woke up. A lot of times you don't remember your dreams, you don't remember what's being said to you, but you know, before you get that, get that in Job 33 and 14. Read that first. Then we're gonna come back here. And I'm just about finished.
Job 33:14. For the Most High speaketh once, yet twice, yet man perceiveth it not.
Hear that? Most High speak once, yea, twice. A lot of times you'll see the same thing written in the scriptures many times. The prophets, Paul said the same thing over and over again. Prophets say the same thing over and over again. You hear it here, you hear it there, you hear it everywhere. Same thing. Most High speak once, yea, twice, yet what?
Yet man perceiveth it not.
Man perceiveth it not. How does he operate? Read.
In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, and slumberings upon the bed, then he openeth the ears of men and sealeth their instruction, that he may withdraw men.
Then, when you're in deep sleep, the Most High seal up your instruction. Read.
That he may withdraw man from his purpose and hide pride from man.
That he may withdraw us from what we intend to do, our purpose of what we want to do, and he hide pride from men. That's what he does. He hide pride from men. And it's very important that we see this, because this is what he gave me in Acts 28, 26, 27. And it's not many times I could say that I can truthfully say that I was given scriptures, but I was given this. You can see how I am fervently about what I'm saying. I'm really serious about what I'm saying. He gave me this, Acts 28, 26, and 27.
28, 26, saying, go unto this people and say, hearing ye shall hear and shall not understand, and seeing ye shall see and not perceive.
Hear that? So I'm saying to you, and it's kind of like what my message that I'm bringing out today, and I've been bringing it out since he told me this: seeing, hearing, you shall hear and shall not understand. And seeing, you shall see and not perceive. This is serious, because the only way we're going to know him or Mashiach Yahushua, or even ourselves, is to read this book, the Bible. But he said, go unto this people and say, hearing ye shall hear and shall not understand. And seeing ye shall see and not perceive. Remember, he said he working on what? That grape and that plant. He labored to make it perfect. This ain't no multitude of people. See, everybody think that the 1/3 got to come from us. How about the ones that's coming back with a Mashiach Yahushua? We just read Ezra going to be with a Mashiach Yahushua till the end time. Daniel ain't have to come back here. A lot of men ain't have to come back here. A lot of women have to come back here. Gonna be right there coming back with a Mashiach Yahushua. You understand? So this is very important. This is what he told me. And seeing you shall see and not perceive. The simple things that the simplicity of a Mashiach Yahushua and looking at not offending the Most High while Mashiach Yahushua, that's very important. I'm not going to go into no Strong's Concordance or nothing of that Strong's wrote or whatever and justify something that I know I can stop doing in offending the Most High. Period. Read on. What do he say about our people?
Verse 27. For the heart of this people is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes have they closed, lest they should see with their eyes and hear with their ears and understand with their heart and should be converted, and I should heal them.
That's real deep, yeah. That's what he gave me. And if you, as it says in 27, for the heart of this people is waxed gross, the minds of the people are waxed gross, because the Most High told Esau to get into darkness in Isaiah 47:5. And we were in the darkness in Isaiah 60:2. He put the people in gross darkness, gross ignorance. That's why I understand why people can't understand certain things. They read the Bible and they can't really see certain things, because he's saying, hearing they shall hear and shall not understand, and seeing they seeing what the words say, you shall see and not perceive. Go right over their head. For the heart, the mind of this people is waxed gross. So Esau put the people in gross darkness. So that's why their minds in gross darkness, why they accept the things that they accept and the things that they're saying. I heard all day in these videos, man, it's like crazy. The things that they accepted, but that's their world. Our world is not that world. We're supposed to be the lights that shining bright against all the evil and the wicked and the abomination and the people that are sinning against the Most High. Period. But our heart is waxed gross because he put people in gross darkness and y'all accept. That's why Mashiach said, John 1:4. What did he say? St. John 1:4. Look what he said. He's in the Roman Empire. Look what he said.
St. John 1:4.
Read verse 5.
St. John 1:5. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not.
You see that? The light, Proverbs 6:23. It's no different than what it is that when we define the truth. The truth, the light, the same thing. Righteousness, the same thing. What's the light?
Proverbs 6:23. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light.
See, the commandment that the Most High wrote with his finger is like a lamp, and the law is light, right? Go ahead.
And reproofs of instruction are the way of life.
Right. The reproof of instruction are the way of life, man. So it's an instruction manual. The Bible's an instruction manual. We know that light is the laws of the Most High. So he's telling you, go back to John 1:5. He's telling you this. Look what he's saying.
John 1:5. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not.
That's why we're looking at Mashiach Yahushua shining in the Roman Empire under the wicked Israelites that said, crucify him and let his blood be on us and on our children. And a lot of you are the children of those that said, let his blood be on us and on our children, whether you like it or not. We got to accept that because they do not accept this truth. And it's sad. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness, people that's in darkness comprehended not. You see that? The light shineth in darkness. The laws of the Most High is shining in a dark place in the Roman Empire. And this the the end of the latter end of the Greco-Roman Empire that we in right now. And we the light shining in darkness. People in what? Gross darkness, as he said. The minds of the people are gross because they're in gross dark, gross ignorance, not knowing, and don't care to know. That's why I say this sorcery, this spells that they have on people is so strong. Because you don't care to know. And that's real, you know? In the darkness, people that's in ignorance, not knowing, and don't care to know, comprehend it not. So that's what kind of like, he's got to let me know that I have to, you know, he's telling me how they won't even hear him. Less more to hear what I'm saying, or any of us that's really pushing him. Why he said, for the heart of this people is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes have they closed, lest they should see with their eyes and hear with their ears and understand with their heart, with their mind. The heart means the mind. Get that definition of heart up in Matthew 7:21, I think. And should be converted, and I should heal them. But see, our people don't want to be converted. They don't want to be converted. They want to remain the same in gross darkness. They cannot be healed. And I have to accept that. It's not for everyone, you know. And people are not going to really accept what it is that the Most High is saying, because their heart is gross. Their minds are in gross darkness, ignorance. And they have this and that to say, but they're not dealing with trying to operate the way we should operate to please the Most High. Or you be talking about him. Count the number of times I said his name just today. And everybody else. I ain't talking about the Most High. That's why he said he's going to be accepted when he put all of my enemies under his footstool. And y'all got to jumpstart to know what it takes to be able to get there, or you're going to wait around and think the Most High just got to do for you as you think he should do for you behind what we done. We ain't did enough. We ain't never did enough. You can never exalt him enough. You can never bring him out enough. You ain't bringing him out at all. So what are you supposed to do? Just accept you? Whatever it is you think you done to be accepted? None of us done enough to be accepted. But talk to me. Ain't nobody talking about they have. If that's the case, you should know what number you are at 144,000. The 1/3. Or the children of Israel. The remnant. You putting yourself there? Because that's what we done. And that's what we doing. You say, dare not make thyself one of the number. Well, I ain't nothing. I'm just a messenger trying to bring forth what it is that's been given me. And I know it starts with the Most High. I challenge anybody on that. Even though my Shai said, hey, the Most High is greater than everything. So don't call me good. Say good master. Say good. Good ruler. Good king. Because MASTER represents BAL too. And they put it in there, so you see I slipped and said it. So we be saying that and calling on an idol. BAL. But you say, good king. So he the king of kings. What good things shall I do to receive everlasting life? He said, why you call me good? Ain't nobody good but the Most High. There it is. He didn't accept the fact that somebody calling him good. He said, ain't nobody good but the Most High. That's why I say, praise ye the Most High. Better learn how to say that. How you going to save you and you ain't even praising them? You ain't even talking about them. Make that make sense. Y'all got to help me out because there's something that's missing here. Read the definition of the heart.
This is Mark 7:21. For from within, out of the heart of men, proceed evil thoughts.
See? For from within, out of the hearts of men, that's the mind, the way you think, proceed evil thoughts, you see? So he said the heart, which means your thoughts, the way you think. And what comes out of the heart? Read.
Adulteries, fornications, murders, thefts, covetousness, wickedness, deceit, lasciviousness, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All these evil things come from within and defile the man.
And that's what we're looking at, what they're perpetrating in America, all these conditions of an evil thought, an evil plan to have people follow all these different characteristics. And we read the same thing in Romans, the 1st chapter, verse 25 to 32. All those characteristics of the evil that these people will do because they have a vile affection. They're contrary to knowing the Most High. They're contrary to really knowing of Mashiach Yahushua, who would not deviate from the Father. You understand? He's going to do exactly what the Most High tell us to do. He was an example to show you that it can be done since he came here as a man, showing you this could be done. It could be done like this. But we chose to follow some other way. That's why I said you dare go to Mark 4 and 9. This is Mashiach talking to a multitude of people on the shoreline. He said some fell by the wayside, some fell among thorns, some fell among stony ground, and some fell among good ground. Right? It's a parable. So you want everybody to know what this Bible is talking about. Why would it speak in parables? Why would it speak in a way that you would not even understand? Why would that happen? Because you don't want everybody to be converted. You don't want everybody, like you just read. You know, this is what he gave me. Acts 28, 26, and 27. Branded in my mind. Verse 27 says what? For the heart of this people, the mind of this people is wax gross, and their ears are dull of hearing. They can't hear, and their eyes have they closed. They close their eyes, lest they should see with their eyes and hear with their ears and understand with their heart, which is the mind. We just read what the definition of heart is, and should be converted. They should change, and I should heal them. They should change, and the Most High could heal them. But no, everybody ain't made to be healed. Point blank, y'all want to say everybody gonna be saved? No, everybody's not made to be healed. Some of you ain't nothing but working for the devil and perpetrating a fraud like you in the truth. You ain't in no truth. You perpetrating a fraud one way or another. That's why Mashiach said this, because some of the ones wanted to know more. They heard what they heard. They wanted to come and learn more spiritually because he spoke in parables. What does it mean? Can you tell what he's talking about without getting an explanation of what he said? Some fell by the wayside, some fell among thorns, some fell among stony ground, and some fell among good ground, seeds that's planted by a farmer. What does that mean? It has a significance point of why he's making this parable about those four things. Now, some that knew the apostle was rolling with Hamashiach Yahushua came and asked him something. Look what they asked him. Read.
Mark 4 and 9. And he said unto them, he that hath ears to hear, let him hear. And when he was alone, they that were about him with the 12 asked of him the parable.
So he asked him, what is the riddle that you talked about? Read.
And he said unto them, unto you it is given to know the mystery of the kingdom of the Most High. But unto them that are without, all these things are done in parables.
So those that came to inquire about more spiritual understanding of what he was talking about concerning the parables, he said unto you, it is given to know the mystery, the secret that's been hid of the kingdom of the Most High. But unto them that are without, those that are without, it said, all these things are done in parables. It says done in parables. Why?
Verse 12, that seeing they may see and not perceive, and hearing they may hear and not understand, lest at any time they should be converted and their sins should be forgiven them.
Now, this is the same thing that the Most High gave me. Now read Acts 28:27 again. I'm looking at, this is what he gave me, because he said that seeing they may see and not perceive, and hearing they may hear and not understand. Least that any time, that's any time in their life, they should be converted and their sins should be forgiven them. So if your sins not forgiven you, like we say, you're going to be thrown in the lake of fire. You're going to see pain after death. That's what we just read about in 2 Ezra 9th chapter. Read that.
28:27. For the heart of this people is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes have they closed, lest they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them.
See? The same thing that we see in here in Mark, the 4th chapter, and verse 12. Read that again.
Mark 4:12. That seeing they may see and not perceive, and hearing they may hear and not understand, lest at any time they should be converted and their sins should be forgiven them.
See that? They see the words in this Bible, but they can't perceive them. They hear what's being said, but they can't hear and not understand. Lest at any time in their life, they should be converted and their sins should be forgiven. That's why he said, let the multitude perish there which was born in vain. If my grape and my plant be careful with great labor, have I made it perfect? And he said, hey, he's going to take what? How many? One of a city, two of a family, and bring them to Zion. That's serious, y'all. That's how serious this is. And it says the righteous scarcely going to be saved. If the righteous scarcely going to be saved, then how are they that are not righteous think that they just got a free pass to the kingdom and they're going to just come through those that have labored and worked hard to make it to the kingdom and not sinning and doing the things that the Most High would have us to do? Better recognize, man. Get 1 Peter 4:17-18.
First Peter 4:17. For the time is come that judgment must begin at the house of the Most High.
See, the time has come. That judgment going to begin with us, Israelites. Read.
And if it first begin at us, what shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of the Most High?
So if it first begin with us as a children of Israel, and we doing the best we can to follow the laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High, tapping into the Most High spiritually, bringing him forth into the world. He said, what shall the end be of them that obey not? Hamashiach Yahweh, who told you, if you love me, keep my commandments, in St. John 14:15. 1 John 5:3 says, well, this is the love of the Most High, we keep his commandments. Commandments are not grievous. In verse 18.
Verse 18. And if the righteous scarcely be saved, where shall the unrighteous and the sinner appear?
See? Hear that? And if the righteous, those that keep the laws and statutes commandments of the Most High, scarcely be saved to sin, where shall the unrighteous and the sinner appear? Where they going to appear? Tell you where they're going to appear. Get Revelations 20 and 15. This is where they're going to appear. Eventually.
Revelations 20 and 15. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire.
Hear that? That's where they're going, to the lake of fire. Because they're not going to be written in the book of life. You understand? It's very important to see this. That's where the sinner going to appear, in the lake of fire. See, people don't want to hear that because y'all want some feel good and more feel good and more feel good and more feel good. I don't see it because we are disrespected, offended the Most High as his people. In the other nations, they definitely deal with idolatry. They say it don't matter, about this, that, and the third, whatever that the scripture says. So they just going through formality. And a lot of Israelites just going through formality. They got to come out of that. To be spiritual, you got to look at this, man. Verse 19, 1 Peter 4:19.
1 Peter 4:19. Wherefore, let them that suffer according to the will of the Most High commit the keeping of their souls to him in well-doing, as unto a faithful creator.
You see that? So it's not something that you come into that you look at, it's going to be like peaches and cream, everything going to be cool, everything going to be, you ain't got to go through nothing. No, man. You're going to go through some things. Wherefore, let them that suffer according to the will of the Most High, who we love, he chastens, commit the keeping of their souls to him in well-doing, keeping his laws and commandments still exalting the Most High, praising the Most High. When you down and out, whenever he's dealing with you. And it says, wherefore let them that suffer according to the will of the Most High. So he have control of everything. Commit to the keeping of their souls to him and well-doing, keeping his laws, statutes, commandments still praising him, still talking about him as unto a faithful creator. For real. He's our power. For real, for real. So with that, I'm going to say all praise to the Most High.
All praise to the Most High.
Y'all got anything else y'all want to bring out or anything want to bring out, have in mind or whatever? Anyone? Okay, well, I said all praise to the Most High. What you going to say?
I was just going to bring out Sirach 43 and 30.
Mm-hmm. Read 29 first, though.
All right, this is Ecclesiasticus 43 and 29. The Most High is terrible and very great, and marvelous is his power.
Hear that? The Most High is terrible and great above all powers. Marvelous is his power. Read.
Verse 30. When ye glorify the Most High, exalt him as much as ye can. For even yet will he far exceed.
That's right.
And when ye exalt him, put forth all your strength, and be not weary, for ye can never go far enough.
That's right, man. He said, when you exalt the Most High, he said, put forth all your strength. He's not being exalted, man. I'm going to say, praise the Most High.
Praise the Most High. Praise the Most High.
Praise the Most High.
Praise the Most High.
High.
Praise the Most High.
Praise the Most
Praise the
High.
Most High.
Praise the Most High.
Praise the Most
Praise the
High.
Most High.
Praise the Most High.
Praise the Most
Praise
High.
the Most High.
Bashama Mashiach Yahushai.
Bashama
Basham
Mashiach.
Hamashiach Yahushai.
Khan, man. So with
Khan.
that, I say, Qam Abanawa Yahweh.
Qam
Abanawa
Abanawa.
Yahweh.
Qam Abanawa Yahweh.
Qam Abanawa
Abanawa Yahweh.
Qam Abanawa Yahweh.
Qam Abanawa
Abanawa Yahweh.
Qam Abanawa Yahweh.
Qam Abanawa
Abanawa Yahweh.
Qam Mashiach Yahushai.
Qam Mashiach
Yahushai.
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 Qam Yasharahla.
Qam Yasharahla.
Qam Yasharahla.
Qam Yasharahla.
Qam Yasharahla.
Qam Yasharahla.
And Qam Yasharahla.
Qam Yasharahla.
Khan.
Khan.
We thank everyone for joining us today. And on this Sabbath day, the day of the Most High. And you can join us. I'll have class on the 4th day at 7 p.m. I don't know if Sadiq doing this on the 2nd day. It usually be at 8 o'clock. I don't know. He didn't say whether he's doing it this week coming up or not. But and I'll have class on the Sabbath night at 7 p.m. Pacific time, all Pacific times. And with that, I'll say Shalom. All praise to the Most High. And we out. Shalom.
Shalom.
Water brothers.
I am the bar.